The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
So, how was your night last night?
New York Football Giants select Arvell Reese, linebacker from the Ohio State University.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy about it. Come on. I didn't think he would be here at 5. That doesn't change my mind. Look, I will be a happier camper if the Giants still get Caleb Downs at 10, Brad. But so if I see him go here in any of the next 4 picks, you're going to see me lose my freaking mind.
A few moments later.
You got to be freaking kidding me. You got to be kidding me. The Giants had 2 chances to take Caleb Downs, and they don't do it. I've been screaming for weeks for Caleb Downs, and I couldn't believe it when he was there at 10, and the Giants pass on him. You got to be kidding me.
Bazinga.
Hey-oh! Welcome on in to a Friday night edition of BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I gotta admit, that made me laugh. Great stuff by producer Brandon Combs. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. We're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910 in case you missed our spectacular live edition of the NFL draft coverage here last night on BetMGM Tonight. You want to weigh in on any of the draft picks from yesterday, what your team did, me going ballistic at the Giants, not getting Caleb Downs and watching the Cowboys trade up for him. Any of your thoughts, questions, takeaways, you can call or you can text at 310-840-4910. Brad, it was a brutal night for me. The Giants passed on Caleb Downs twice. The Cowboys get him. Your Chicago Bears get Dylan Thieneman, which I thought was a good pick. Combs didn't like it. I guess... Yeah, I was going to say, before we get to, I'm still shocked, and my Knicks lost on the final possession again, so brutal night for me. I'm in good spirits. It's a Friday. We got rounds 2 and rounds 3 of the NFL draft tonight. We got 3 more playoff basketball games. You got a bunch of more playoff hockey games as well. So we got baseball all night tonight, so it's incredible. We got a great show lined up for you. But I before we get to the Rams taking Ty Simpson, because that's still probably to me the most shocking thing from yesterday, you're a Bears fan. You signed off right before the Bears took Dylan Thieneman with the 25th pick. How did you like that pick going defensive backfield with a safety rather than edge rusher? Are you happy with the Bears pick of Dylan Thieneman?
If you guys recall last night, if you were listening and watching BetMGM Tonight, right before I signed off, I said, Bears, draft Thieneman, I'm out. That was my last phrase that I uttered on the show before bowing out last night. And apparently they heard me. It traveled through space and time to the Bears war room. They're like, I haven't said it. We got to take him. And they did. I thought it was sensational value. Again, in my mock draft, I had the Dallas Cowboys possibly entertaining his services at number 12 overall. Of course, Dallas, trade out that position, did not go in the defensive backfield at that time with that safety. They went with another safety, much to your chagrin, that being Caleb Downs, which was a superb, sensational value. And you're probably going to hear that kind of description attached to Caleb Downs a little later on in the broadcast tonight. But the Bears needed defensive back assistance. And this guy is a freakish athlete. He's a ball hawk. He's got elite speed, elite athletic profile. He just checks a significant box for an organization that is trending in the right direction that has to get stronger on the back end defensively. So I'm going to have to talk to Combsy off air. I don't know what the hell he's smoking. I thought it was a sensational value and a must grab at that position because Minnesota did us a favor. They went with Caleb Banks. I'm like, wow, that's kind of nutty. That's bat bleeping crazy. I didn't anticipate that. I thought they were going to be in for Thieneman, and as a result, he slips to the Bears at 25. Come on, Combs. It was a brilliant move by our Chicago Bears. This, my lord, is to you. Chug, chug, chug. Flaccid Penix, pun intended.
Yeah, I thought it was a good pick too, and I love Thieneman. You and I both really enjoyed. We're in love with Thieneman going into the draft because of how great he did at the combine and how great of a season he had at Oregon this past season. So yeah, I and you have a need for safety. I mean, again, and he could play nickel, he could play at strong safety too. I understand you just added Kobe Bryant at free safety. But he can play strong safety. He's proven that. You need somebody that can tackle. You need somebody that can improve the defensive run game for the Bears, which was a giant sore for this Chicago team last year. So I like the pick. I think Combs was just wanted to be mad for the sake of being mad. But either way,
that was right.
What I still can't get over, Brad, not my Giants passing on Caleb Downs twice. Not Jeremiah Love going 3. Not Carnell Tate going 4. I think to me, the ultimate shocker last night was the Rams taking Ty Simpson at 13 overall when Matthew Stafford just won the freaking MVP this past season, and they've got a championship window that is open. They should be going all in. Mekhi Lemon seemed like a good pick. Hell, offensive line seemed like a good pick. Anything other than pulling a Green Bay Packers and drafting a quarterback while your guy is still playing at an incredible level. He just won his first MVP. And the Rams take his replacement a la Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers style, a la Aaron Rodgers, Brett Favre style. I mean, hell, speaking of the Green Bay Packers, if you go back all the way to 1967, that's the last time a team had their quarterback win MVP and then select a quarterback in the first round of the subsequent NFL draft, with Bart Starr winning MVP in 66 and the Packers drafting Don Horn 25th overall the following year. So, Brad, I'll ask you, does this mean 2026 is Stafford's last season? And did the Rams help to close their own championship window by not addressing needs at wide receiver and O-line? I think the pick was stupid, and Sean McVay looked less than happy about it. Then they had to clean it up, PR, less need. Oh, McVay's in lockstep with me. We make every pick together. There's some people saying, oh, Sean McVay just didn't want to make it seem like he was so happy when Matthew Stafford's still on the roster. Nonsense. That was a Les Snead pick. That's not a McVay pick. And I think this was a dumb move by the Rams. I still can't get over it.
Look, man, I think he was smoldering the inside. There's no question about it. And I think he was about ready to erupt. Les Snead and him probably had a couple of behind closed doors conversations, smooth some things over. And McVay's like, well, he made the decision, got to let it ride. I thought it was perplexing. A very head-scratching move in my estimation for a team that is prepared to win and win now. Again, I think this is a Super Bowl constructed roster. I think they're going to, hoist the hardware in the end, whether with Ty Simpson or maybe somebody else. But I felt in that moment, given the depth of offensive linemen that were available at pick number 13 overall, that was the direction they were going to go in. Bring another big, young, athletic body to shore up that offensive line and make sure that your 38-year-old quarterback is going to remain upright for the entire 17-game regular season slate and what is likely going to be a deep NFC playoff run. And again, one I feel is going to end in their own backyard, in their own stadium in SoFi in Los Angeles, and winning the Super Bowl this year. So I didn't really understand it. And now we got a report that came out about 2 hours ago from Ian Rappaport, the NFL Network, that LA is in negotiations right now with Matthew Stafford on a contract extension. And Rappaport added there is a real, quote, chance, a direct quote from him, Stafford plays beyond 2026. It makes the pick even dumber, right? Because if they do sign an extension with Stafford, and let's say he wants to play all the way through his age 41 season, maybe it's a 2-year addition. Is Simpson really going to get the Steve McNair treatment? Is he going to get the Aaron Rodgers treatment and wait behind arguably an NFL legend until he gets his opportunity to be given the keys and see what he can do? Maybe that's what they're going to do. But again, you are prepared to win the whole damn thing right now. Get an offensive lineman. Make sure your quarterback is protected and make sure you're putting together the best roster imaginable, because these windows of opportunity, they don't remain open for very long, and it could slam shut in short order. So again, just a perplexing, that is a perfect word, throwing it out again, pick by the LA Rams at number 13 overall last night.
310-840-4910, the phone number to join the show. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Did you think the Rams taking Ty Simpson at 13 overall was stupid? Because I think it was. Brad, you can kind of see more. Look, do you think that they have to at some point set up for the future, a future without Matthew Stafford? You know, I tried to look into my crystal ball a couple of weeks ago, and I said to myself, all right, you got Baker Mayfield going into the final year of his contract, hasn't signed a contract extension. Tampa Bay talked about it, doesn't seem to be making a whole lot of progress on it. If Baker plays his last year in Tampa Bay, no extension, does he go to LA next year and become the successor to Stafford? I thought that was a great setup plan, but instead, it looks like the Rams are now, priming Ty Simpson. But you mentioned it. Now you just signed Matthew Stafford to a they're about to sign Matthew Stafford to a contract extension. So what if he plays another 2 years? You took a first-round draft pick that's not going to play until the 2028 season? Yeah, that makes the pick even dumber. And you talk about Les Snead, F them picks, all the times they've traded away a first-round pick. This is F them picks times 10, because you might as well trade away the pick. They taking a quarterback that we all kind of agreed was a second-round pick, and you took him 13 overall when you have your quarterback who just won the MVP. So you still think the Rams will win the Super Bowl this year, despite essentially throwing their first-round pick 2 years into the future?
Yeah, I do, because they still have Puka Nacua, they still have Devontae Adams, they still have the Steady Eddie and Kyron Williams. The defense has added some fresh bodies, and I think they're a hell of a lot stronger than they were last year. The back end defensively was the biggest question mark they had with the LA Rams team, and they made the proper investments this offseason. I mean, there are no weaknesses on this roster. The only question mark you may have is, does Matthew Stafford's bulky back flare up again? Remember in training camp last season, they had a medical bus at the campsite that was only for Stafford treatments. And it was very, up and down whether or not he was going to be able to even play maybe 10 games in the regular season. Would he be able to start week 1? That was, very much up in the air. And, of course, he proved all the doubters wrong. And I sorely regret not going the extra dollar, my fantasy auction league draft, because I would have made out like a bandit instead of finishing near the bottom as a result. But that's all water under the bridge at this juncture, as you saw what the LA Rams able to do last year. Yes, they didn't win the whole shebang, but they are built right now to do exactly that. I think this pick could come back to haunt them in some form or fashion. What if they would have gone with another offensive lineman? There was a lot of mock drafts. Have him go Mekhi Lemon, who he was embroiled in a little bit of controversy last night, not by his own doing, but behind the scenes with the back and forth with Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and everything else. That was wild and crazy. We'll unpack that a little bit later. And, of course, he winds up in the city of brotherly shove, but I think the Rams are going to look back at this and be like, yeah, can we get a do-over? Because we probably made the wrong move.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I agree. I think it was the wrong move. It was the wrong freaking move. So let's spin it forward now, because now, all right, we can yell and scream about it all we want, but we've got, the 33rd overall pick with the 49ers coming off the board here in 45 minutes. We got rounds 2 and 3 tonight. The LA Rams, they're going to pick 61st overall, right near the end of this second round here tonight. And so now what do? How do they approach the rest of the draft, right? Because they've already got they already picked up the quarterback. They're going to pick at they're going to pick in the second round and the third round, and then they don't have another draft pick to the 6th round, Brad. So basically the Rams got 2 more picks tonight. And then the end of the NFL draft on Saturday, they're going to make 4 selections in the span of like 30 picks. And, nobody really expects those to be impact players right away. So do they go receiver in the second round, lineman in the third round? That's what I would like to think here. I see a lot of mocks having Malachi Fields, my guy from Notre Dame, would be the receiver that the LA Rams take. I think he is, he's absolutely got to be in consideration. And I think for me, as much as I'd like them to draft a receiver with their second pick, somebody like Malachi Fields or Elijah Surratt from Indiana, or hell, even Jacoby Lane from USC, I think the Rams have to go offensive lineman first, because we've seen in the past they can get by, they can score points with Stafford distributing the ball. I mean, they have Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams, right? You don't need a receiver. It would be great to have one, especially for the future. Devontae Adams, how many years does he have left? You got 3 great run-blocking tight ends that can also catch passes. So as much as it would be great to get some receiver depth, this offensive line, not this past year, 2 years ago, we saw they were banged up, and that probably led to Stafford some of those back issues that flared up before this season. And if you can't protect Stafford, you got no shot of winning a Super Bowl. So for me, this second-round pick better be an offensive lineman before they think about going receiver. What do you think?
I concur with the captain. It should have been offensive lineman at number 13 overall, given the depth of talent available at that position at that point in the draft last night. Just kind of going back to that. So now you get a second lease on life, and you better not make the same mistake twice. So, yes, I think we're going to invest in an offensive lineman. You got to have adequate depth there. The injury imp is always lurking in a 17-game regular season. And again, you're built to win and win now. I think cornerback is another area they can invest in just to bring in some added depth. Yes, of course, they have Trent McDuffie now, one of the best in the business, going to be playing the right cornerback position at left cornerback. Jalen Watson ain't too shabby in his own right, a veteran that came over also from KC, but you need to have more depth in that defensive backfield. So those are the areas I'd be focused on. Wide receiver, I always thought was kind of perplexing with everybody mocking Mekhi Lemon to go that high at number 13. It's just not really an area in need. And you do have all those pass-catching tight ends, as you mentioned. Mumfield flashed at times. I know he wasn't a king of consistency by any right of the imagination, but guy that was decent in a pinch. Same with Xavier Smith. Winnington is just kind of a ho-hum, a bit of a jag. But those guys, as a committee at WR3, good enough, because Adams and Nacua are going to dominate the target share. Both those guys getting probably anywhere between 23-27% of the target share. So there's not going to be a whole lot of meat left on the bone for anybody they bring in and play at the WR3 position. So go offensive line, maybe go a defensive back with a second pick, and you got one more pick, and let it fly, best value of the board, and be done with it.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. How should the Rams approach the rest of this draft? They've got a second-round pick and a third-round pick tonight, and then nothing to the sixth round. Really quickly, Brad, because, Combs, I don't know if he's just trying to play devil's advocate, because I know he hates Jordan Love and he hates the Packers, but he said in our show chat, this is what everyone was saying when the Packers took Jordan Love. And I love Jordan Love. And I think he's going to win the MVP this year. But remind me, how many playoff wins do the Green Bay Packers have with Jordan Love as their starting quarterback? How many playoff wins? 1. They've got 1 playoff win in 3.5 years of him being a starter now. With 3 years, 4 years, they've got 1 playoff win. There's no guarantee that just because you draft a guy and he sits behind one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, that it's going to give you a Super Bowl. The Packers have 1 playoff win. The Rams have a championship window that is closing slowly but surely. Matthew Stafford ain't going to be playing forever, and how many more MVP years are you going to get out of him? They should have gone with receiver or O-lineman. And so, again, people saying, oh, well, look at what the Packers did, and then Jordan Love turned out just fine. I love Jordan Love. He's got 1 playoff win. That's it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And here's the good news for Matthew Stafford. Sleep number bed. They're amazing. He might play till he's like 55.
I think him and his wife, they do those sleep number beds commercials, don't they? Him and Kelly, when they're not watching people fall off stages. I'm kidding. That was a joke. That was a long time ago, too. And that was just unfortunate. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, when we come back, our other top takeaways from last night, the first round of the NFL draft. Brad hinted at it, but Philly pulling the old Philly special, the steal on the Pittsburgh Steelers from Mekhi Lemon. Are the Dallas Cowboys back? And the Jets aced the draft? Are you kidding me? We'll talk about all that and then some when we return and get you set for round 2, which is starting in 40 minutes. It's a big Friday night. We got a lot of playoff basketball and hockey to get into as well. 310-840-4910, the number to join. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Last night, the Dallas Cowboys stepped up to the plate and hit a 550-foot bomb. Grand slam home run last night for Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Will Clay, Brian Schottenheimer, Clayton Adams, Christian Parker, and the Dallas Cowboys. The night for Dallas could not have gone any better. You couldn't have scripted. Well, the only way you scripted better is if like David Bailey falls, which was never going to happen. You couldn't have scripted this any better for the Dallas Cowboys than it ended up. Now, look, some of this is colored by, but I'm the one talking, given the analysis, right? By my view on Dallas heading into the draft, right? And I said it yesterday on the show. Because everybody's talking yesterday. Are the Cowboys going to trade George Pickens? Should the Cowboys trade George Pickens? And I said yesterday on these airwaves, they would be insane to A, trade George Pickens, or B, take an offensive player in the first round of the draft with either of their two selections. What did the Cowboys do? They kept George Pickens. He signed the franchise tag agreement. He signed it. He looks like he's going to be a Cowboy this year. He should be a Cowboy this year. He's awesome. He's not going to sit out. He's crazy. He's like an insane person, right? I don't think he's crazy enough to lose all that money, $27 million. He gonna play this year. And you know what he wants? More money. You know what's a great motivator in life? Money. If he's awesome this year and he shows up and shows out and balls out, he gonna get paid. He's going to be awesome this year. And he's one of the best receivers in the league. And so is CeeDee Lamb. That offense is going to cook with Dak Prescott and that offensive line and those receivers. The offense is going to be awesome. And now, to somehow, and like, I know a lot of people didn't think it was possible. In the mock I did earlier this week, I had Dallas selecting. I had a lot of stuff wrong. It's not me being like, I'm right. But I thought there was a chance that Downs could slip. People thought he was going top 5. Like, he's not a Kyle Hamilton, Nicky Manwari style player. And those guys didn't go top 5, but you understand what I'm saying. Like, I don't think we're going to see a safety that's not in that mold go top 5 again. So I'm not shocked he fell out of the top 10. That doesn't mean he's not going to be good. I think he's going to be awesome. And the fact that he's there for the Cowboys is just an easy selection for Dallas to take Downs, to be a tone setter, to be an absolute monster in the back end of that defense. I love it for Christian Parker and this Cowboys defense. And something is just right when you think about Caleb Downs at Bama and at Ohio State, two of the Tiffany programs in college football, to have the star on his helmet now in the National Football League. Let's talk about the Chiefs for a moment. Trade up with the Browns to 6 to select LSU corner Mansour Delane. Love it. Obviously, Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson are now both on the Rams. Had to fix the secondary. They identified, and they have done a magnificent job identifying cornerbacks in the draft. I mean, think about whether it's L'Jarius Sneed, Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson. They've done a nice job. So when the Chiefs say, both with their actions and their words, that Delane is this level of prospect, I believe him. So you love that. And then they take Peter Woods at the end of the first round. I told you Wednesday on the show when I did the what I would do mock draft and had Peter Woods going 20th to the Cowboys, that people I respect, and I will name this guy by name because he's one of my really good friends, Pete Prisco from CBS Sports, who in addition to being my friend, like in real life, is also a great NFL analyst. And he has been very, very, very aggressive about saying that he believes Woods will be in the NFL more like the player he was at Clemson in 2024 than 2025. Chris Jones is getting long in the tooth. I think the Chiefs nailed it with Delane and with Peter Woods.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Before we get to our other top takeaways from the draft last night, Brad, I just want to commend you, Combs, Monty, everybody that works on our show, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll, and Black and Abdallah from Westwood One Sports for jumping on with us and, conducting great interviews that we use during the show. And our bosses, Mitch Rosen and, Armin Williams, who runs things on the Westwood One side. It was a complete collaborative effort. And, a lot of our posts on social media, 40,000 impressions, 60,000 impressions. So I thought it was a great show last night. Thank you to everybody that tuned in. A bunch of friends and colleagues that texted me. They thought the coverage was spectacular. So we had the live podium feed. We had the interviews immediately after they were done. I thought it was a smashing success. And I just, again, this show's only 3.5 months old. And I think what we've accomplished, if I, peel back the curtain here and do say so myself, I think it's been great. And so for anybody that has become a loyal listener, and we've got plenty, hopefully you've enjoyed the very fast evolution of this show, and just know that we are going to keep bringing you the electricity, the raw and unfiltered takes, and great analysis across every sport and across every season. So just want to, and you did the extra hour last night, brother. So I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, man. My pleasure. And kudos to you for steering the ship and not running this bad boy aground. Just a tremendous job. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts. I've been a host on NFL draft nights, on video, behind the mic over the years. It is not a layup. It is not an easy exercise to any stretch of the imagination. And things went along seamlessly because of your stewardship. And, just echo your sentiment, man. Our crew kicks ass. And the one thing I love about our show more than anything else, we're going to keep it real. We're going to be very honest with you. You were emotional last night with the Giants picks. That was not manufactured. That was real, folks. Pat was a little bit crestfallen, a little bit despondent. I dug in on it a little bit. I razzed you at times, but that's the fun of what we do here on BetMGM tonight. We're not going to be all studious all the time, all buttoned up like a lot of the other programming. We're here to have fun, and we are fans just like you, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Brad, we can go tit for tat here. We can go back and forth. We each got 3 big takeaways from last night. I think, collectively, we just talked in the first segment about the Rams drafting Ty Simpson and how stupid of a move it was at 13 overall when they have Stafford coming off the MVP. Sean McVay looked less than thrilled, very subdued, and then Les Snead had to, clean it up today. PR move. Oh, McVay's lockstep with me, and you have other people you were reporting, oh, McVay was just trying to not hurt Matthew Stafford's feelings and be all excited about his future replacement. I mean, get lost. But for me, the other takeaway, I think the Dallas Cowboys are back, like Jerry and Stephen Jones crushing the draft. I think they nailed their first round at the expense of Big Blue, at the expense of the Giants passing on Caleb Downs twice. As soon as the Giants didn't take him at 10, the Cowboys didn't even leave it up to chance of anybody else jumping them. They were at 12. The Dolphins were at 11. All right, they said, all right, screw it. We'll jump up 1 pick. We know for sure we're getting Caleb Downs. They got him, and then they ended up taking edge rusher Malachi Lawrence, I believe his name is, from UCF with their next pick. And so I think that the Cowboys kind of hit both of their big needs here in the first round, and that is they absolutely needed an edge rusher, right? They traded away Micah Parsons, and so they get Malachi Lawrence from Central Florida at 23. And the Caleb Downs pick, you know how I feel about him. I think he's going to be one of the greatest safeties in NFL history. That might be bold. I don't care. I think he was awesome. And the fact that the Giants didn't get him and then Dallas gets him right after that, I thought it was an excellent first round for Dallas. They didn't screw around. They didn't fall into a sexy trap of, ooh, this receiver's still here. Or, ooh, we got to get this guy because he's still on the board. They knew what they needed, defense, and they went out and they executed it. We'll see how, see how these guys play. But I think just on paper, what they needed, what they were able to execute, getting Caleb Downs at 11 I thought it was an A for the Cowboys. I thought they crushed it.
I totally agree. And I might have been in the steal of the draft. Caleb Downs falling to them at 11. A guy that was in the conversation, as you mentioned, for your G-men, possibly as high as number 5 overall. We thought maybe there was the possibility somebody's going to trade up into the top 10 and snag Downs. That didn't come into fruition. We thought for sure the Giants were going to take him at 10. With the second pick, they decided to pass, going Francis Maui Noah instead, which, was an area of need. It wasn't a terrible pick by any stretch of imagination, but a spoiled opportunity. So the fact that Dallas, goes up to a number 11 selection and Downs is there and falls in their lap. Holy mackerel. That was a gift from the football gods, to say the least. And I will say this, and this is my first top takeaway. Jeremy Love's selection, number 3 overall, the Arizona Cardinals, set the course of chaos inside the top 10. And really, I think for the entire first night, because, we were shocked and surprised at Carnell Tate when the Tennessee Titans at number 4. If Love would have been there, it seemed like a foregone conclusion. He would have been a member of the Tennessee Titans. We thought Arizona was destined to go with defense because that was a sore area of need. And, of course, you had Arvell Reese still available. He slides your Giants. I thought that was a tremendous value. Montour Delane then goes to the Kansas City Chiefs, who traded up. That was a surprise. Sonny Styles at 7. We thought maybe he was going to be in the conversation to go the G-men at number 5. He slips a couple of spots, goes to the intra-divisional rival, the Giants and the Washington Commanders. Tyson, I was really the only selection that I foresaw coming. Him going to New Orleans at number 8. But chaos was the perfect description, the ideal adjective that applied to the top 10 last night. And it all started with that Jeremiah Love pick to Arizona, number 3 overall.
Yeah, for sure. Chaos. That's a good way to describe it. By the way, speaking of chaos, Brad, we wondered for weeks leading up to the draft how many trades there might be in the first round. Look, a lot of them came at the end, and a lot of them were teams only jumping at two, 3 spots. They did happen. 8 first-round trades in totality last night. 8 teams traded out of the first round entirely, so we still have a quarter of the league that hasn't made a pick in this year's draft, and 6 teams ended up with multiple first-round selections. So you want to talk about chaos, 8 first-round trades. We were wondering, will there be 2, 3, 4? It would seem like a lot. We got 8 of them. My second big takeaway, you hinted at it in the open, Howie Roseman stealing Mekhi Lemon, the receiver from USC, right out from under the nose of Omar Khan and the Pittsburgh Steelers. There's the viral video by now. You see Mekhi Lemon pick up the phone, and you hear Omar Khan say, "Hey, Mekhi, it's Omar Khan, GM of the Steelers." And I think he had him on speaker because his whole family's going nuts. He's in the green room waiting to get drafted. He thinks he's going to be a Steeler, and then he gets off the phone with them, and you see him. They have the caption. He goes, "Why is Philly calling me?" And then all of a sudden, with the 20th pick, the Philadelphia Eagles select Mekhi Lemon, receiver of your USC, and it's like, what the hell just happened? And I wondered at the time, I was like, why did the Eagles trade up 3 spots? Like, the Steelers going to draft a receiver? We thought maybe lineman. Hell, we thought going into the draft, maybe it was going to be Ty Simpson. And I thought for sure it was going to be lineman, either offense or defense. And they wanted Mekhi Lemon, and the Eagles jumped right in front of them. Philly is kicking Pittsburgh's ass. On the ice, the Flyers are up 3-0. And last night in the draft, Howie Roseman and the Philadelphia Eagles steal Mekhi Lemon right away from the Pittsburgh Steelers. And that was awesome in of itself. And it also, to me, officially signals A.J. Brown's days are over in Philly without a shadow of a doubt now.
Yeah, that's the biggest takeaway from that side of things is A.J. Brown. I mean, it's practically the G word, the L word. I'm not going to say them because I'm going to jinx it, but A.J. Brown is going to be headed to Foxborough. It's going to happen as soon as the clock strikes midnight there on June 1st, and the day flips to June the 2nd, and a deal's going to go down. I think already the teams already have something in place. They have, the terms probably already reached. They're just waiting for the necessary money triggers to kick in. And A.J. Brown is going to be heading to the New England Patriots, who are embroiled in all kinds of controversy off the field right now. But that's going to bring a whole brand new level of conversation with that team and possibly being another Super Bowl contender this upcoming season, having him in tow and being a surefire WR1. My second top takeaway of last night, speaking of wide receivers, you talk about Mekhi Lemon. I was surprised of the devaluation of many of the wide receivers in this draft. The over-under of BetMGM was set at 5.5 wideouts taken in round one. I thought 6 were going to go. We indeed had 5. So, yar, shiver me timbers, Captain Hook did come into play. And, I thought with Carnell Tate going at 4, Jordan Tyson going to New Orleans at number 8, that was the precedent. It was setting the stage for wide receivers to go pretty high in this draft. Maybe Mekhi Lemon was going to go to the LA Rams at 13. Of course, that didn't happen. They go Ty Simpson, throwing us all for a loop as a result. And Mekhi Lemon then slips all the way to that pick, as you mentioned, in Philadelphia at number 20 overall. Now, Casey Concepcion went to Cleveland number 24. It's about where we all expect him to go. But the other guy that really fell in terms of overall value was Omar Cooper out of Indiana. Now, a lot of mock drafts had him being a top 20 guy, possibly going with the Jets inside the top 20, number 16 overall. Instead, they went Kenyon Sadiq. In his own way, he's a very versatile pass-catching weapon. Check a lot of boxes there. Supreme run blocker as well. So the Jets decided to go in that direction, and they still got Cooper later on at number 30 overall. So that, to me, was a bit of a surprise. Lemon and Cooper slipping as far as they did. Lemon at 20, Cooper at 30. I thought both those guys would be well inside the top 20, and indeed, that was not the case.
Yeah, and I just had a gut feel that Omar Cooper would slide. He did slide, but he didn't slide out of the first round. So I think we're going to get a ton of receivers like in a row here to start the second round. Because you look at the guys here that are still available on the board in terms of the best available receivers, and I had it pulled up a second ago. Denzel Boston, who was projected to be a first-round pick by a lot of folks. Zachariah Branch, who I thought the Cleveland Browns might take because of his punt return and kick return specialties. Chris Brazell, another name from Tennessee that you thought maybe might find his way into the first round. Jeremy Bernard from Alabama is definitely going round 2. Malachi Fields, Antonio Williams. I think we might see 6 or 7 receivers in the second round with some of those guys that dropped out. They're going to go early here with a lot of these teams early on snatching up some receivers. For me, third and finally, the Titans are doing whatever it takes to get Cam Ward to the next level, drafting Carnell Tate at 4. And I respect it. I think nowadays, it more so than ever, Brad, we've been having this conversation for a couple of years now, and I feel like the pendulum is only swinging in one direction. You have to get good quarterback play to win in this league. Offense is more important than ever, right? With the penalties that they call and the way the game is played, you need good quarterback play. And when you draft a quarterback to be your next face of your franchise, you got to give him all the weapons he can possibly have, whether that's coaching personnel, whether that's wide receiver help, whether it's offensive line help, or whether it's running back help. So now they get, in the offseason, Wan'Dale Robinson to pair with Calvin Ridley. And we thought maybe the Titans were going to take Jeremiah Love. Once he goes off the board at 3, they said, screw it. What's the next best thing? Let's get Cam Ward, a new receiver on the outside. Big Carnell Tate at 6'2", a big body that he can trust, he can rely on, and we can build around these two guys for the future here. And I respect it. I mean, it could fail, right? Carnell Tate could be a bust, but I mean, the pick at 4, I respect Tennessee doing whatever they can to make sure that Cam Ward reaches his potential.
Yeah, I love that selection with Carnell Tate. Number 3 on my list. Brando hopefully got the sounder ready. Jets, Jets. They didn't screw it up. They absolutely nailed it. I thought they were the clear-cut winner on their 3 picks in round number 1. Going David Bailey out of Texas Tech to shore up that defensive line. Supreme edge rusher, guy that can gobble up running backs as well. Off tackle, and then they go with Kenyon Sadiq, who is a downright freak out of Oregon. Can do everything, runs a 4.39 40-yard dash, a multi-dimensional weapon. Guy runs every branch in the route tree, and then he finished with Omar Cooper Well, again, I felt maybe was going to be their pick at 16. They wait on him and he slides and they still get him. So you get a viable WR2 to complement Garrett Wilson. We have lampooned the puddle jumpers repeatedly on this broadcast, Pat, but I got to give it to the Jets, man. They absolutely hit a home run out of the park. Bravo, New York! Maybe you're actually going to come up from the depths there where the Jet usually lies in their East River. Congratulations.
I like the picks on paper for the Jets. I really do. I really, really do. I'm not being facetious. I just will say, Brad, they had 3 first-round picks in 2022. And by the way, they have 3 first-round picks next year. In 2022, they took Sauce Gardner. Yes, they extended him, and they traded him to get an extra first-round pick. Garrett Wilson, still on the team, one of the best players. And Jermaine Johnson, who they traded this past offseason to get T'Vondre Sweat. I wouldn't say any of those guys are busts, but outside of Garrett Wilson, all the other 2 guys are off the team now. So Kenyon Sadiq, along with David Bailey and Omar Cooper, will they end up being faces of this franchise? Will they help get the Jets to their first playoff appearance in over 15 years? We shall see. Coming up next, we're going to go streaking. Monty, still perfect, 12 for 12. The Glass Man, PJ Glasser, still perfect, 8 for 8. All 5 of us correctly nailed a player to get a hit for the second night in a row and the third time this week. Can we do it again? That's coming up next. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Simpson could go on to be a first ballot Hall of Fame player. It could happen. He could also be I have no idea. But let's just take this and say the extreme outcome to the positive. First ballot gold jacket quarterback. He helps them 0.0% win a championship this year. And it's all about now for the Los Angeles Rams. Because this could be Matthew Stafford's last season. Does Stafford throw a curveball and play until he's 42? I don't know. Feels like Stafford, like this, every year we're going to say this, that he comes back, and maybe he comes back next year, that this is going to be his last year. The Rams clearly think that it's a possibility considering they drafted Ty Simpson, right? So now let's consider Sean McVay. And tell me if anything I'm about to say is false. Sean McVay is considered to be one of the best coaches in the NFL. Sean McVay is considered to be not only one of the brightest minds today in the National Football League, but in the history of the National Football League. And Sean McVay is a transformative figure for an organization that teams around the end, not every team, but a lot of teams, would be falling and tripping all over themselves to fire their coach to hire him. True or false? So if you're Sean McVay and you think you have a chance to win the Super Bowl this season, and the team drafted the quarterback of the future, and you didn't want that to be the case, and that's certainly what it seems like. And I've laid out the facts for you. And you can kind of do the arithmetic in your head. If all of that's true, when Matthew Stafford retires, maybe that's after this year, maybe it's after a Super Bowl, maybe it's after another excruciating loss in the NFC playoffs, who knows how it's going to go. Does Sean McVay say to himself, why am I here? I'm Sean McVay. There are organizations that would love to hand me the keys to the car. To use the Bill Parcells analogy, not just cook the meal, but also shop for the groceries. My best guess today, and I can be wrong. I've been wrong many times in the past. I will be wrong many times in the future. I've also been right in the past, and I'll be right in the future. I'm guessing. My guess is when Matthew Stafford's done in Los Angeles, Sean McVay will also be done in Los Angeles with the Rams. For the Miami Dolphins fans out there, so Miami obviously is at the start of a tremendous rebuild where you can make the case that, they were never going to draft a quarterback, right? Because they signed Malik Willis, so that wasn't going to happen this year. But you can make the case that they need players at every position. Miami, just in terms of positions, and I don't know if the players will work out, but Bama tackle Caden Proctor and corner Chris Johnson later in the first round. Premium positions. I like it a lot. This was not a team, in my estimation, that could afford to take a linebacker or afford to take a safety or afford to take a running back. I really like it now, I don't know if the players will be good, but I do like the thought process for the Miami Dolphins.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token all season long. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Okay, we'll talk about this in a little bit coming up here in more depth, but it is breaking news. Kevin Durant ruled out for Game 3 tonight for the Rockets with a sprained ankle, so they're down 0-2. KD missed Game 1. Now he's going to miss Game 3. Again, we'll get into the Lakers-Rockets game coming up in a little bit, along with Celtics-Sixers. Philly, Boston tipping off in about 25 minutes from now. But first, we've got perfection on the line again. We've got a potential fourth night this week with a 5-for-5 hit on the line. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! All right, hopefully you know how we do it by now because it's been electric and it's been very, very profitable. Any game that starts after 7 p.m. Eastern, everybody on the crew just picks one player to correctly get a hit. And our guy Monty, the owner and operator of batters-box.com, our video producer, is a perfect 12 for 12 since we started this segment just over 2 weeks ago. PJ Glasser, who filled in for you, Brad, last week, he went a perfect 4 for 4. We told the Glass Man, keep making picks until you get one wrong. He's 8 for 8. He's gotten 8 right in a row. I am 10 for 12. I'm riding a 5-game hit streak. Brad, you're 6 for 7. You're riding a 6-game hit streak. And Combs is 7 for 12. He's riding a 2-game hit streak. So it's been 2 nights in a row that we have gotten all 5 of us to get correctly picked players to get a hit. Let's see if we can make some more magic here tonight. I'm starting on the West Coast. Cubbies, Dodgers, give me the best player in all of baseball. Give me Shohei Ohtani, who I know has an elite rating on Monty's site, batters-box.com. And he's also got some good career matchups against Jameson Taillon. Ohtani, who's leading off 3 for 10 lifetime against Taillon. Give me Shohei to keep it rolling. Brad, who are you rocking with?
Yeah, we're certainly riding the heater right now on the Let's Go Streaking game. And I'm going to say the same game. And I'm going to go with Go Cubs Go. Go Cubs Go. Oh, man, I think it's got like a 50-inch waist. That is Moises Ballesteros. He got a sweet lefty swing. I like him tonight to extend my streak to 7. Why I'm on Ballesteros? Well, he's facing Sheehan of the LA Dodgers. Emmett Sheehan's given up a 320 batting average and 1,082 OPS of left-handed hitters. Ballesteros has gotten a hit in 9 of his last 10 games, and he's batting a redonkulous 462 on the road. Moises, mash! We're going to reach 7.
All right, beautiful stuff. Let's go to producer Brandon Combs. Combs, 2 in a row for you. Looking to make a hat trick. Who are you rocking with?
I am going to go with Pete Crow Armstrong, another lefty in the Cubs lineup. Last year at this time, he was cold until they went to Los Angeles, and then he took off. And with Sheehan's, prowess against lefties, as Brad was just talking about, I like PCA to get hot again tonight.
Okay, let's go to the man with the magic touch. He's perfect, folks. Nothing can jinx him. Nothing can phase him. He's a perfect 12 for 12. He has picked 12 players correctly to get a hit in a row. Michael Montgomery, Monty, for a baker's dozen. Is it going to be lucky number 13 or unlucky number 13? Who is the man tonight, Monty?
I can't believe you used the J word. I'm definitely jinxed now, so that's unfortunate. I'm going with Bobby Witt Jr. It's like the broadcaster jinx. You say pitcher hasn't get up an earned run in 20 innings, and then boom, solo homer. But whatever.
Yeah.
Bobby Witt Jr. tonight. It does exist. Bobby Witt Jr., elite matchup against Kikuchi tonight. Plus matchup, strong rating for all the categories I care about. WOBA, ISO, hard contact rate. 52 games with an elite rating. Witt is getting a hit 75% of the time. So amazing trend right there. And then another really good one, 150 elite rated hitters Kikuchi has faced. 68% of them are getting a hit. So elite rated hitters often find success against Kikuchi, which isn't surprising. And then Witt is hitting 400 against lefties this year. Only 20 at bats, but 8 for 20, 400 batting average. Love that. So I think Witt's going to get the job done. He's one of the best players in the league. Why not?
Why not, baby? Yeah. Why not? Monty, you're the only one that's not on this Cubs-Dodgers game, which, by the way, is 10:15 p.m. Eastern. So, Brad, you normally sign off at 9 p.m. Eastern. The show is done at 11 p.m. Eastern. Me, you, Combs, PJ, we're going to be sweating bullets, basically, all throughout the show, just waiting for this game. And meanwhile, we're going to know Monty's fate before we sign off the air. I guess that's a good thing. It could be a bad thing. But PJ, the glass man, is 8 for 8. He's perfect still, looking to make it 9 in a row. He's going with Kyle Tucker of the LA Dodgers tonight in that Cubs game as well. He is 4 for 12 lifetime against Jameson Taillon. So 4 of us are on the Cubs-Dodgers game. Monty is on Bobby Witt. That game is at 7:40 p.m. Eastern. And Brad, if you wanted to parlay all those guys together to get a hit, which 3 out of 4 nights this week, you would have hit nicely for some extra cash in your wallet, including the 2 previous nights in a row. If you'd like to do it again tonight, Shohei Ohtani, Moises Ballesteros, PCA, Bobby Witt Jr., Kyle Tucker, what are the odds at our friends at BetMGM?
And oh, so cool, plus $5.99. Let's freaking go.
We'll be right back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
If the Knicks lose this series, is Mike Brown going to get fired? It's like the funniest question that's ever been asked. Like, If I poop myself, will it smell? What do you think? If Mike Brown and the Knicks lose this series, Mike Brown is going to get fired. 100%. Not 99%, 100%. I don't want to say 100%. 99.9%. He gets fired. I can't be the only Knicks fan that last night, as Josh Hart in futile fashion is chasing after the ill-fated Jalen Brunson pass, and the clock is winding down and the game is about to end. Again, looking like the end of a college basketball game, not an NBA playoff game. I can't be the only Knicks fan that was thinking, get me Giannis Antetokounmpo. Because I'll tell you what, that's where we're trending. If the Knicks lose to Atlanta, if it happens, and the betting market right now has Atlanta as the series favorite, how about that? To everyone, it's like, well, why do you want to play Toronto? They can beat Atlanta. Think about, again, what did I tell you? And I know Toronto beat Cleveland last night. The Cavs are not losing that series. If the Knicks lose this series, and they're favored to right now, if they lose this series, not only is there no point in Mike Brown returning, and it's not that I wanted them to hire Mike Brown, I wanted someone other than Tom Thibodeau. Not only is there no point in Mike Brown returning, but there is no point in the core of this team coming back. None. Zero. It's one thing to lose in the Eastern Conference Final to a Pacers team that almost beat the Thunder in the NBA Finals. Like, it's one thing for that to happen, right? It will be another thing entirely to lose in the first round to the Atlanta Hawks. Get me Giannis. If they're going to lose this series to Atlanta in what will be, regardless of what anyone feels about the Hawks, it will be embarrassing if the Knicks lose this series. Get me Giannis Antetokounmpo. Forget about this core. They will prove themselves to be losers if they can't beat the Hawks. You get to the second round and you lose to Boston, you know what? I won't like it, but you can accept it because the Celtics are way better than Atlanta and have home court. You lose this series, adios Mike Brown, and let's bring Giannis to New York. It's hard to overstate how much better the Tennessee Titans are today than they were last season. No matter what you think of Robert Saleh as a head coach, he's better than Brian Callahan. Like, not even a question. Wan'Dale Robinson. Did they overpay for him? Yes. Is he still a good player? Yes. Not my money. I don't care. Wan'Dale Robinson. Cordell Flott and Alontae Taylor at corner. John Franklin Myers. Trade for Jermaine Johnson. Carnell Tate to go along with Calvin Ridley. And Chimere Dike and Alec Iamaner and Wan'Dale Robinson. This receiving core is actually pretty good. Along with Gunnar Helm, who I think is an up-and-coming tight end. With your second-year quarterback. And a defense that will almost certainly be better. And you add the edge player later in the first round with Falk. So if Saleh coaches him up, that's what Saleh does. With defensive players, you bring them along. The secondary is going to be better. Jeffrey Simmons is still there. I don't know if I want to go out on a long enough limb to say the Titans will win the AFC South or that they'll be a playoff team. I will say, I'd be pretty surprised if they're not in contention. They're not on the in the hunt graphic in December. There's no
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text any of your thoughts and takeaways from last night, round 1 of the NFL draft, or any thoughts and takeaways from tonight, round 2, starting in minutes, round 3, right after that. We'll have you covered live all the way throughout the night here tonight on the NFL draft. We'll have you covered on the NBA playoffs. Celtics Sixers about to start. Kevin Durant ruled out for game 3 tonight for the Rockets and the Lakers. That's in an hour. You got 3 playoff hockey games tonight. Anything you want to get into on those topics, 310-840-4910. Brad, let's get into previewing these NBA playoff games here tonight because the Sixers and the Celtics do start in under 10 minutes from now. Series tied at 1 game apiece. The series shifts to Philadelphia, about 15 minutes down the road for me at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. And the Sixers coming off that big upset win in game 2 where they beat Boston by 14, a miserable shooting day for the Celtics. And Brad, the Boston Celtics have had the tendency to throw in these clunkers in the first round basically every year since they've become an NBA championship contender. And, you know, they shoot a million threes. And on a night like the other night on Tuesday, when they're not going down, they just don't adjust. They took 89 shots in game 2. 50 of them were three-pointers. And they shot 26% from deep. And they just said, screw it. We don't feel like going to plan B. Whatever. If the Sixers hit their shots, okay, fine. And Philly did. 19 of 39 from deep. Tyrese Maxey had 29 points. The rookie VJ Edgecombe, they dared him to beat him, and he had a 30-point double-double. So can Philly keep it up now that it's at home? I say unlikely. I say Boston bounces back. I've got the numbers to back it up. But Brad, what do you think about this Celtics-Sixers game tonight? Can Philly actually grab the series lead still without Joel Embiid as he is trying to get ready to play after that emergency appendectomy a couple of weeks ago?
No, I don't think they're going to win tonight unless they have just an out-of-their-mind shooting night from the arc. You know, if they're going out there and hitting like 45 to 50% of the three-point attempts, yeah, they're going to be there in the end. And, yeah, the ball may bounce their way and they end up sneaking by with like a 2 to 3 point victory. But the C's are going to get right. You know, I picked them to represent the Eastern Conference in the NBA Finals. I'm not going to budge off of that. I didn't expect a sweep in this series anyway. They had their one blemish. They're still number 3 in the NBA postseason and adjusted offense efficiency. They're netting 1.176 points per possession. They had an off night. It happens. They're still going to go out there, play their A game. Hopefully that A game is going to arrive. They're going to chuck threes. They're going to get after in the glass. They're going to dribble, drive, and kiss a few off the glass on occasion and take advantage of Embiid not being there. The Celtics are just a better, more powerful, more talented team. They will find a way to win. They're not going to drop down a game in this series. They're going to go up a game by the end of the night.
I agree with you. I agree. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. The Boston Celtics have not lost back-to-back games in the first round in over 4 years. They haven't lost back-to-back games since they got knocked out by the Brooklyn Nets in the first round a couple, 5 years ago when Tatum and Jaylen Brown were still young bucks running around, trying to develop, trying to become the players they are today. And in the last 4 years, when the Celtics have lost a game in the first round, they have won the next game by an average of 11 points per game. And I think they'll do it again tonight. I think they win this game by double digits. So I like the Celtics just to cover in this one here. It was 7.5. It's moved up to 8.5. If you're watching live on YouTube or Twitter, you can see the graphic. that our video producer Monty has up here, the odds courtesy of our friends at BetMGM. I think the Celtics win this game by double digits because I don't think they can afford to go down 2-1 in this series. Not that they can't afford it, but obviously the pressure is on, right? They're up 1-0. They blew out Philly by 30 points in game one. They got comfortable, and they weren't willing to adjust. Like I said, they do this, right? They've done it a couple of times. You look back at the Celtics and their first round series here over the last couple of years. Last year, in the first round, they go up 2-0 on the Magic. They lose game 3 by 2. They go on to win the next 2 games. No problem. 2 years ago, against a struggling Heat team at the time, Celtics win game 1 by 20. They lose game 2 at home by double digits. They win the next 3 games, and the Miami Heat don't even score more than 90 points in any of those games. The year before that, they win first 2 games against Atlanta. They lose game 3. They bounce back and win game 4. Then they lose game 5 at home, close them out in game 6, no problem, no questions asked. So again, I think they take their foot off the pedal. Tonight, they can't afford to do that. And I don't think they're going to shoot, if they take 90 shots, 50 of them aren't going to be threes. Because the one way that Philly can win this game and win this series is by allowing it to just become a game of variance, a game of 3-point shooting variance. Sometimes it's Boston's greatest strength. But Brad, sometimes, like we saw in game 2, it can be their greatest weakness. And so Philly basically collapsed the paint anytime Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum tried to drive, and they said, go out and go and shoot your threes. If you hit them again, so be it. We're on the road for the first 2 games, whatever. But if you're not hitting those threes, we've got a chance to win this game. And Boston was miserable. So tonight, I expect a similar approach from the 76ers. They're going to pack the paint. They're not going to allow high percentage shots. They're going to give Boston 40 to 50 threes. It's up to the Celtics. If they're not hitting their threes early, and I don't even know if they should be shooting threes early, they need to find better ways to adjust, fight through contact, get to the bucket, get to the rim. If you draw fouls, great, hit your free throws, but they cannot just rely on the 3 and say, oh, well, if we don't make our threes, I guess that's too bad. No, you can't allow that to happen. I don't think it will happen. And I think also, conversely, Boston's defense, which is championship caliber material, I expect them to step up and make life very difficult tonight for Tyrese Maxey and for VJ Edgecombe. They dared him to beat him. They put Peyton Pritchard and they put Sam Hauser on VJ Edgecombe last game, and he cooked him for 30 points. I think you're going to see more Tatum and Jaylen Brown covering VJ Edgecombe, and then the other of those 2 players covering Tyrese Maxey. There's no Joel Embiid. It's all about the guards for Philadelphia. I don't trust Paul George. I don't trust Tobias Harris. I don't think those guys are going to step up in the manner that Philly needs them to. They need their guards, Maxey and Edgecombe, to do it, and I just don't see it happening because I think Boston's just too damn good. Joe Mazzulla's too good of a head coach. They're going to adjust, and they're not just going to let this game come down to 3-point shooting variance. So I think the Celtics cover in this one. And, Brad, I also think Jason Tatum goes nuclear on the boards tonight. And, he's done it these first 2 games. He had 11 rebounds in game 1. He had 14 rebounds last game. Hell, since Tatum has come back, Brad, there was only, and he's starting to play his normal minutes. There's only been like 1 or 2 games where he doesn't grab double-digit rebounds. I mean, he basically is putting up like freaking Shaquille O'Neal numbers in that he's averaging 10 rebounds per game this season. So Tatum, I think, is going to be a big presence on the boards, and I think Boston, you get a gritty Celtics championship-like approach to this game tonight.
Yeah, I got to trust Jason Tatum, and let's go ahead and get a prop on the board, shall we? Yes, with the stud du jour of the C's. I'll take the over on just 10.5 rebounds. Are you kidding me? Again, I mentioned the 14-11 boards he had in games 1 and 2. In fact, stretch out the regular season, Tatum has gone over 10.5 rebounds in 6 of his last 7. Philadelphia has allowed the 4th most opponent rebounds per game in this postseason at 46.5. Wax that glass, Jason Tatum. Get us the 11 rebounds, and we're cashing in at a very affordable -115 juice at BetMGM.
Yes, sir. All right, so that game's tipping off in a couple of moments. Let's move forward, though, to the Lakers-Rockets game, which starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, so just about an hour from now. We gave you the breaking news about 20 minutes ago. Kevin Durant is out for this game. He missed game one, remember, after a knee injury in practice. He collided with one of his teammates to a loose ball. The Rockets lost game one, 107-98 to the Lakers. They didn't even crack 100 points. They flailed offensively without KD. All right, no problem. He comes back for game two, much different game, right? Nope. Kevin Durant was tremendous in game two in the first half with 20 points. Second half, we talked about this the other night, 3 points, 1 of 5 shooting, 5 turnovers in that second half, and a career playoff worst 9 for the game. And apparently he was dealing with a sprained ankle, and it's bad enough. He ain't playing tonight. So the series shifts to Houston. The Rockets are down 0-2, must-win game, and Kevin Durant, one of the greatest scorers of all time, isn't even suiting up for them. I mean, call me crazy, Brad. I still think the Rockets are going to win this game tonight. I mean, how many times have we seen a team? I mean, look, here, so the big piece of injury news also to look out for, Austin Reeves is questionable. I don't think he's going to play. I'd be really surprised. Remember, him and Luka suffered those simultaneous injuries. Luka with the hamstring strain, probably maybe game 6, game 7, if there is one. That's when Luka's probably eyeing his return. Austin Reeves, potentially sooner, potentially tonight. They're listing this questionable with that oblique strain. I'd be surprised if Reeves plays, because why risk it? Why risk him re-injuring his injury? And it's oblique strain, so you don't, think mostly you don't use your oblique, but you're reaching up to grab those rebounds. And every time you shoot, that's your oblique. That's getting stretched out there. Why risk it when you're already up 2-0 and the series is going back to Houston? And the Lakers defense has looked awesome. Like, I got to give JJ Redick a lot of credit, Brad. I was crushing him earlier in the season. He is coaching circles around Ime Udoka, which I didn't think was going to happen. But they played the cards perfectly on Durant the way they guarded him in the second half. They've played it perfectly on the Rockets in general. This Lakers defense is not very good, and yet they've held the Rockets to under 100 points in both of these games. So I still think a team down 0-2 in a series that I think is pretty evenly matched, regardless of Luka and Reeves being on the floor or not. I think there's going to be an incredible amount of intensity, juice, palpable defensive energy from the Rockets tonight. Even if their offense struggles without Durant, I still think the fact that Luka's out and Reeves is most likely going to be out, but it's not guaranteed. I still think the Rockets can rely on their defense at home to silence the Lakers and get on the board here. So I'll take the Rockets in this one, but more so, Brad, the way that I would like to play this, you're going to make a selection on this game. I'm just going to go Lakers under team total. Lakers under 99.5 points. And now that Durant is out, honestly, he's not a bad defender, but now they are forced to step up and play even better defensively, knowing that they don't have Durant's 20 to 25 points. So I think the Lakers, who in the first 2 games, again, they just got over 100. Now that it's on the road, historically, teams shoot worse on the road than at home. Lakers put up 107 in game 1, 101 points in game 2. I'm going to go under their team total tonight, 99.5 points. I don't think they crack triple digits.
By the way, the first pick of round 2 is in. Dejon Stribling, wide receiver out of Ole Miss. The first pick, a 9-2 of the NFL draft, going to the San Francisco 49ers. Bit of a surprise there. We'll unpack that here in a minute. Getting back to this Rockets and Lakers game, I think LeBron James got to log a double-double tonight. Already has a double-double in this series. Remember, he dropped 13 dimes in game 1, and he scored 19 points, had 8 rebounds as well. With the Lakers obviously really relying on old man River, he has risen to the occasion, man. Pop the Geritol and going out there and absolutely balling. It could be an assist. It could be in rebounds. He's definitely going to get there in points. But I think LeBron records a double-double tonight. Even Steven plus 100 juice there at BetMGM. Keep in mind, Houston in this NBA postseason, the 5th worst adjusted offensive efficiency rating, giving up 1.130 points per possession, again, in a couple of games.
Yeah. And LeBron has turned the clock back, and he's realized, hey, without Luka and without Reeves, I have to step up, and he's done exactly that. Whether the double-double comes via the assists or the rebounds, I like that play as well. Finally, this game, I think it's only half worth touching on right now, Brad. I'm going to be honest, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, Spurs and Blazers, because the big injury news, we're still waiting to find out. Victor Wembanyama, who I didn't think was going to have a prayer to play in this game. He suffered that nasty-looking concussion in game 2, face hitting the floor, was ruled out almost immediately in concussion protocol. The Blazers come back and win it in San Antonio. That series 1-1. Game 3 tonight, late tonight in Portland. Wemby not only traveled with the team, he participated in shoot-around. But he's still questionable as of now, but he went through the morning shoot-around earlier today per Jared Weiss of The Athletic, and so he's trending in the right direction, but do they want to risk it? Do they want to risk it with Wembanyama? Maybe still, even if he clears concussion protocol, I know it's not football. We saw what happened with Tua when you rush somebody back from a concussion too early. And they also have a game 4 Sunday afternoon. It's an early tip on Sunday afternoon. I believe it's 12:30 p.m. Pacific time in Portland. So that's a real quick turnaround, late Friday night to a Sunday afternoon. I have no idea what the Spurs are going to do. And so I don't know if this game is really worth talking about until we get that injury information on Victor Wembanyama. I'll tell you this much. If he does not play, Denny Avdia for the Portland Trailblazers should have a big, big night because you don't have that 7'4" presence standing in your way in the lane. And Denny Avdia, who gets downhill and gets to the bucket and drives to the cup more than just about anybody in this league. You don't have Wemby in the paint. That's going to become much more easy for Denny Avdia to do that. So if Wemby doesn't play, I would go over on Avdia points.
Yeah, with or without Wemby, I'm going to take the under. Yeah, living and laying down under on Kling-Con. Donovan Clingan under on 10.5 rebounds against San Antonio. The Spurs have allowed the 5th fewest opponent rebounds per game this NBA postseason, 40.5. And you look at Clingan, he went 10 rebounds, 7 rebounds in games 1 and 2. Now, the 2 regular season games against San Antonio, he did put up a pair of 11. So he did cash in on the over in the regular season. You have to do with the postseason. I still feel the trend will be thy friend. 3 straight games going under 10.5 rebounds, tied to Donovan Clingan, minus 130 on that prop right now at BetMGM.
Brad, let's say Wemby doesn't play tonight and the Blazers win the game. You still think the Spurs can win the series if they're down 2-1? Assuming Wembanyama comes back and plays game 4 and he plays the rest of the series, you still think they'll win it?
Yes, I do. They're the far superior team, in my estimation. I think Portland is, outkicking their coverage, so to speak. If they were, placed in that, positive situation where they are up 2-1, but San Antonio will prevail in the end. May not be as nearly as easy as a lot of us had anticipated. Maybe goes a full 7 games, but San Antonio will survive and advance.
Okay, by the way, we got some breaking news on both the NBA and the NFL fronts. Austin Reeves has indeed been ruled out for this game for the Lakers. Austin Reeves is not going to play. He is ruled out for the LA Lakers. So no Durant, no Reeves, and obviously still no Luka Doncic. And then in the NFL draft, we've got a couple of picks that have already flown in here for round 2. Brad, you mentioned DeJon Stribling, the wide receiver from Ole Miss, who had Trinidad Chambliss throwing him passes this past year. So the Niners traded out of the first round. They were reporting from Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport was that the Niners were actually going to try to trade down again. They didn't get a good enough offer. They take DeJon Stribling, wide receiver from Ole Miss, which, again, they're trying to trade Brandon Ayuk this offseason. So that's basically his replacement. We know the Niners defense, though, was all banged up with injuries. I'm a little surprised they didn't go defense there with that first pick. And then with the 34th pick, I wondered if that was going to be a spot maybe for Carson Beck. Maybe the Cardinals would reach to get their quarterback.
Yeah, me too.
Instead, they go guard Chase Pasantis from Texas A&M. And then right now at 35, 3rd pick of the 2nd round, the Buffalo Bills, who traded out of the 1st round, go TJ Parker, edge rusher from Clemson. So first 3 picks of the 2nd round in the books.
Yeah, and honestly, the Stripling pick is one that I'm kind of baffled by. I thought Denzel Boston was a better wide receiver prospect, and look at San Francisco's history of drafting wide receivers in the John Lynch era. It has not been great, to say the least. So we're going to see if Stripling does work out. A really good run blocker. I mean, that's one of his positive attributes that he has, and a guy that's got game-breaking speed on vertical routes down the field, but short to intermediate routes, a bit of a question mark, to say the least. And we just got a trade. It appears Vegas had pick number 36 overall, and they have just dealt it to Houston. So the Texans are on the clock, and they already got their pick in. We haven't seen what that pick is. I was hoping Vegas was going to stay there because, quite frankly, Vegas need a wide receiver, and I thought Denzel Boston would be an excellent fit to pair with Fernando Mendoza, but to no avail. But the Raiders, guess what, are picking after your Giants. The Raiders at 38, the G-Men at 37. But right now, Houston is on the clock. The pick is in, and we're going to be breaking it all down for you here momentarily. So, yeah, night 2 of the NFL draft off and running, and we'll be spinning things instantaneously as it happens and unfolds tonight.
Yep, we'll let you know who the Texans take when we come back. Let's see who the New York Giants take as well. Try not to screw this pick up again like they screwed up not taking Caleb Downs. Then it's the Raiders, Browns, and then the Chiefs. Round 2 of the NFL draft off and running. We've got it live coverage for you, live instant analysis and reaction as well. Plus, we'll keep you updated on all the playoff games and baseball games throughout the night. It's a Friday night. Come hang with us. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Arvell Reese, and you know this because I've said it for a month now. I thought the Jets should have picked him. We'll get to the Jets. I liked the Jets' first round. I think they should have picked Arvell Reese. Arvell Reese has the potential, and maybe I don't think he'll be a bust, but you have to acknowledge that anyone could be a bust, right? But probably he has more of a potential to be a bust than David Bailey, just saying. But I think his ceiling's way higher. He is the big swing here. He is a potentially transformative player. He is a player who could potentially change the math on the football field for Big Blue. I can't believe he was there at 5. And then at pick 10, Maui Noah, who's going to play guard next to Illuminor. And like this offensive line, I'm not going to tell anybody that it's like the 1992 Dallas Cowboys. I want to know how it's not going to be way better this year than it was last year. Now, Andrew Thomas has to stay healthy. Very important, obviously. But, like, Marcus Bowe was good last year. He's not going to start, but, like, I like what the Giants have working right now on this offensive line. This is spectacular for the Giants. Still have to add a receiver. I expect that to happen throughout the rest of the NFL draft. The Giants have an early pick coming up tonight. I loved it. And how about Maui Noah? Like he's wearing and I don't want to attempt to try and pronounce it and butcher the name of it, but like the Samoan necklace, like popularized by Roman Reigns in WWE, saying that he will die for Jackson Dart and that he loves this bleep. To which I say, Francis Maui Noah, I acknowledge you. One's in the air. I'm very happy. Now, we'll talk about the Knicks the next hour, but as a Cam Schlittler pitches well last night, Yankees sweep the Red Sox, I'm a happy sports fan today. And if I weren't, and I thought the Giants sucked, I would tell you, bottom line, we'll see what happens on the field. My estimation, they nailed it. I don't think they'll be a playoff team this year because I think you can make a realistic case that they're still the worst team in the division, but this was a great first step for John Harbaugh and a great first draft for John Harbaugh as they look to set the foundation for what they and I hope is a Super Bowl team in the years to come. He's going to be awesome in the NFL. I have the number 1 pick in a dynasty rookie draft. I am going to take Love first overall. I don't like it as much now, given that I feel like there's a chance he's Jeremiah Genti, because the Cardinals are going to stink. But look, like Jeremiah Love should be awesome in the NFL. He's a really good player. But I'll bring back the analogy that I used on Monday when we were talking about this, which was, this is like if you buy a plot of land to build a house, and before you lay down the foundation, you build a bowling alley. It is a luxury pick, and they didn't have the luxury to make it. It's like you have a lemon of a car, and you put rims and a spoiler on it. You save that for when you have the sports car. They don't have it. You're putting lipstick on a pig. They stink. Even from a fantasy perspective. Like, yeah, I'm taking Love first overall in rookie drafts, but like, it's Gardner Minshew and Jacoby Brissett behind a bad offensive line. We just saw what happened with Ashton Genti. I think Love's a better player than Genti. It's brutal. Like, that is whoever's fault it is. Owner, GM, coach, doesn't matter. Brain dead organization for taking a running back 3rd overall. When you're not only are they not ready to win, they're not even close. So let's add a running back. After signing Tyler Algier, after re-signing James Conner, and you have Trey Benson on the roster. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. They stink. They're in the literal desert. And there ain't a figurative oasis to be found.
Kick off to the final whistle. You're locked into BetMGM tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He is Brad Evans, and I am Pat Boyle. And the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We're going to hand out some NFL draft early grades based on first-round selections in just a bit, but we've got a couple of picks to update you here on. We told you about the first 3 picks of round 2 before we went to commercial break. Now we've got that Texans pick. They traded up a couple of spots with the Raiders, and the Houston Texans have gone with the Big Ten Defensive Lineman of the Year and a first-team All-American, big Caden McDonald, 6'2", 326 pounds. Brad, he was personally invited to come back for round 2 because he was one of the 16 gentlemen that was attended the NFL draft last night, hoping to hear their name called. He did not. He was stuck waiting all night. Roger Goodell and the NFL invited him to come back, and they said, "Young man, you're not waiting long on Friday evening. Would you like to come back?" And he said, "Sure thing." He's full of tears right now. Definitely frustrating if you're hoping to be drafted in the first round and you got to wait a whole day. But now the Houston Texans, boy, that pass rush is their calling card. And now they got big, beefy Caden McDonald in the middle, who can not only get after the quarterback right up the middle, but more so importantly, stop the run, which, I mean, now this Texans front 4 and their front 7, I mean, dude, the rich get richer, and the Texans' strength is that pass rush and that front 7, and now they add Caden McDonald to it. I like the pick for a guy that was supposed to be a first-rounder. He don't fall too far in the second.
Yeah, just invest in your strengths and keep leaning on it. Be able to control the clock and really run the football now that mandatory Montgomery, Jackals, is part of the equation. That backfield alleviates some of the pressure on C.J. Stroud because the defense is going to go out there and be highly competitive and keep them in a football games within arm's reach, game in and game out. So, yeah, I love the McDonald pick, a guy that could just absolutely dominate the line of scrimmage. We're going to see how this game translates from the Ohio State. Again, I have to say that for copyright purposes to the National Football League. But, yeah, it can collapse pockets, can swallow running backs whole. The guy is really damn good. I mean, I got to see him live in a couple of games on location this season, and it greatly impressed me, to say the least. So excellent hit by Houston, and that defense, man, they're going to be a chore for any offense to move the chains on a down-in, down-out basis this season.
All right, my New York Giants are picking here after the disaster that was last night, and at least in my opinion, because I wanted Caleb Downs, and they got, look, Arvell Reese fell to him at 5, okay. Then they go Francis Mauigoa at 10, a tackle who they're going to have play guard. I wanted Caleb Downs badly. This has to be another defensive player here. It's either going to be corner or it's going to be wide receiver. And they go corner Colton Hood out of Tennessee. Wow. Yep. So Jermod McCoy continues to fall, Brad. His teammate gets picked before him. Jermod McCoy was supposed to be a first-round pick, but that injury, that torn ACL that caused him to miss last season, teams are balking at that in a big, big way. And look, I like the pick. Giants needed a corner, and they need to get a receiver here. Again, Big Blue doesn't have another draft pick now, though, I think until round 4. Let me just double-check that. They don't pick until the 4th round again. So they're going to be waiting a while. They're going to be waiting until Saturday now to finish it off. This is their one pick tonight. Corner or receiver was what I wanted. And they go with corner Colton Hood. Giants corners were terrible last year. I mean, Paulson Adebo had an okay first season after coming over from New Orleans. His quarterback rating when he was thrown at, though, was one of the highest of his careers. And then the Giants in the offseason signed Greg Newsome, who was in the Browns last year, traded to the Jaguars, and the Cleveland Browns actually won that trade. They got the better of the corners in the trade that happened. Greg Newsome had a quarterback rating of 121 when he was targeted last year. So, he was on the Jaguars and they made the playoffs. He's a good boundary corner that can make tackles, but he struggled in coverage. So the Giants desperately needed to address the secondary. Again, I wanted Caleb Downs, in case you don't know by now. But their corners were absolutely terrible, and all the blown leads the Giants had last year, making history for all the double-digit leads they had that they could not keep it together because their secondary was a complete mess. They add Colton Hood, the corner from Tennessee, and at least I don't have to worry about the other corner from Tennessee, Jermod McCoy, and then all of a sudden the guy can't even stay on the field. So, look, Colton Hood is a guy who's 5'11", so he's a little bit smaller, but the read on him is that he's physical press corner, disrupts receivers at the line of scrimmage, does a good job of limiting yards after the catch. So that's exactly what the Giants need, those explosive plays going down. They get a corner who can hopefully take those away. Colton Hood from Tennessee, while his teammate Jermod McCoy continues to slip. I like the pick from Big Blue. I got to be honest.
I think it's an excellent selection. They were number 27 last season in dropback EPA defense. So, as you mentioned, the area on the back end defensively was a clear area of need, and they certainly addressed it. And they addressed it with a healthy DB. As McCoy, there's a lot of concerns he's going to need a second procedure on that knee coming off the ACL. And that's why he has fallen absolutely like a rock. Oh, Raiders. They went safety. That's also an area they had to address in this draft. They go with Traden Stukes, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, out of Arizona. I was hoping they were going to go Denzel Boston here, or Zachariah Branch, a wide receiver of some sort to pair up with Fernando Mendoza. As right now, I guess your WR1 technically is Jalen Naylor. He was the WR3 last season for the Minnesota Vikings. Although really the default top target in the vertical game is without a doubt Brock Bowers. But they have to address wide receiver at some point in this draft. I thought there was a prime opportunity here for them to go Denzel Boston. They decided to go defense instead. So I'm a bit baffled by that selection, but it is what it is.
Look, now they just made that trade a couple of picks ago with the Houston Texans, so they picked up an additional third rounder, or maybe that was it. Maybe they already had the additional third rounder. So they do have 2 more picks tonight, Brad. They're going to pick in their normal spot, third pick of the third round, and then they'll be in the 27th pick of the third round as well. So they got 2 more picks tonight. Their next pick has to be receiver. It absolutely has to be receiver. There's not a shadow of a doubt. You mentioned the players that they have on their roster right now. It is just simply not good enough. You've got to surround Fernando Mendoza with more talent. You have Ashton Genty at running back. You have Brock Bowers, one of the best tight ends, if not the best tight end in football. You need to get a receiver. Traden Stukes, safety from Arizona. Okay, I mean, again, their secondary was really poor last year. Jeremy Chin and Isaiah Polamau two safeties on their roster. And if I remember correctly, Isaiah Pola-Mao is a guy that really struggles to stay healthy. He had a career-high 92 tackles. Actually, no, he played every game the last 2 years. Maybe it's Jeremy Chin then, who they got. Yeah, so he's missed at least – he's missed, let's see, 6 + 5. He's missed 13 games in the last 4 years. He was with Carolina, then spent a year at Washington, then this past year with Vegas, and he got placed on IR with a back injury late in the season. So, yeah, Traden Stukes should be one of their starting safeties now this season. But, I mean, come on. That next pick better be receiver. Otherwise, Raiders fans, what are we doing?
Yeah, I totally agree. Again, they had one of the worst wide receiver cores in the NFL last season, and they have to address that position. They got some young guys. I mean, Trey Tucker is a blazer down the field. Get some of those chunk gains outside the numbers. That's a calling card of his overall game. They like Jack Besh, but he is not a burner by any stretch of imagination, but a big-bodied wide receiver. They need somebody and go out there and be productive and maybe develop into a WR1 to complement Brock Bowers, who technically, I guess, is the default WR1 in this offense. But they need to solidify that wide receiver room and get Fernando Mendoza some viable and suitable and reliable weapons. If they don't go wide receiver in the next round, just why?
Yeah, it wouldn't make much sense. By the way, the Cleveland Browns selection is in at 39. The Brownies are taking Denzel Boston, the big receiver from Washington.
Smart.
He is now off the board, 6'4", 212 pounds. Had a sensational season with the Huskies. And now the Browns have gone two receivers here with their last two picks. Denzel Boston, in each of the last two seasons, over 800 yards and over 9 touchdowns. So, I mean, look, we thought he was going to go in round 1. He slips to round 2. But how about the Brownies? I actually predicted them, Brad. Remember, I thought they were going to make the trade with the Dallas Cowboys, and they were going to have 3 first-round picks. And I thought they were going to go Zachariah Branch and another receiver in the first round. Well, they went Spencer Fauno, the big tackle from Utah, with their 9th pick. Casey Concepcion with 24 last night from Texas A&M. He's a speedster at 6 feet tall, could be their punt returner and kick returner. And now they get the big body Denzel Boston. Look, the Browns are the Browns, just like the Jets are the Jets. But I thought those two teams that have been in the dumpster of the NFL for quite some time, I think they've both had really solid drafts. And the Browns double up on receivers. I like it.
I love the Denzel Boston pick, and I think there's going to be buyer's remorse here in short order for the Raiders. That's exactly who they needed. NFL.com. Lance Zierlein does a tremendous job of the scouting reports there. Comped, actually, Denzel Boston, believe it or not, to Puka Nacua. I mean, high praise, dude. That's the kind of ball skills that he has, especially after the catch. Very aggressive, wins in contested catch situations, excellent in red zone skills, high points the ball regularly and routinely. It's all about him trying to beat press coverage on a consistent down and down out basis. That's the one prevailing question with him. But if the skills ultimately transfer to the next level, if he does become really assertive at the point of attack, at the line of scrimmage, Denzel Boston's going to be an absolute steal and an absolute stud for the Cleveland Browns. Just depends who's going to be throwing the rock in his own direction. Are going to be wounded ducks off the hand of Dylan Gabriel, wounded ducks off the hand of Shedeur Sanders, or dare I say, are we rooting for Deshaun Watson to be the starter again in Cleveland? Could he bring the best potential for this offense to the table? Regardless, I love the Concepcion pick. Savvy, smooth route runner. Denzel Boston has beast-like potential, especially after the catch.
All right, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll give out some of those NFL draft early grades when we come back, and we'll also keep you posted. Live analysis, live reaction, round 2. Moving swiftly here. And I can tell you this much, the Kansas City Chiefs, they went corner, defensive tackle in the first round last night with their 2 picks. They're going defense again. They're taking an edge rusher. We'll tell you who it is when we come back, and we'll keep you posted on everything going else around the world of sports on this Friday night. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
A.J. Brown will be a New England Patriot. So for the Eagles, I love this. And yes, like at some point they're going to have to address tackle. Maybe they do it tonight. Lane Johnson's long in the tooth. The offensive line is not the juggernaut that it was in years past, but I really like this pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. And his last note on the Eagles. No excuses this year for Jalen Hurts. None. Now you could have made it, and I'll be real with you. If the Eagles had not selected a receiver early in this draft, I would have made excuses for him this year. And I admit that. Because I don't think a receiving core of Devontae Smith, Hollywood Brown, Dontavian Wicks, and Elijah Moore is good enough. I don't think it is. And if Hurts had struggled with his 17th different offensive coordinator in 15 years, slight exaggeration, I would have made excuses for him. It's not fair. He's not playing with the full deck. And I think the Eagles probably would have moved on from him after next year. Now with this trade for Mekhi Lemon, I am the biggest Jalen Hurts defender out there and biggest Jalen Hurts fan out there. No excuses for Jalen Hurts this year. Time to perform. No drama, no nonsense, just wins. Final score, Wolves 113, Nuggets 96. Nikola Jokic will never have a playoff game like this again. 7 for 26 from the field, plus minus of minus 21. So we can credit Minnesota, absolutely. And look, if Aaron Gordon doesn't come back, like the Wolves are going to win the series. Minnesota's favored right now at BetMGM, minus 125, Nuggets plus 105. If Aaron Gordon comes back for Game 4 and he plays the rest of the series, I think the Nuggets will win in 7. But it going to be close. He doesn't come back, the Wolves are going to the next round. So a lot's on the line here. Jokic is obviously going to play better in Game 4 and moving forward. Like, this is like a once in a career at this point for Jokic, playoff dud for one of the great offensive players in the history of the NBA. So I expect the Nuggets, pending Aaron Gordon's health. He's day-to-day right now. We don't know if he's going to play this weekend in Game 4. If Gordon plays, I expect the Nuggets to even the series at 2 apiece, heading back to Denver. If Gordon doesn't play, all bets are off.
every swing, every sharp take. BetMGM Tonight continues with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
Hey, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We're going to give out some early draft grades for some teams in just a bit, but we are keeping you posted. All the best live coverage, live reaction, instant analysis you could ask for here last night and tonight. Rounds 2 and 3, the NFL draft steaming on here. And while we were in break, we had 3 more picks that came across. The Kansas City Chiefs take Mason Thomas, edge rusher from Oklahoma. So Kansas City has gone defense, defense, defense with their 3 picks here in the first 2 rounds. Mansour Delane, after they traded up at 6, Brad, we thought that was questionable. They traded up for a corner, but then they go Peter Woods, defensive tackle from Clemson, and they added that defensive line with Mason Thomas from Oklahoma, edge rusher. The Chiefs, they're going to need some offensive weapons at some point, but for the most part, they're beefing up that defense here as they aim to get back to the playoffs. What do you think? Kansas City, 3 straight defenders.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise, but tight end was an area we thought they would definitely address early on. Maybe it was going to be Kenyon Sadiq, but of course they did not get the opportunity to draft him. He wound up with the New York Jets and number 16 overall. So they're just hyper focused on, making sure that defense is going to be highly competent. And we'll have to wait and see what the fate of Patrick Mahomes and that knee is come week 1. Apparently and reportedly he's healing at a quick and rapid pace. So chances are he's probably going to be ready in time for the regular season. I add Kenneth Walker III in the offseason to really bolster that backfield. And you've got a decent amount of weapons offensively, the wide receiver position, assuming they stay healthy and upright. Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, and a couple other guys that have had their moments here and there. But they're probably going to draft a wide receiver at some juncture. But right now, man, they're just entirely centered on getting more and more defense. And this was a unit that was top half in EP per play D last year. So going to get even stronger in that capacity. And it could be shifting the identity of the Kansas City Chiefs a little bit. They're going to bounce back with a vengeance, storm back with a vengeance this season, coming off the lull and the lousy campaign of last year. So defense, the name of thy game for Andy Reid and his Hawaiian printed shirt. We just saw the cutaway to the war room there in Kansas City, and they look awfully pleased with this draft so far. And honestly, they should be, despite the fact that they did trade it for Delane and probably didn't need to.
Yeah, I don't think they needed to either. But, I mean, who knows, right? Hindsight's 20/20. Okay, let's get to the Cincinnati Bengals because they just made their first pick of this draft. Remember, they traded away the 10th overall pick to the New York Football Giants so they could get Dexter Lawrence. They lose Trey Hendrickson in the offseason of free agency, as expected. He goes and signs with the Baltimore Ravens, the whole Max Crosby snafu. And so were they just going to replace Trey Hendrickson with Dexter Lawrence? I hope not. And with their first pick of the draft, the 9th pick of the second round, the Cincinnati Bengals take Cassius Howell from Texas A&M, edge rusher, 6'2", 250 pounds, transferred from Bowling Green to A&M, and then made quite the name for himself, Brad, 11.5 sacks this past season. And so you add him as a complement to Boye Mafe, who they signed in the offseason, coming over from Seattle. And just like that, again, we said this when they made the Dexter Lawrence trade. Cincinnati's defense was at least somewhat respectable now. And now with their first pick, I'm glad they go edge rusher to try to replace Trey Hendrickson. They go with Cassius Howell. And I think this is the pick that they needed to make. This is exactly the pick that they needed to make here. I'm a bit surprised. Cincinnati also needs a fellow corner opposite of DJ Turner. They need more help on the offensive line. But I think edge rusher was still probably their number one need until you replaced Trey Hendrickson. And they hope to do that now with Cassius Howell. And like I said, that signing in the offseason of Boye Mafe, now hopefully the Bengals can get after the quarterback and they don't have to rely on just one guy.
Yeah, they got Brian Cook, too, that they brought over during the offseason from Kansas City to play free safety for this team. So they're rebuilding, man. And I was saying this off air. I get the gut feeling, at a minimum, this Bengals defense is probably going to be top 15 in the league. they could borderline maybe top 10 in the league. They've completely rebuilt that defensive line. It looks pretty damn formidable on paper, and they may not be done in this draft, adding a couple of more defensive bodies. So, their time to shine is right now. I mean, the offense is awesome. It's the bee's knees. And when he got Joe Burrow, he got my boy Chase Brown running the rock, a legitimate 3-down running back. You have arguably the best wide receiver of the game, and Jamar Chase. You got T. Higgins, who's out saying they got so many offensive weapons, but the defense let them down. The offensive line historically has let them down. If the defensive line lives up to the raised level of expectations, that offensive line is just merely average or slightly better, Cincinnati's going to be a playoff team. Cincinnati is going to be built to win and possibly as many as 10 or 11 games this year.
Oof. All right. Well, can Joe Burrow stay healthy? That is the biggest thing. All right. Moving on. After the Cincinnati Bengals pick at 41 overall, the New Orleans Saints go defensive tackle Christian Miller from Georgia, 6'4", 320 pounds. You look at what the New Orleans Saints have done so far now in this draft here, Brad, and with their first pick in the first round last night, 8th overall, they went Jordan Tyson, receiver from Arizona State. I thought it was going to be Mansour Delane, but then the Chiefs traded up to 6 to get him. And so the Saints give Chris Olave another receiver to help him out, to give a weapon to Tyler Shuck. And now they address the defensive line, and they get Christian Miller from Georgia. I don't know much about Christian Miller, I'm going to be honest, but look, you got a guy that's playing on the front line for the Georgia Bulldogs over the last couple of years. They're normally pretty good freaking picks. Hello, Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. So Christian Miller from Georgia feels like that should, at the bare minimum, make this Saints defensive line a little bit better. And I'm looking at the moves that they made in the offseason. Again, they brought in Devon Godchaux from the New England Patriots last season, and he had a down year. He only had 43 tackles. He only forced 1 fumble. Godchaux up to 31 years old now, so he's getting older. And I'm looking at the rest of that defensive line. Brian Bresee, the former Clemson Tiger, they just picked up his 5th-year option, but he only had 2.5 sacks last year. And then Vernon Broughton, who they got in the 3rd round last year, and he played 1 game before going on season-ending IR. So this felt like this was an absolute need for New Orleans, and they get the big guy from Georgia.
Yeah, honestly, the Saints were damn good defensively last year. They started to really kind of come on strong offensively with the rise of Tyler Shuck over the second half of the season, but largely the defense was an area of consistency for them. They were top 10 last year in EPA per play defense. They were number 12 in dropback EPA defense and numero dos, number 2 in the NFL in rush EPA defense. Running the rock against them was a bit of a chore for the opposition. You mentioned some of the reshuffling of the deck, so to speak, but bringing in another big body guy and Christian Miller only solidifies that defensive line and, rush defense. So, yeah, I like what New Orleans has done, especially with the Jordan Tyson move. They grabbed in round number 1. They're addressing a couple of areas, checking those boxes, and this team is going to be competitive. And what I feel is a largely wide open NFC South, honestly, as it is every year, because it just constantly lives in a state of mediocrity.
That's right. You're not wrong. All right, we got a couple of we got a veteran player that just got traded here from the 49ers to the Cowboys. We'll get to it when we come back. The Dolphins made their pick at 43, Brad, and it's one of my favorite picks of the entire draft. And then the Lions have just traded with the Jets to move up to 44. So we've got picks and trades still coming in hot and heavy. We'll get you caught up here on the second round of the NFL draft when we return. We'll get you an NBA and NHL playoff scoreboard update, and we'll give out some early draft grades as well. So a lot to do. Get aboard at 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. BetMGM tonight rolls on next on Westwood One Sports.
Last night, the Dallas Cowboys stepped up to the plate and hit a 550-foot bomb. Grand slam home run last night for Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Will Clay, Brian Schottenheimer, Clayton Adams, Christian Parker, and the Dallas Cowboys. The night for Dallas could not have gone any better. You couldn't have scripted. Well, the only way you scripted better is if, like, David Bailey falls, which was never going to happen. You couldn't have scripted this any better for the Dallas Cowboys than it ended up. Now, look, some of this is colored by, but I'm the one talking, giving the analysis, right? By my view on Dallas heading into the draft, right? And I said it yesterday on the show. Because everybody's talking yesterday. Are the Cowboys going to trade George Pickens? Should the Cowboys trade George Pickens? And I said yesterday on these airwaves, they would be insane to A, trade George Pickens, or B, take an offensive player in the first round of the draft with either of their two selections. What did the Cowboys do? They kept George Pickens. He signed the franchise tag agreement. He signed it. He looks like he's going to be a Cowboy this year. He should be a Cowboy this year. He's awesome. He's not going to sit out. He's crazy. He's like an insane person, right? I don't think he's crazy enough to lose all that money, $27 million. He gonna play this year. And you know what he wants? More money. You know what's a great motivator in life? Money. If he's awesome this year and he shows up and shows out and balls out, he gonna get paid. He's gonna be awesome this year. And he's one of the best receivers in the league. And so is CeeDee Lamb. That offense is going to cook with Dak Prescott and that offensive line and those receivers. The offense is going to be awesome. And now, to somehow, and like, I know a lot of people didn't think it was possible. In the mock I did earlier this week, I had Dallas selecting. I had a lot of stuff wrong. It's not me being like, I'm right. But I thought there was a chance that Downs could slip. People thought he was going top 5. Like, he's not a Kyle Hamilton, Nick Eamon-Warry style player. And those guys didn't go top 5, but you understand what I'm saying. Like, I don't think we're going to see a safety that's not in that mold go top 5 again. So I'm not shocked he fell out of the top 10. That doesn't mean he's not going to be good. I think he's going to be awesome. And the fact that he's there for the Cowboys is just an easy selection for Dallas to take Downs, to be a tone setter, to be an absolute monster in the back end of that defense. I love it for Christian Parker and this Cowboys defense. And something is just right when you think about Caleb Downs at Bama and at Ohio State, 2 of the Tiffany programs in college football, to have the star on his helmet now in the National Football League. Let's talk about the Chiefs for a moment. Trade up with the Browns to 6 to select LSU corner Mansour Delane. Love it. Obviously, Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson are now both on the Rams. Had to fix the secondary. They identified, and they have done a magnificent job identifying cornerbacks in the draft. I mean, think about whether it's L'Jarius Sneed, Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson. They've done a nice job. So when the Chiefs say, both with their actions and their words, that Delane is this level of prospect, I believe him. So you love that. And then they take Peter Woods at the end of the first round. I told you Wednesday on the show when I did the what I would do mock draft and had Peter Woods going 20th to the Cowboys, that people I respect, and I will name this guy by name because he's one of my really good friends, Pete Prisco from CBS Sports, who in addition to being my friend, like in real life, is also a great NFL analyst. And he has been very, very, very aggressive about saying that he believes Woods will be, in the NFL, more like the player he was at Clemson in 2024 than 2025. Chris Jones is getting long in the tooth. I think the Chiefs nailed it with Delane and with Peter Woods.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight, and please hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show plenty of different ways. The Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone lines are open for you. Any takeaways from the draft last night? The first half of round 2 tonight, which we've been covering for you pick by pick. Any NBA or Stanley Cup playoff game takeaways? We'll take your calls, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. You can call, and you can also text. All right, Brad, let's get a little scoreboard update here before we get back to the draft, because we do have the Celtics-Sixers game, Game 3 in Philadelphia, series tied at 1 apiece. Midway through the second quarter, Celtics lead the Sixers 43-38. Jaylen Brown leading the way for the Celtics with 9 points and 4 rebounds. And for Philly, a balanced attack, but led by, guess who? Tyrese Maxey, 9 points and 4 assists. So Celtics with a slim 5-point lead in the second quarter. On the ice, Game 3. We got 3 Game 3s where the series are all tied at 1 apiece tonight in the Stanley Cup playoffs. It's going to be a great night. A lot of swing games here in these series. Lightning and the Canadiens series shifts to Montreal, and they're tied at 1 apiece after the first period. You had Alexander Tessier score first for the Habs to make it 1-0. And then Braden Point on the power play answered back for the Bolts. So series tied at 1, Game 3 tied at 1, heading into the second period. We'll get you some baseball scores in just a bit, but I will let you know that our guy Monty, our video producer, looking to go 13 for 13 in our Let's Go Streaking game. He's got Bobby Witt Jr. tonight, and Mr. Bobby Witt flew out to center field in his first at-bat in the Royals-Angels game. So they're in the bottom of the second. It's early. The rest of us are either on Cubs or Dodgers hitters in that game that starts in over 2 hours from now. Brad, we've got some picks flying through hot and heavy while we were gone in commercial break, and we got a couple of trades. So I'll let you run the point here in these last couple of picks that have come through, whatever one you want to take. There was also a trade of a veteran player between the Cowboys and the Niners. So the floor is yours. What was your biggest takeaway in the last 5 minutes?
Well, I'll just go ahead and give the rundown of picks here real quick, and then you can distribute the trade information because I don't have that in front of me. Jacob Rodriguez goes to Miami, the town and linebacker at Texas Tech, kind of do-it-all guy, an absolute ball hawk extraordinaire at pick number 43 overall. Like that selection. Derek Moore, edge rusher out of Michigan, goes to Detroit at number 44, so staying there in the glove state. Zion Young, another edge rusher out of Missouri. Brandon Combs, our outstanding producer here on BetMGM Tonight, was begging, pleading, somehow, some way he might be able to slip to the Bears later on this round. No, he goes to Baltimore. The Missouri Tiger at number 45 overall. Excellent selection in that regard. And Josiah Trotter, linebacker, another product of Missouri, goes to Tampa Bay at number 46. The Steelers pick is in at number 47. The crowd in attendance there, well into the thousands, waving those terrible towns in anticipation of what this pick is going to be for their beloveds. But that's the update. Defense, 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 and more defense. By far the best pick. Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech going on the Miami Dolphins at 43 overall. And I think you're a big fan of that one as well, aren't you, Pat?
Yeah, but really quickly, I just want to step because the Steelers pick is about to get made. This could be Carson Beck. This could be Carson Beck.
Really?
And if not, is it going to be a receiver? Remember, last night they tried to take Mekhi Lemon. They called him. They had him ready to go at 21. The Eagles and Howie Roseman jumped in front of him at 20. They stole Mekhi Lemon from Pittsburgh. So do they go receiver here, or Do they try to draft Aaron Rodgers' replacement? We saw the Rams take Ty Simpson at 13. Matthew Stafford just won the MVP. Aaron Rodgers certainly looks a lot older than Matthew Stafford, and he is a lot older. He's 3 years older. Is this Carson Beck right here for the Pittsburgh Steelers? The pick is coming out.
Nope.
And it's going to be receiver. It's Jeremy Bernard from Alabama. So they do go receiver. Yep. I thought for a second that could have been Carson Beck or maybe any of the other quarterbacks, but Carson Beck is probably the next QB that comes off the board. No, instead it's Jeremy Bernard from Alabama. Just to stay with this pick here, Brad, Jeremy Bernard is a guy that had all the hype and all the potential in the world this season. And I got to be honest, it was kind of an underwhelming season for him. He did have 862 yards. He did have 7 touchdowns, but, Jeremy Bernard, again, he did a lot of that damage in the beginning of the season. He had 5 touchdowns in the first 5 games. He only had 2 touchdowns the rest of the season. And it's a guy who's playing a little bit banged up throughout the rest of the year, but the numbers, they just weren't there. They were not there. He had a great game in the SEC title. He was the only guy that played well for Alabama against Georgia. They got smoked 28-7. He had 62 yards and the 1 touchdown. But in the win against Oklahoma, 3 catches, 40 yards. And in the loss to Indiana, empty. I barely remember Jeremy Bernard catching a ball in that game. 4 catches, 60 yards. It must have all come in the second half when the game was over. So coming off of he was supposed to be one of the best receivers in football, and he still very well could be a great receiver for the Steelers. But coming off of a down year at Bama, the Steelers aren't fazed by it. They get Mekhi Lemon taken from them in the first round, and now they go Jeremy Bernard with their second pick here. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they went tackle Max Ihenachor from Arizona State, and now in the second round, they get their receiver to pair opposite of DK Metcalf.
Yeah, I absolutely love this selection because he complements the offense nicely. A guy that is a Deebo Samuel type in terms of his body size and his play type. A player that's going to get a lot of that dirty work underneath, operating out the slot. Will line up on occasion outside. They got DK Metcalf, outside the numbers guy. You got Michael Pittman, more of an outside the numbers guy. 2 big-bodied, long drinks of water at wide receiver, presumably for Aaron Rodgers. So we're still waiting on official word if he's going to come back to the Steel City, and full expectation is he indeed will. But Jeremy Bernard is a guy that can certainly do some of that tough underneath work, appreciable yards after the catch. That is one of his calling cards. He has got to stay healthy. But again, an excellent compliment to Metcalf and Pittman in this Steelers offense. And you pair that, you look at the running backs they had there with Jaylen Warren. Remember, they got Rico Dowdle as well. Those guys are versatile running backs. In the pass game, Dowdle more a tough between the pipes kind of runner. I really like this Steelers offense and how it's shaping up currently on paper. You just better come back, Aaron Rodgers, because you need core competency at the quarterback position, though there are some in Western Pennsylvania that believe in the potential greatness of Will Howard. I'm not making that up.
Yeah, they believed in the greatness of Kenny Pickett. They believed in the greatness of Mason Rudolph. And look where that's got.
Yeah,
and hell, Mason Rudolph's been the best. He's been the longest tenured quarterback and the best quarterback up until Rodgers came here. But yeah, come on, Will Howard. I don't know if that was fair that he fell all the way to the 6th round last year, but we saw a bunch of those quarterbacks. Him and Quinn Ewers, they fell to the end of that draft. A lot of the quarterbacks, there was basically nothing, in those middle rounds outside of Dylan Gabriel, and then we saw Shedeur Sanders got taken in the 5th round. So. Yeah, I don't think Will Howard is the answer at quarterback, and I still think that the Steelers could end up addressing the quarterback position. They've got 3 third-round picks, Brad. Don't be surprised if the Cardinals don't take Carson Beck with their next draft pick. I think the Steelers are going to take him. Yep. I really do. I really, really do. The Cardinals have the first pick of the 3rd round. It could be Carson Beck, but if it's not, I think the Steelers are going to end up grabbing him. All right, let's work backwards a little bit here. Any of your thoughts on Derek Moore or Zion Young? I know you mentioned Combs wanted him badly. Zion Young goes to the Ravens, so they get another edge rusher to add with Trey Hendrickson. And the Buccaneers go linebacker Josiah Trotter to add with Reuben Bain, who they took last night. So 2 defensive picks for the Buccaneers. I thought that was the right decision. I got to tell you, though, I love one of my favorite picks of this entire draft so far was Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker from Texas Tech, going to the Miami Dolphins. Again, one of the best players in all of college football last year. He led the nation with 7 forced fumbles. So this is a guy that knows how to punch the ball out. Again, they need about everything. He's a former quarterback. He won almost every possible defensive award in college football last season. And so I love Jacob Rodriguez. And I got to be honest, just from what he did in college football this year, I get it. He might not be the fastest guy. He might not be the most athletic or the most agile, but he's a guy that knows how to play football. He is smart. He swarms to the ball. He was a leader. You can't teach that at the combine. You can't coach that. I think Jacob Rodriguez is going to be one of the best young defensive players in football this year. Defensive Rookie of the Year, I wouldn't even rule it out, Brad. I think he's going to be a stud. And I think the Dolphins got a steal. I love the Jacob Rodriguez pick. And may I add, as somebody who struggles to grow facial hair, what I would give for that freaking mustache, man. That thing is perfect.
It's quite the cookie duster, it really is. It's Dicka-esque, if you will. Yeah, look, man, I think your scouting report on him is spot on, man. He instinctive is what he is. He just has a knack for finding the rock and wrapping people up. Is he the quickest guy? No. Is he the most athletic guy on the field? Hell no. Not even remotely close. But he's productive. And that's exactly what Miami needs. They need somebody there in the middle of that defense who can wrap dudes up, and he certainly can do that because last season Miami was just number 25 in EPA per play defense, 27 in drop back EPA defense, and number 18 in rush EPA defense. They're in a full rebuild process right now, and Jacob Rodriguez could be a roster mainstay in the starting lineup, arguably for the next decade. He's that good.
Yeah, I agree. All right, the veteran trade that I hinted at that I will get to here right now is that you had the San Francisco 49ers trade linebacker D. Winters to the Dallas Cowboys. And I think that's a very interesting pick here because think about it. The San Francisco 49ers were so thin at the linebacker position last year. They basically were playing all backup linebackers in the playoff games that they played in because Dre Greenlaw was hurt. Fred Warner, we know, was hurt. Now those guys are coming back, so you could say, all right, well, maybe we don't need these guys that were stepped in and forced to play last year. But I mean, that tells me that the Niners are almost certainly then going to use their next pick on a linebacker or one of their next 2 picks on a linebacker here. And the Dallas Cowboys, they now just got a little bit better defensively. They've added 2 defensive players now through the draft. And now they've added another linebacker here through the trade. D. Winters going to the Dallas Cowboys. And it's a guy that's only 25 years old. And again, former 6th round pick in 2023, a former first team all Big 12 player for TCU. But I like this trade for the Dallas Cowboys. Maybe it might not end up being a big one, but D. Winters is still a young guy, and they only had to give up a late mid-round pick for him. So Niners, Cowboys making a trade.
Yeah, and again, just adding pieces to regain respectability in an area in which they were the laughing stock, right? And that's on defense. They were dead last in EP per play defense last season, nearly dead last, whether we're measuring dropback EPA, whether you're looking at rush EPA. They were just leaky. They were just pocked with holes everywhere on that side of the rock. And all we're asking, in Big D, and for them to live up to the nickname A, because they've been really little D, shrivelly D, here on that side of the football the last couple of seasons. But if they're just even like a D+, C- level defense with that offense, with Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens and Javonte Williams and Jake Ferguson, dude, I mean, that offense is going to go out and hang probably 24 in a game on a regular basis. And if this defense can only consistently give up 20 points in a game, hey, that's all the difference it can make of Dallas being a playoff team or on the outside looking in. So trending in the right direction. Jerry Jones making some wise decisions in his old age in this NFL offseason, this NFL draft as well.
All right, how about this? We've got some other notes. Let's interject a quick baseball note because Connor Griffin, number 1 prospect in baseball, called up a couple of weeks ago by the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's his 20th birthday today, Brad. and he just hit his first career home run. First career big fly for Connor Griffin of the Pittsburgh Pirates. So congrats to him. Kudos to him, the Pittsburgh Pirates, still above 500. And yet at the basement of the NL Central, which has been the best division in baseball, they're actually half game better than the Brewers. The Brewers are in last place in the division at 13-11. Pirates at 14-11. Fourth place in the NL Central, despite having a run differential of plus 20. But they lead the Brewers 1-0 thanks to Connor Griffin's first career home run at age 20. It went to right center field, so a nice little post shot off of Brandon Woodruff. And the Pirates lead the Brew Crew in Milwaukee 1-0 thanks to Connor Griffin's first career home run.
Yeah, guy's a stud. You were saying his upside is just enormous. Whether you're talking about power at his prime, at his peak, a guy that may launch 40 home runs, maybe more in a single season. He can steal a lot of bags as well. A five-tool player. It's exactly what he is. A lot of comps to Alex Rodriguez with the overall skill set. That's why the Pirates extended him on a 9-year deal until he's like 28 years old for $100+ million. He's going to be worth every penny. He's going to be a centerpiece of this franchise for nearly the next decade. And the guys are going to make multiple all-star appearances. This is the first of many bombs that he is going to launch at PNC and into the river and various other ballparks across the Major League Baseball universe. So people are partying right now in Pittsburgh because the NFL draft, and they're going to be partying for a long time down the road when he got Paul Skeens and Griffin on this roster. Just two absolute stalwarts who are complete studs in P-Town for the next billion years. I'm jealous.
Yeah. All right, back to the NFL draft because, Brad, we've had a couple of corners and a couple of defensive backs that have been sliding big time here. The slide is over, but not for the guy that many people are probably thinking. Jermod McCoy from Tennessee is still on the board, but another corner that was projected to be a first-round pick is now off the board in the middle of the second round, and it's a great story, too. It's Avion Terrell, corner from Clemson. It's A.J. Terrell's brother, and now they're both playing on the same team for the Atlanta Falcons. So how about that? A.J. Terrell's younger brother, Avion Terrell from Clemson, links up with Big Bro, and Atlanta gets what a lot of scouts were calling the most physical corner in the entire draft. So you got A.J., who's locked down A.J. Terrell Island on the one side, and now his younger brother, Avion, will be expected to probably be more of a boundary corner, played nickel, definitely a guy that is expected to be a run stopper as well. I love how this Atlanta Falcons defense is shaping up. A.J. Terrell at corner, his brother Avion. You've got Billy Bowman at slot corner, who was having such a tremendous rookie season, and then he got basically knocked out for the season in week 6, tried to come back and play 2 games, but ended up only playing 6 games. In those 6 games, Billy Bowman, 1.5 sacks, 1 interception, a forced fumble, 26 tackles, and 2 pass deflections. He tore his Achilles in November. He was on track to have such an incredible rookie season. It was a nightmare, honestly, that he couldn't finish that season. Billy Bowman was great. Jesse Bates, who they got, who's been a tremendous player for them over the last couple of years after he came over from Cincinnati. This Falcons secondary looking pretty good. Looking pretty good here, Brad. I like the addition of Avion Terrell. We know this year is all going to be about whether or not Michael Penix can stay healthy, can start the year healthy, and sling the football to Drake London and Kyle Pitts and Bijan, with Tua Tagovailoa maybe waiting in the wings in case Penix isn't good enough or can't stay healthy. But I'll tell you what, this secondary, they're going to be a force. They were top 5 in passing yards allowed per game last year, and now they've just gotten stronger with the addition of A.J. Terrell's brother, Avion.
Yeah, I totally agree. And again, this division is always up for grabs because, as I said, it just dwells in a mediocre level every single year. Whether with the Carolina Panthers and Tampa Bay Buccaneers, somebody's got to rise to the occasion. So Atlanta certainly could be in that conversation. I was looking at Mike Clay's projections at ESPN. Clay does a great job. A great human being. Be a guy I've known forever, going back to his Pro Football Focus days. And he's only projecting right now 6.2 wins for this Atlanta franchise. And I think that's fair. But, adding some of these key defensive players will certainly help. They were only middle of the pack in EPA per play defense last year. The big question mark is, it's certainly not on the ground because Bijan Robinson is arguably the best running back pound for pound in the NFL, a do-it-all stud muffin, to say the least. But you mentioned the quarterback position. Who's got to be starter? We don't know week one. It could be Tua, more than a viable backup to Michael Penix. But who's going to be the WR2 in this offense? And alongside Drake London, right now, it's all to Zacchaeus and his second tour of duty with the Atlanta Falcons. And what about Kyle Pitts? He's been rumored to be on the trade block. We heard that right before the draft. Maybe he's going to be going to Kansas City. Those conversations have been squashed, at least for the moment. But do they rev back up as the summer temperatures rise? They could indeed, be the case because Kyle Pitts coming off his best overall season of his NFL career, and a guy that has certainly let people down, especially in the world of fantasy football. So there's still a lot of question marks for Atlanta. I still feel they need to invest in the wide receiver position at some point in this draft. But defensively, yes, getting stronger on that end of the field, may be able to raise that 6.2 wins projection by Mike Clay up to, say, 7.2. Maybe they win 8 games, 9 games, and be in competition to take this NFC South division.
Yeah, 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. So the two defensive backs that were mocked to get drafted in the first round by just about everybody, Jermod McCoy from Tennessee, still on the board. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety from Toledo, still on the board. The Jets are about to pick. How do they follow up what Brad called a home run of a first round? We'll see who they take when we come back, and we'll give out some early draft grades. We'll definitely do that when we return. As the picks are coming hot and heavy, we'll do a little round one draft fill in the blank as well. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back on BetMGM tonight. This is Westwood One Sports.
Ty Simpson could go on to be a first ballot Hall of Fame player. It could happen. He could also be I have no idea. But let's just take this and say the extreme outcome to the positive. First ballot gold jacket quarterback. He helps them 0.0% win a championship this year. And it's all about now for the Los Angeles Rams. Because this could be Matthew Stafford's last season. Does Stafford throw a curveball and play until he's 42? I don't know. Feels like Stafford, like this, every year we're going to say this, that he comes back, and maybe he comes back next year, that this is going to be his last year. The Rams clearly think that it's a possibility considering they drafted Ty Simpson, right? So now let's consider Sean McVay. And tell me if anything I'm about to say is false. Sean McVay is considered to be one of the best coaches in the NFL. Sean McVay is considered to be not only one of the brightest minds today in the National Football League, but in the history of the National Football League. And Sean McVay is a transformative figure for an organization that teams around the end, not every team, but a lot of teams, would be falling and tripping all over themselves to fire their coach to hire him. True or false? So if you're Sean McVay and you think you have a chance to win the Super Bowl this season, and the team drafted the quarterback of the future, and you didn't want that to be the case, and that's certainly what it seems like. And I've laid out the facts for you. And you can kind of do the arithmetic in your head. If all of that's true, when Matthew Stafford retires, Maybe that's after this year. Maybe it's after a Super Bowl. Maybe it's after another excruciating loss in the NFC playoffs. Who knows how it's going to go? Does Sean McVay say to himself, why am I here? I'm Sean McVay. There are organizations that would love to hand me the keys to the car. To use the Bill Parcells analogy, not just cook the meal, but also shop for the groceries. My best guess today, and I can be wrong. I've been wrong many times in the past. I will be wrong many times in the future. I've also been right in the past, and I'll be right in the future. I'm guessing. My guess is when Matthew Stafford's done in Los Angeles, Sean McVay will also be done in Los Angeles with the Rams. For the Miami Dolphins fans out there, so Miami obviously is at the start of a tremendous rebuild where you can make the case that, they were never going to draft a quarterback, right? Because they signed Malik Willis, so that wasn't going to happen this year. But you can make the case that they need players at every position. Miami, just in terms of positions, and I don't know if the players will work out, but Bama tackle Caden Proctor and corner Chris Johnson later in the first round. Premium positions. I like it a lot. This was not a team, in my estimation, that could afford to take a linebacker or afford to take a safety or afford to take a running back. I really like it now, I don't know if the players will be good, but I do like the thought process for the Miami Dolphins.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We got NBA playoffs going on. We got Stanley Cup playoffs going on. We'll get you a scoreboard update in just a bit. Let's see, though. Let's go streaking. Monty, perfect 12 for 12. Bobby Witt Jr., did he get a hit in his second at-bat? He is going to lead off the bottom of the fourth. So Bobby Witt Jr. will lead off the next half inning for the Kansas City Royals. And our guy Michael Montgomery looking to make it 13 in a row to start off the segment that we began 2 weeks ago called Let's Go Streaking, where all you got to do is pick a player correctly to get a hit. Easier said than done. Monty, a perfect 12 for 12. His guy, Bobby Witt Jr., 0 for 1 on the night, is due up to start next inning. Okay, Brett, we have got a couple of picks to fill the folks in on, and then we'll give out some draft grades here. The Jets took D'Angelo Pons, corner from Indiana, with the 50th pick. So you said they had a home run round one with their 3 picks. David Bailey, number 2, edge rusher from Texas Tech. Kenyon Sadiq, tight end from Oregon at 16. And then they traded back into the first round to take receiver Omar Cooper from Indiana. Now they get his defensive backfield mate, D'Angelo Pons, who, if I remember correctly, he had one of those pick sixes in the semifinal against Oregon. Did he not? Am I remembering that correctly? Either way, the Jets have gone defense with 2 of their picks, edge rusher and corner. They've gone tight end and receiver. And so they are trying to build this freaking thing from the bottom up here. No quarterback yet. I hope they don't take one. I hope they just wait till next year. And so the Jets now 4 picks in. You still think it's been a home run draft for them?
Yeah, it doesn't change at all. Like D'Angelo Ponds, another one of those like ball hawkers. I watch it repeatedly. I'm being a fan of the Big Ten throughout the entire season. Really impressed with his overall skill set. So, look, you know what the Jets need. They need everything, and especially core competency on the defensive side of things. Ponds is not going to hurt them in any regard on that end of the field. Excellent selection. The dynamite draft for the Jets continues. Hell hath frozen over, my man.
So they go D'Angelo Ponds, corner from Indiana. The Vikings, who need a safety. Harrison Smith, future uncertain. He's getting up there. What is Harrison Smith got to be close to 40 years old? Is he not? 37.
Yeah.
And they took a linebacker, Jake Golday from Cincinnati. 6'5", 240 pounds, massive kid, but like, you need that defensive backfield to get better. And they go linebacker. And then the Packers, who desperately needed a corner, you and I were talking, Brad, maybe this was the spot for Jermod McCoy. It is not. He continues to slide. He was supposed to be a first-round pick, but as you mentioned, medicals looks like he might need another surgery on that already surgically repaired knee. Everybody's avoiding him like the plague. Packers go Brandon Cisse, corner from South Carolina. So we are into the final 12 picks of the second round. 2 with the best available quarterbacks on the board. Carson Beck, Garrett Nussmeier from LSU, Drew Aller from Penn State. Will one of those three or multiple of those guys hear their name called here on this Friday night in either round 2 or round 3? But Brad, why don't we give out some early draft grades here for a couple of teams and how they have fared so far in the first round, and if we include the picks here in the second round as well. Let's start with Big Blue, and I'll let you assign a grade before I absolutely tear them apart for what they did last night. What do you think of the Giants draft so far?
Hey, man, I'm been impressed with the Giants draft so far. You got to get credit where credit is due, and they have been A-okay in my book. You look at the New York Giants, and Arvell Reese is a guy they shouldn't have gotten at number 5 overall. Honestly, everybody or their great-grandmother who was a draftnik had him projected to go number 2, number 3 at the latest, so he slips to number 5. Yes, I know you're a Debbie Downer. You were crestfallen that they didn't get Caleb Downs, and justifiably so. And with him sitting there at number 10, Francis Mauigoa is obviously an area of need. But, I thought what they did last night, it gets them a B. It's not an A+. They might have got an A grade. Probably would have gotten an A grade, honestly, if they go Reese and Downs and rebuild that defense in a snap of a finger. But they needed some help in the offensive line. They satisfy that with a man-eater there in the trenches. And then you also get Arvell Reese, a guy that, again, I felt was going to be number 2 overall, number 3 overall, one of those 2 positions. Slides to 5, nice value, do-it-all kind of guy, and can be a defensive centerpiece for years to come for John Harbaugh. So I'm going to go B. And Pat, I don't think you're nearly as optimistic as I am.
No, I have him as a D after the first round, and it's solely because they passed on Caleb Downs. I mean, I can't forgive him for that. I cannot. Arvell Reese was either going to be 2 or 3. He ends up staying there at 5. The Giants take him in a vacuum. Okay, I can understand it. Guy that's got all the potential in the world, but again, the Giants have drafted nothing but busts so far at that linebacker / edge rusher position over the last couple of years. Kayvon Thibodeau, who they said, were reports earlier tonight when the draft started, the Giants have no plans to trade Kayvon Thibodeau. Okay, you have no plans to trade him. He hasn't been very good. You got Abdul Carter last year. The guy was falling asleep in team meetings. Now you've added another edge rusher, linebacker, hybrid player to the mix. I mean, where are you going to play these guys? Where are you going to play them? So that, and then they get Francis Mauigoa. Okay, the offensive line isn't that great, but they were healthy last year. You have Andrew Thomas at left tackle, who's one of the best in the sport when he's healthy. Okay, if you're thinking he might not be healthy, I could get it, but you don't draft somebody at 10 overall for depth. And they just re-signed Jermaine Illuminor at right tackle, so they're going to have Francis Mauigoa play right guard when he's a tackle. Like, just draft a guard in the second or the third round. I don't get it. So yeah. It doesn't make sense that they went tackle, a guy that's going to play guard in the first round, and they didn't draft Caleb Downs. I like the pick they made here to start the second round tonight. picking up a corner because their corners have been terrible. And, in that regard, I would maybe, they get Colton Hood from Tennessee. You include that, I would upgrade them to a C minus. But what they did last night, I'm sorry, I got to give them a D.
All right. D is doubtful. That's exactly what you feel right now about your Giants. I understand it. I get it. You're passionate. You wanted Caleb Downs in the worst way. You're willing to sacrifice life, limb, and body, whatever was necessary to get him, and they let you down. But that's what the Giants do, don't they?
Yep, that is what they do. All right, before we get to the Jets, Brad, Mr. Perfect, has struck again. Monty is 13 for 13. Bobby Witt Jr. with a double to lead off the bottom of the fourth. The streak continues for Michael Montgomery. He is on fire. He's the fastest kid alive. He is a psycho. He is a man possessed. Bobby Witt Jr. with a double. It's 13 for 13 for Michael Montgomery. I mean, literally, when I told you cannot jinx this man. You cannot phase him. You cannot jinx him. 13 straight on the trot. Announcer jinx, not a real thing. Bobby Witt Jr. with a double. Monty, give yourself another round of applause. Take a bow. And he did it with a double, too. Wasn't even just a measly single. He gets 2 bases out of it.
Yeah, utterly outstanding. Batters-box.com. Folks, bookmark it. Get to know it. That's Monty's site. He has hitter ratings free every single day. Crunches all the advanced data, gives you the best matchups. He's got a nice little neat rating that he signs to it. It's even color coded. For those of you that are like, what do these numbers mean? I don't even know what the hell they mean. There's 3 digits behind this period. What does that say about this guy? Well, if it's in the right color zone, and you'll see who's got the highest rating and the color associated, they should probably look at some of their markets. That's all I'm going to say. Go to batters-box.com, affectionately known as the hyphen, because Michael Montgomery is a damn genius.
That is right. That's right. 310-840-4910. Before we take a short break, let's get you updated here on the last 3 picks that have been taken here. The Colts at 53 took linebacker C.J. Allen out of Georgia. The Eagles have gone with another pass catcher. Remember, they traded up to get Mekhi Lemon last night, and they still do have Dallas Goedert. There was a lot of discussion this offseason about what was going to happen with Dallas Goedert. They end up inking him to a 1-year, $7 million deal. The Eagles have just added another tight end, Eli Stowers, out of Vanderbilt. So 2 pass catchers for this Birds offense. Howie Roseman, I'm shocked. I am shocked here by the Birds adding another pass catcher. Tight end Eli Stowers from Vanderbilt. And the Patriots just took Gabe Jacobs, edge rusher, at 55. So we'll break down those picks when we return. We'll do a little draft fill in the blank as well. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
If the Knicks lose this series, is Mike Brown going to get fired? It's like the funniest question that's ever been asked. Like, if I poop myself, will it smell? What do you think? If Mike Brown and the Knicks lose this series, Mike Brown is going to get fired. 100%. Not 99%, 100%. I don't want to say 100%. 99.9%. He gets fired. I can't be the only Knicks fan that last night, as Josh Hart, in futile fashion, is chasing after the ill-fated Jalen Brunson pass, and the clock is winding down and the game is about to end. Again, looking like the end of a college basketball game, not an NBA playoff game. I can't be the only Knicks fan that was thinking, get me Giannis Antetokounmpo. Because I'll tell you what, that's where we're trending. If the Knicks lose to Atlanta, if it happens, and the betting market right now has Atlanta as the series favorite. How about that? To everyone, it's like, well, why do you want to play Toronto? They can beat Atlanta. Think about, again, what did I tell you? And I know Toronto beat Cleveland last night. The Cavs are not losing that series. If the Knicks lose this series, and they're favored to right now, if they lose this series, not only is there no point in Mike Brown returning, and it's not that I wanted them to hire Mike Brown. I wanted someone other than Tom Thibodeau. Not only is there no point in Mike Brown returning, but there is no point in the core of this team coming back. None. Zero. It's one thing to lose in the Eastern Conference Final to a Pacers team that almost beat the Thunder in the NBA Finals. Like, it's one thing for that to happen, right? It will be another thing entirely to lose in the first round to the Atlanta Hawks. Get me Giannis. If they're going to lose this series to Atlanta in what will be, regardless of what anyone feels about the Hawks, it will be embarrassing if the Knicks lose this series. Get me Giannis Antetokounmpo. Forget about this core. They will prove themselves to be losers if they can't beat the Hawks. You get to the second round and you lose to Boston, you know what? I won't like it, but you can accept it because the Celtics are way better than Atlanta and have home court. You lose this series, adios Mike Brown, and let's bring Giannis to New York. It's hard to overstate how much better the Tennessee Titans are today than they were last season. No matter what you think of Robert Saleh as a head coach, he's better than Brian Callahan. Like, not even a question. Wan'Dale Robinson. Did they overpay for him? Yes. Is he still a good player? Yes. Not my money. I don't care. Wan'Dale Robinson. Cordell Flott and Alante Taylor at corner. John Franklin Myers. Trade for Jermaine Johnson. Carnell Tate to go along with Calvin Ridley. And Chimere Dike and Alec Iamaner and Wan'Dale Robinson. This receiving core is actually pretty good. Along with Gunnar Helm, who I think is an up-and-coming tight end. With your second-year quarterback. And a defense that will almost certainly be better. And you add the edge player later in the first round with Falk. So if Saleh coaches him up, that's what Saleh does. With defensive players, you bring them along. The secondary is going to be better. Jeffrey Simmons is still there. I don't know if I want to go out on a long enough limb to say the Titans will win the AFC South or that they'll be a playoff team. I will say, I'd be pretty surprised if they're not in contention. They're not on the in the hunt graphic in December. There's no reason why this team can't go 9-8 or 10-7 or better if Cam Ward takes the next step.
Live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. In case you missed it right before we went to commercial break, our guy Monty, our video producer, the owner and operator of batters-box.com, in our nightly game that we play in the first hour, Let's Go Streaking. You got to just pick one player in the Major League Baseball slate to just get a hit. Monty is now a perfect 13 for 13 after Bobby Witt Jr. hit a double to start off the bottom of the fourth inning. A couple of scoreboard updates here for you. NBA playoffs, the Sixers, they have now battled back. They've taken the lead on the Celtics here in Game 3. Series tied at 1 apiece. Philadelphia now leads at 67-64. They were down by 7 at the half. And now, Brad, they lead the Celtics here. So, look out. Boston in trouble again here. Tyrese Maxey's got 19 points. Paul George has 16. Tatum and Jaylen Brown both have 13 for the Celtics. But Philadelphia is erupting here in the third quarter. And then how about this? Kevin Durant ruled out. No Austin Reeves still and no Luka Doncic. And the Lakers are up early, 43-35 on the Houston Rockets in H-Town. Rui Hachimura with 16 points for the Lake Show. LeBron's got 7 points and 2 assists. And for the Rockets, it's Alperen Şengün picking up the load in the absence of Durant. He's got 11 points, but Houston's defense still getting torched by the Lakers here. They're shooting the lights out. So, bit of a surprise in both of those games. The Rockets down 5 now, and the Celtics down to the Sixers. So, bit of a surprise to say the least. All right, Brad, we've had a couple of more picks come through here in the NFL draft. We also had a trade. The Eagles, they trade for Jonathan Grenard from the Minnesota Vikings, and the Vikings get a third-round pick in tonight's draft, and they get a third-round pick in next year's draft. I still think it's a great move from Howie Roseman because the third-round pick in tonight's draft that the Eagles just gave Minnesota, that was a comp pick that they got from losing Milton Williams last year in free agency to the New England Patriots. So the Eagles lose Jalen Phillips this offseason, who goes to the Carolina Panthers on a big deal. And they now get Jonathan Grenard from the Minnesota Vikings. And the Minnesota Vikings end up saving $34 million in cap space. So it feels like a win-win for everybody. Grenard this past season had 3 sacks. He played 12 games. He was banged up towards the end of the season. The 2 years before that combined, he had 24 and a half sacks. So absolutely the Eagles are hoping Jonathan Grenard can reclaim that kind of form. But that's a pretty big trade here going down on this Friday night.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we got a number of picks, as you mentioned, coming in fast and furious. I'm going to catch some people up, including a special guy near and dear to my heart from the ILL, Gabe Akis, going to New England. Pick number 55 overall. Very talented edge rusher again, add another body to already a talented overall defense. Guy, it's an absolute ball hawk, pocket pressure extraordinaire, dials up that heat and just, wraps some guys up with a lot of consistency. So great landing spot there. C.J. Allen went to the Indianapolis Colts, number 51 overall, linebacker out of Georgia. Eli Stowers to fly, Eagles fly, tight end from Vanderbilt, and number 22 overall. Speaking of tight ends, Nate, Bauerkircher from Texas A&M goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now our beloved Chicago Bears are on the clock. Let's bring in Brandon Combs right now. Brando, I don't know if you've seen the pick. If you've seen the pick, let me know what it is, and are you happy?
So I have seen the pick, and it is not a defensive pick. It's actually a center, and it is Logan Jones, the center from Iowa. So it's not a terrible pick because of obviously what has gone on with the Bears in the center position. You lose a guy to retirement at the age of 27. You're not expecting it. Obviously, they made the trade for Bradbury. I don't think he's going to be their starter for much longer, but Logan Jones, you build some depth there and you can bring him along slowly. I don't hate it, especially with all the edge rushers gone now that you passed on. So, it's a good depth piece here for the Bears.
He's still.
Why are you laughing at me, Brad?
Because you're throwing straight. Look, man, Thiedemann was an awesome selection in round 1. You're gonna love it.
Yeah, I'm gonna love it when nobody can attack the quarterback. I'm gonna love it when the Bears have 0 sacks in Week 12.
Okay, time. Let it simmer.
0 sacks.
All right. Let it simmer.
Well, hey, look, maybe they'll just rely on a historic number of turnovers again to make it to the playoffs. Sure. That and Caleb Williams, Iceman, stealing the nickname from the former NBA great, leading all these fourth quarter comebacks. So I'm sure you guys will be fine.
Yeah, no, look,
totally.
it is what it is. I trust the process. I trust Ben Johnson. I trust Ryan Poles with Ben Johnson next to him. I don't necessarily trust Ryan Poles, selecting any lineman, especially offensive lineman, which was supposed to be a specialty, but he does not have a good track record so far. So, no, look, I don't hate this pick, especially, it's an Iowa guy, so I got to trust my guy Monty that the Iowa Hawkeye is going to come into Chicago. And he's going to do some good because Iowa Hawkeyes, you know what they do? They just win. And Monty continues to just win. And so, look, I like this.
Well, I mean, he's on the Iowa Hawkeyes offense. They don't do a whole lot of winning. It's the defense.
Oh, they were good this year. The Iowa Hawkeyes offense was just fine this year. Yeah, they weren't what they were
more
before.
than 10 points a game. They were good. Come on.
Right. Exactly. If they score more than 10 points a game, they're good. That's Iowa.
That's like the Rockies winning 42 games last year. They win 51 games this year. The Rockies are good. They're good.
Yes. That's exactly what it is, Pat. You genius. You're finally figuring it out.
So they're showing Logan Jones. He won the state titles in shot put and discus in 2019. So if nothing else, at least he'll be able to throw people far,
And thank you, Monty. Iowa averaged 29 points per game, 54th in the country, by the way.
On the basketball team? The basketball team in the first half.
That's actually kind of accurate. Yeah, that's
Coach
about
McCollum.
Right. Slowest offense in the country.
Combs, do we want to do a little fill in the blank here for a couple of minutes, or do we not have time?
I mean, we have time for one. If you want to do one, we can do one.
Let's do one.
All right.
Or we could just try to do rapid fire.
I mean, we could. Yeah, either way, you guys. It's up to you guys. Let's go. Here we go. Best pick of first round was blank. Pat.
Caleb Downs, 11 to the Dallas Cowboys. Pretty simple because he should have gone top 5, and he ends up going 11. And I'll give you one more here. I love the Jets taking Kenyon Sadiq at 16. So Caleb Downs at 11, Kenyon Sadiq at 16. Loved both of those picks.
It's Caleb Downs for 11 for me as well, to the Dallas Cowboys. And Pat, because I love you, I still think Arvell Reese is a great value at number 5.
Yeah, you know what? That I know you hate it, Pat. I know you were going nuts yesterday, but I think Arvell Reese at 5 was an absolute steal. I think you're gonna love watching that guy play ball in New York. And even though you didn't get your guy Caleb Downs, I think Arvell Reese is an absolute monster. All right, let's go. What was the dumbest pick of the first round, Brad?
Oh, man. Dumbest pick of the first round, probably going to be Ty Simpson, especially in light of the contract negotiation news for the LA Rams with Matthew Stafford. Like, he could be sitting, and this is not crazy to think, for the next, 2 to 3 years. Dumbfounding pick, knowing they're on the cusp of maybe marching to the Super Bowl this year in their own stadium.
Yeah, I'll go with that one as well. The Giants taking Maui Noah at 10 to play guard when they just re-signed their right tackle and they have a stud left tackle was dumb. And also, I think the Vikings taking Caleb Banks, defensive tackle from Florida, at 18 when they very desperately need a safety and Dylan Thieneman was there and they didn't take him. I thought that was dumb as well.
Yeah, for me, it's Jeremiah Love at 3. Look, I think he's the best player in the draft. I think he was I think he is an absolute stud. I think he's going to put up numbers. But for the Arizona Cardinals organization, this was a dumb move. You're not going to be ready to win for 5 seasons. What are you doing with Jeremiah Love? You don't even have a quarterback right now. And you went with a running back. You didn't go, with an offensive line, or you didn't go with an edge rusher. You didn't go with something to start rebuilding. You went running back at 3. I thought that was a stupid pick by the Arizona Cardinals, even though, like I said, Jeremiah Love, best player in the draft.
Wow.
Brad, we're about to bid you adieu. Any final words before you head into the weekend?
Tequila? That's my final word. That's where I'm going right now. And go Bears. That's all I got to say. It's been a fun week, my man.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We got more live NFL draft coverage when we return. We're near the end of round 2. We still got round 3 and more playoff scoreboard updates when we return. This is BetMGM Tonight.
Arvell Reese, and you know this because I've said it for a month now. I thought the Jets should have picked him. We'll get to the Jets. I liked the Jets' first round. I think they should have picked Arvell Reese. Arvell Reese has the potential, and maybe I don't think he'll be a bust, but you have to acknowledge that anyone could be a bust, right? But probably he has more of a potential to be a bust than David Bailey, just saying. But I think his ceiling's way higher. He is the big swing here. He is a potentially transformative player. He is a player who could potentially change the math on the football field for Big Blue. I can't believe he was there at 5. And then at pick 10, Maui Noah, who's going to play guard next to Illuminor. And like this offensive line, I'm not going to tell anybody that it's like the 1992 Dallas Cowboys. I want to know how it's not going to be way better this year than it was last year. Now, Andrew Thomas has to stay healthy. Very important, obviously. But, like, Marcus Bowe was good last year. He's not going to start, but, like, I like what the Giants have working right now on this offensive line. This is spectacular for the Giants. Still have to add a receiver. I expect that to happen throughout the rest of the NFL draft. The Giants have an early pick coming up tonight. I loved it. And how about Maui Noah? Like he's wearing and I don't want to attempt to try and pronounce it and butcher the name of it, but like the Samoan necklace, like popularized by Roman Reigns in WWE, saying that he will die for Jackson Dart and that he loves this bleep. To which I say, Francis Maui Noah, I acknowledge you. One's in the air. I'm very happy. Now, we'll talk about the Knicks the next hour, but as a Cam Schlittler pitches well last night, Yankees sweep the Red Sox, I'm a happy sports fan today. And if I weren't, and I thought the Giants sucked, I would tell you, bottom line, we'll see what happens on the field. My estimation, they nailed it. I don't think they'll be a playoff team this year because I think you can make a realistic case that they're still the worst team in the division, but this was a great first step for John Harbaugh and a great first draft for John Harbaugh as they look to set the foundation for what they and I hope is a Super Bowl team in the years to come. He's going to be awesome in the NFL. I have the number 1 pick in a dynasty rookie draft. I am going to take Love first overall. I don't like it as much now, given that I feel like there's a chance he's Jeremiah Genti, because the Cardinals are going to stink. But look, like Jeremiah Love should be awesome in the NFL. He's a really good player. But I'll bring back the analogy that I used on Monday when we were talking about this, which was, this is like if you buy a plot of land to build a house, and before you lay down the foundation, you build a bowling alley. It is a luxury pick, and they didn't have the luxury to make it. It's like you have a lemon of a car, and you put rims and a spoiler on it. You save that for when you have the sports car. They don't have it. You're putting lipstick on a pig. They stink. Even from a fantasy perspective. Like, yeah, I'm taking Love first overall in rookie drafts, but like, it's Gardner Minshew and Jacoby Brissett behind a bad offensive line. Like we just saw what happened with Ashton Genti. And I think Love's a better player than Genti. It's brutal. Like, that is whoever's fault it is. Owner, GM, coach, doesn't matter. Brain dead organization for taking a running back 3rd overall. When you're not only are they not ready to win, they're not even close. So let's add a running back. After signing Tyler Algier, after re-signing James Conner, and you have Trey Benson on the roster. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. God, they stink. They're in the literal desert. And there ain't a figurative oasis.
Games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got 2 solo hours coming at you now as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern. We're with you every Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. Open phone lines for you to call in or text in on anything about the NFL draft. Last night, round 2, which is in the last couple of picks here, and then we'll have round 3 right away tonight. Any thoughts on the NBA playoffs, the Stanley Cup playoffs? It's a loaded Friday night in Major League Baseball. Anything you want to discuss, the phone lines are open for you to call or to text at 310-840-4910. Just to get you caught up here on the last couple of picks in the NFL draft. Last we left off, Logan Jones, the center from Iowa, taken by the Chicago Bears at pick number 57. The slide finally ended for Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety from Toledo. The Browns grab him at 58 overall. Natural box safety, quick to get downhill and make tackles. Cleveland continuing to add on to that defense, and I thought they've had a really, really solid draft so far. I have the Cleveland Browns. The 3 picks they made in the 2 picks they made in the first round, Spencer Fauno, the tackle from Utah. They had an exodus this year in their offensive linemen. They did make plenty of free agency acquisitions, but now they've got Fauno can either play left tackle or right tackle. Casey Concepcion, the receiver from Texas A&M, small speedster, 6 feet tall, could be a punt returner, kick returner for them. Then to start round 2, they get the big Denzel Boston from Washington, the 6'2" receiver, and now they go safety Emmanuel McNeil-Warren from Toledo. I think the Browns have had a really good draft. Say what you will about Andrew Berry. I think he's had a good draft. And then after that, the Houston Texans went tight end Marlon Klein from Michigan. 6'6", 248 pounds. Now, this is a guy that wasn't really mocked to get drafted until, I don't know, like the 5th or the 6th round. I'm looking at his overall ranking on a lot of the draft websites. So that is definitely a shocking pick in terms of where a lot of scouts had him, considering you also have Oscar Delp, who was still available to be drafted, and you had Max Clare, who was still available, that's still on the board, and the Texans go Marlon Klein from Michigan. Again, bit of a surprise. And you take a look at his stats last year for the Wolverines, only 248 yards and a touchdown. Certainly no Colston Loveland, that's for sure. So I wonder if the Texans are going to use him mostly as a run blocker, but for a second-round pick, that's the pick there. Dalton Schultz is 29 years old. He's on the last year of his contract, but I don't know about that pick for Houston. I got to be honest. It's a late second round, and people maybe start to already forget about these picks, but that's a big pick, and that's shocking that of all the tight ends that are still available, that's the pick that the Houston Texans go with. And Sam Rush from Stanford still there. Like I said, Oscar Delp from Georgia. Jack Endries from Texas. That is definitely a surprise that the Texans went Marlon Klein. Anyway, Titans, they trade up with the Bears to go up to number 60. So they get out of the 3rd round and back into the 2nd round. And the Tennessee Titans take Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker from Texas. With that pick, the Rams, they've made their first pick since taking Ty Simpson. I thought for sure it was going to be a receiver. Instead, it is Max Clare, the tight end from Ohio State, which I got to be honest, that's another head scratcher from the LA Rams. They've got Colby Parkinson, Tyler Higbee, and Terrence Ferguson still on their roster. the 3 tight ends who they have used interchangeably here over the last year and a half. And they just took another tight end. I thought for sure that would have been a receiver. I mean, what are we doing? What is Les Snead doing? You now have 4 tight ends on your roster. 3 that you used pretty regularly. I don't get it. I mean, I get the Rams play the most 13 personnel out of anybody in the NFL this last year, 31% of the time. 13 personnel is 1 running back and 3 tight ends. I mean, can they run 4 tight ends on the field? Because they now have 4 of them. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me at all, honestly. Really doesn't make sense. You have 3 tight ends. Why would you take another? You need a receiver. Whatever. Head scratcher, to say the least, for me, what the LA Rams just did. That's the most recent pick. So we still have 3 teams left to go here in round 2. The Bills, the Chargers, and the Seahawks. And then we will just roll it right into round 3. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. Let's get an NBA scoreboard update here, because the results that are going on right now are very surprising for me. End of the third quarter in Philadelphia, and the Sixers led at one point in this third quarter. Boston has taken back the lead, but it is tight. Celtics lead the Sixers 79-74. Again, this is game 3. This series is tied at 1 game apiece. And it's a pivotal game. Boston coming off that terrible shooting performance in game 2. I thought they would have definitely bounced back in a big way tonight, and there is still time for them to do that. You know, they've done the job shooting the ball well. I thought they would put up a much better fight defensively. Philadelphia is doing a good job putting up points despite not really shooting it all that well from 3. The Sixers are 9 for 25 from deep. That's only 36%. And yet they have put up 5 more shots than the Celtics, despite being out-rebounded by 10. It's because Boston's turned the ball over 14 times, and Philly has only turned it over 7 times. So there you go. That's your answer. They've taken 5 more shots despite having 10 less rebounds. That's why they've been able to keep it close. Tyrese Maxey's got 21 points and 5 assists. Kelly Oubre's got 13 points, and Paul George has 16 points. Meanwhile, for Boston, the familiar faces leading the way for them. Jaylen Brown, 17 points and 7 rebounds. Jason Tatum, 14 points and 5 assists. It's 79-76. Celtics lead the Sixers early fourth quarter. Before we get to the Lakers-Rockets update, we've got breaking news. Victor Wembanyama, the Spurs All-Star center, the unanimous Defensive Player of the Year, suffered the concussion in Game 2 that the Blazers went on to come from behind and win in San Antonio. You got Game 3 tonight in Portland. Victor Wembanyama is out for the game. Went into concussion protocol, but then traveled with the team, was participating in morning shoot-around today. All signs were pointing that he was actually going to miraculously play here just 2.5 days after suffering a concussion, but they're ruling him out. So I guess they don't want to risk it too early. You do have a Game 4 coming up on a Sunday, so a quick turnaround. And that is a 3:30 p.m. Eastern start. So that means that's a 12:30 p.m. local start in Portland with a night game going on now. So that tells me Wemby's going to play Game 4 because it looked like he was 50-50 on whether or not he could play tonight. He is ruled out, and all of a sudden this becomes a 50-50 game here tonight between the Spurs and the Blazers. Without Wembanyama, Denny Avdia should have a big game, and the Blazers at home, without the unanimous Defensive Player of the Year on the floor, they got to feel pretty good about their chances. So that is massive news. Wemby out for Game 3 tonight. That game tipping off in about an hour and a half from now. Okay, the big shocker tonight is the Lakers are up double digits on the Rockets with under 2 minutes to go here in the second quarter. It is 61-48 LA. Again, Kevin Durant was ruled out for this game about an hour before it started. He missed Game 1 after he picked up some kind of injury in practice, colliding with a teammate chasing a loose ball. The Rockets got beat 107-98. KD returned for game 2, and you're thinking, all right, no Luka Doncic, no Austin Reeves. Houston's going to be able to answer here now that they've got KD, right? I mean, they only lost by 9, and they only scored 98 points. Well, Durant had a great first half, scoring 20 points. He had one of the worst second halves you could ever imagine in that game 2. 3 points on 1 for 5 shooting, and he turned it over a playoff career worst 9 times for the game. The Rockets lost 101-94. So down 2-0 tonight, going back to Houston, home court in their favor now, or on their home court. Kevin Durant gets ruled out with a sprained ankle, which he was on the injury report for. And I got to be honest, I was like, all right, well, he was terrible in game 2, but he didn't look like he was grimacing. He didn't look hurt. I got to be honest, I thought that was just maybe like, to protect Kevin Durant's ego. Like, oh, yeah, Durant's dealing with a bit of a sprained ankle. That's why he was so bad in the second half in game 2. And apparently he's hurt. And so Durant not playing in this game. And it's not even the Rockets' offense. It's their defense that is getting shredded by the Lakers with no Austin Reeves and still no Luka Doncic. The Lakers have 61 points here with still a minute and a half to go before halftime. And the Lakers are on pace to put up over 120 with no Luka and no Austin Reeves on this Rockets defense in Houston, one of the best defenses in the NBA this year. And not only that, they're in danger of going down 0-3. So sound the alarm. Houston, we've had a problem. We got a big problem now. Code red. The Rockets are down 61-50. Just over a minute left to go in the second quarter. LeBron James having another tremendous performance. 16 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists. They can't stop LeBron. They can't stop him. And Rui Hachimura lit it up in the first quarter. He's got 16 points already. He's hit 3 threes. So those are the 2 damage doers for the Lakers. Meanwhile, for Houston, Jabari Smith Jr., 14 points, 2 rebounds. And Alperen Şengün, who you would think would be the prime suspect to pick up the scoring for the Houston Rockets. He's got 11 points, but just 4 for 8 shooting. So they are definitely trying to limit him and force somebody else to beat them. The Rockets have just gotten it within single digits now at 61-52, but they're going to need a big push here in the second half. And the Sixers have just retaken the lead on the Boston Celtics with a 3-pointer from Tyrese Maxey. 85-84, Philadelphia, under 9 minutes to go. So I thought the Celtics would win tonight, and I thought the Rockets would win tonight, but it's the Sixers who are in front and the Lakers in front by double digits in the second quarter, and no Victor Wembanyama tonight. This is like the bizarro world here in the NBA playoffs tonight. We could have the Rockets down 0-3, and you could have the Celtics in a 2-1 hole with Joel Embiid haven't even stepped on the floor yet for Philadelphia. All right, let's get you caught up now. Let's pivot back here to the NFL draft and get you caught up here on the last couple of picks as the second round has nearly come to an end here. Let's just see as I refresh my screen. All right, so the Buffalo Bills have gone with a corner, Davison Igbinosun out of Ohio State, which, if you remember last year, the Buffalo Bills' first-round draft pick was a corner, Mad Max, Maxwell Hairston, who I thought that was a great get, and I had a lot of hope for him, for Maxwell Hairston. He got hurt in training camp, and it kind of derailed his entire season. He didn't end up playing until week 8, and then got injured in the last game of the regular season, did not play in the playoffs, but in 11 games in the regular season, had 2 interceptions, 5 pass breakups, a quarterback rating when he was targeted against of 77. So he had some flashes. He just wasn't able to stay healthy. You know, Christian Benford is their number 1 corner. Christian Benford, by the way, who had 2 pick sixes in the regular season, or I think one was a scoop and score, one was a pick 6. So he's still their number 1 corner. So this is basically open competition now for the number 2 corner spot or the slot corner for the Buffalo Bills, because they just used a top 2-round pick on a corner for the second straight year. Remember, they also signed C.J. Gardner-Johnson in the offseason on a 1-year contract. So you got the Buffalo Bills trying to do everything they can to stack up that secondary and make sure that it is a point of strength for them when really we know what the book is on the Buffalo Bills. They've struggled to stop the run. So kind of confusing to me. I've seen a lot of confusing picks so far here tonight. They did go edge rusher TJ Parker, did the Buffalo Bills with their first pick here in the second round. They traded out of the first round last night. So edge rusher, sure. Although TJ Parker, definitely more of a straight get after the quarterback than a run stopping defensive end. But then they go corner. I would have thought linebacker would have been a good spot for them there. You know, they did sign Bradley Chubb in the offseason, but they've had trouble staying healthy in the linebacking core. And so they go corner. And to me, that's a bit of a surprise. And then the Los Angeles Chargers, I thought they were going to go offensive line with their first round pick last night. And instead, the Chargers went edge rusher Akeem Mesidor from Miami. Now they go with an interior offensive lineman here in the second round. The Chargers get Jake Slaughter, center from Florida, who was the number one graded center in the draft. And I do believe he is the first center that comes off the board here. So the Chargers go with a center. Again, their interior offensive line was a massive problem this past season. They did sign Tyler Biadasz in the offseason, coming over from the Washington Commanders. And I was a guy that had a great start to his career with Dallas, but maybe it was just playing alongside a great offensive line with the Cowboys in his first couple of years that made Biadasz look a lot better than he was. So the Chargers are going with a center, Jake Slaughter. And it looks like we are just about, we just got the last pick of the second round. Seahawks took Jadarian Price, running back from Notre Dame, to finish the first round last night. And now they go safety, Bud Clark from TCU, which is not a surprise at all for Seattle, considering all the guys they lost in the offseason from that defensive backfield, losing Kobe Bryant. And, their safeties, Julian Love, who's getting up there in age, Ty Okada, who had some really good moments last year, 1.5 sacks, had an interception, had a fumble recovery, 65 tackles. So they add Bud Clark now to that defensive backfield. And that's a guy that can definitely play all over, just like Nick Emenwari, who became a hero in Seattle. So the Seahawks, the defending champs, restocking that defensive backfield. And we are on to round 3, where the Arizona Cardinals have the first pick of the third round. And when we come back, we'll see if it could be Carson Beck who comes off the board to start the third round, the quarterback from Miami. When we come back, we'll let you know what the Cardinals do to start the third round. We'll get you some more score updates as well. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
A.J. Brown will be a New England Patriot. So for the Eagles, I love this. And yes, at some point they're going to have to address tackle. Maybe they do it tonight. Lane Johnson's long in the tooth. The offensive line is not the juggernaut that it was in years past. But I really like this pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. And his last note on the Eagles. No excuses this year for Jalen Hurts. None. Now you could have made it, and I'll be real with you. If the Eagles had not selected a receiver early in this draft, I would have made excuses for him this year. And I admit that. Because I don't think a receiving core of Devontae Smith, Hollywood Brown, Dontavian Wicks, and Elijah Moore is good enough. I don't think it is. And if Hurts had struggled with his 17th different offensive coordinator in 15 years, slight exaggeration, I would have made excuses for him. It's not fair. He's not playing with the full deck. And I think the Eagles probably would have moved on from him after next year. Now with this trade for Mekhi Lemon, I am the biggest Jalen Hurts defender out there and biggest Jalen Hurts fan out there. No excuses for Jalen Hurts this year. Time to perform. No drama, no nonsense, just wins. Final score, Wolves 113, Nuggets 96. Nikola Jokic will never have a playoff game like this again. 7 for 26 from the field, plus minus of minus 21. So we can credit Minnesota, absolutely. And look, if Aaron Gordon doesn't come back, like, the Wolves are going to win the series. Minnesota's favored right now at BetMGM, minus 125, Nuggets plus 105. If Aaron Gordon comes back for game 4 and he plays the rest of the series, I think the Nuggets will win in 7. But it going to be close. He doesn't come back, the Wolves are going to the next round. So a lot's on the line here. Jokic is obviously going to play better in game 4 and moving forward. Like, this is like a once in a career at this point for Jokic, playoff dud for one of the great offensive players in the history of the NBA. So I expect the Nuggets, pending Aaron Gordon's health. He's day-to-day right now. We don't know if he's going to play this weekend in game 4. If Gordon plays, I expect the Nuggets to even the series at 2 apiece, heading back to Denver. If Gordon doesn't play, all bets are off.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Well, he's come off the board. We've got our third quarterback taken with the first pick of the third round of the NFL draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Carson Beck, quarterback from Miami. So there you go. Fernando Mendoza goes 1 overall. Ty Simpson, in a shocker, went 13th overall to the Rams. And the Cardinals get Carson Beck from Miami with the first pick of the third round. And now the question becomes, how soon does Carson Beck play this year for an Arizona Cardinals team that is coming off a brutal season a year ago? They cut Kyler Murray after he was mediocre to begin the season, then gets hurt. Jacoby Brissett takes over, and because their defense was one of the worst I've seen in the last 5 years in the NFL, they basically were laying 20 points to the other team in the first half of games. And then it was like, all right, we just have to throw the ball 50 times a game. Jacoby Brissett, how's your arm feel? Put some ice on it and go back out there and throw another 50 times next week. And so the passing numbers look pretty good, but it's because they were constantly playing from behind. New head coach, Mike LaFleur, the former offensive coordinator for the LA Rams under Sean McVay. He's the head coach. They took Jeremiah Love with the third overall pick last night. And then with their second round pick, they go offensive guard Chase Besantis from Texas A&M. And now they get what they're hoping to be their quarterback of the future in Carson Beck. Now remember, they still have Jacoby Brissett, and there's some controversy around him because he is seeking a raise to get paid like a starter. 33 years old. He's been a journeyman backup, but filled in pretty damn well. He was better than Kyler Murray last year. Jacoby Brissett's numbers, 3,366 yards with 23 touchdowns and 8 interceptions in 14 games. Again, a lot of that was garbage time, but it remains to be seen. Like, it's one thing for everybody to play prevent defense because they're up by 20 points on you, but it's another thing, like, everybody knows that the Cardinals were going to throw the ball because they didn't have a run game. James Conner out for the season early on. Trey Benson out for the season early on. And so, yeah, like everybody knew they were throwing it. Brissett still played well. And so he wants starter money now. He signed a 2-year, $12.5 million contract with the Cardinals last year to be the insurance in case Kyler Murray got hurt again or wasn't good. So he's going into the last year of his contract. I don't blame Jacoby Brissett for wanting to get paid. Now this makes it less likely that they pay him. Because the Arizona Cardinals can just say, well, we ain't paying you, bro, because you were just an insurance plan, and that's probably still all you're going to be. We're going to pay Jacoby Brissett $30, $35, $40 million a year when they just drafted Carson Beck. There's no chance. They brought in Gardner Minshew as the backup, and now those two guys will battle it out to see who's going to be the starter, and it'll probably be Brissett. I can't imagine he's going to hold out because after this year, Brissett's going to be looking for the next job to try to come in as the backup and take over that job from another young quarterback that can't get the job done. So I can't imagine Jacoby Brissett's just going to hold out, and I don't think the Cardinals are going to pay him. Why would they? So anyway, you got Brissett, you got Gardner Minshew, and my thinking is that it'll be Brissett. And if the Cardinals are as bad or close to as bad as they were last year, and if they're not a playoff team, which I don't think they will be, even though they have great offensive weapons, like Carson Beck's walking into a great situation. Let's just make that clear. I still think their defense will be terrible. They haven't addressed the defense in the draft at all here. And they really didn't make a whole lot of upgrades in the offseason at the defense. Like, their defense is still mostly the same as it was last year. Now, they drafted Walter Nolan with the 16th overall pick this past season. Remember, he only played half the year. He was constantly banged up. Then he underwent surgery on his left knee. They're hoping Walter Nolan can step up and be a monster this year for them. You know, they got Josh Sweat, who had a new career high in sacks last year with 12. He was one of the very lone bright spots on this defense last year. Other than that, the defense was terrible. They couldn't stop anybody. And again, they didn't make a whole lot of upgrades to it. So my thinking is the Cardinals defense is probably going to be terrible again. They're probably, now again, they fired Jonathan Gannon, and he was supposed to be the defensive guy. Mike LaFleur is now the head coach. They retained Nick Rallis, though, who was the defensive coordinator. I'm a bit surprised at that. He's only 32 years old, and you saw what that defense did. Maybe Jonathan Gannon was the reason the defense was terrible, and the Cardinals are saying, no, this guy was actually a great schemer. We just don't have the pieces, and we didn't have the coaching from the head coach. I don't know. Nick Rallis, though, from what I remember, was the defensive play caller. So I don't think the defense is going to be very good. I think that's going to keep them from being a playoff team, and I think despite the weapons you have on offense, you'll probably have a Cardinals team that is going to be, I don't know, I'll just spitball here. They'll start the year probably 2-6. And I think that is when Jacoby Brissett steps aside and Carson Beck will leapfrog right over Gardner Minshew. And I think Carson Beck probably is the starter for the Arizona Cardinals by, let's say, week 9. At the latest, probably by week 9. And then Carson Beck has an offense that now has a brand new rookie running back to hand it off to and to throw it to in Jeremiah Love. Marvin Harrison, where he finally started to show his potential at the end of last season. Trey McBride, top 3 tight end in all of football. Michael Wilson, who came on as a stud last year out of necessity because they needed to throw the ball 50 times. Kendrick Bourne, who they added in the offseason. That is a pretty decent damn offense, especially if Jeremiah Love can make an immediate impact. You might be looking at a near top 10 offense, whether they're down 20 points in the first half and that's why they have so many yards per game, or just because their offense is going to be that good this year. Like, it's up to Jacoby Brissett to make sure that Carson Beck doesn't see the field. But again, I just think that their defense is going to be so bad that Brissett will step aside about midway through the season. Carson Beck will become the starter. This team's got nothing to lose. And so if they get, knocked down the pecking order and they're virtually eliminated from playoff contention, and let's be honest, in the division that they're in, they ain't winning the division with the Rams, the reigning Super Bowl champion Seahawks, and with the San Francisco 49ers. That's been one of the best divisions in football for the last 3 years. So if the Cardinals are virtually eliminated, they got nothing to lose. You turn the keys over to Carson Beck, you give the kid at least half a season, and you say, hey, let's rip it. Let's see what you got. And they look, this is one of the oldest quarterbacks here in recent memory to come out of the draft. Carson Beck is, I believe, 23 years old. He's going to be 24 midway through the season. But a kid that, look, started his career at Georgia and looked like he was going to be a future first-round draft pick. And then it didn't work out. You know, he basically got passed over for Gunnar Stockton. And then after his fourth year at Georgia, he goes to Miami this past year. And yes, it was mostly because of the defense, but Carson Beck was a professional playing at the college level. He made smart decisions for the most part. He limited the turnovers towards the end of the season, and his passer rating went through the roof towards the end of the year, and he finished with 3,800 yards and a career-high 30 touchdowns, and he got the Hurricanes to the national championship game, where I thought he played pretty damn okay against a great Indiana defense. So Carson Beck will have his opportunities, and I think at the latest, they will come midway through the season. So there you go. The third quarterback is off the board. It is Carson Beck to the Arizona Cardinals with the first pick in the third round. The couple of picks that have followed, Tyler Onyedim, defensive tackle from Texas A&M, goes to the Denver Broncos. And if I'm not mistaken, that is the first pick that the Broncos have made in this draft. They were scheduled to pick at the end of the second round. Remember, they traded away their first round pick so they can get Jalen Waddle from the Dolphins. Then they traded out of the second round. So yeah, that's the first pick of the draft for the Denver Broncos. And they go Tyler Onyedim from Texas A&M. And that was probably the number one need for the Broncos, right? I mean, you look at their defense and it is a freaking monster. They're set at linebacker. Jonathan Cooper, Nick Bonito, the edge rushers coming off who, also play linebacker. The secondary is phenomenal with Pat Surtain, Riley Moss, Talanoa Hufanga, and Jaquan McMillan. And so it's that front three where you got Zach Allen and Malcolm Roach off the edge, DJ Jones in the middle. But yeah, you needed some defensive tackle depth for sure, especially with all the extensions that are going to be coming down the pike for the Denver Broncos here. So their top two needs is probably defensive tackle and then tight end. I would be surprised if they've got 2 fourth-round draft picks. Tomorrow, early afternoon, I would think that is where a tight end is coming off the board for the Denver Broncos because they sorely need one. They go into this season, Evan Engram really didn't fulfill his role as the Joker role that Sean Payton wanted for him. And so I'd be surprised if the Broncos don't go tight end with one of those picks early on in the fourth round tomorrow. So the Broncos made their first selection. After that, the Raiders, first pick of the third round for the Las Vegas Raiders. And they go, just lost my place there for a second. They go with edge rusher Kieran Crawford from Auburn. And I was just double checking. I wanted to make sure. I forget off the top of my head how many defensive picks the Raiders have made so far in this draft. 2. So obviously Mendoza, number 1 overall. And then they took Treydon Stukes, safety from Arizona, which Brad and I thought was a little confusing. They need pass rush help. Max Crosby is back as a Raider, but you definitely need to be able to take some stress off the double teams that he's going to face all season long. So I think this is a smart pick from the Raiders, but they still need a receiver. They got another pick in the third round. That's got to be a receiver. It better be. It better be a freaking receiver, man. You got to give Fernando Mendoza more help than what he's got right now with Trey Tucker, Jalen Eller, who they picked up in free agency, and Jack Besh. Yeah, we know they have Brock Bowers and Genty. They better draft a receiver with their second pick coming up here in the third round. They go Kieran Crawford, edge rusher from Auburn. Would have liked to see him go receiver. They better go receiver with this next pick here, their last pick in this third round tonight. And then the Eagles took a lineman, which I thought was coming in the middle rounds. They go Markel Bell, offensive tackle from Miami. This is the guy that played on the opposite side of Francis Maui-Noah. Started 21 games over the past 2 seasons at Miami, and he is a monster. 6'9", 350 pounds. And so the Eagles beefing up with the possibility that Lane Johnson retires after this season. They get some depth for that offensive line, and they go Markel Bell from Miami. The Chicago Bears have just made their first pick in the third round. They traded out of the second round so the Titans can jump up, and they go tight end. They go Sam Roush, the highest rated tight end that was still on the board from Stanford. Let me get producer Brandon Combs in here real quick because I know he wanted an edge rusher, and they just go tight end after the season that Colston Loveland had. I don't really get this one, and you still have Cole Kmet. So, I mean, maybe they're going to run a lot of 13 personnel here this year, Combs, but they need an edge rusher, and the Bears go tight end Sam Roush from Stanford. That's a bit of a head scratcher to me.
Look, I don't know. I'm befuddled. I'm befuddled on this whole thing because, like, how do you go tight end?
Doesn't make sense.
You've got Colston Loveland. You've got,
and you still have Cole Kmet.
And you got Cole Kmet. And look, man. Unless this guy can play edge rusher too, like I just don't get it. I'm at a loss. Like, I don't know. Is Cam Jordan a thing for the Bears? Like, is that a thing? It's got to be a thing, right? Because you've got nobody that can get to the quarterback. And you go and take a tight end? You go and take a vanity pick at tight end. That's what you do here.
Yeah, Karen, I did see an article that what the Saints do in the draft could end up sealing the fate of both Alvin Kamara and Cameron Jordan, the 36-year-old pass rusher. I guess that's probably your best hope at this point. Now, again, the Bears do make another pick in 20 picks from now. That's got to be a defensive lineman. It has to be. Just like the next pick for the Raiders better be receiver. The next pick for the Bears better be defensive end or defensive lineman at the worst.
It'll probably be Drew Aller. I don't know. I give up at this
Monty
point.
said he's 6'6", 270. Maybe he can play edge.
Yeah. Look, I'm at a loss for words. There are times where, especially as a Bears fan, there have been times in the draft where I've been just so fed up with a draft where I've just turned the TV off and gone to bed. When they traded up to 2 to go ahead and draft a quarterback, and I thought it was going to be Deshaun Watson, and instead it ended up being Mitchell Trubisky, I turned off the TV and I went to bed. I didn't watch the rest of the draft. That was pick number 2.
Yeah.
There have been a lot of times in the NFL draft with the Bears and with this organization and with the decisions that they make. I just don't get this one. I don't understand Ryan Poles. Again, I'm all about trusting the process because I do trust Ben Johnson. I do trust Ryan Poles with Ben Johnson next to him. I mean, I need you to explain it to me like I'm 3 years old. Explain to me how this makes sense.
I do too, unless they think that he was just a steal, right? Because he was supposed to be one of the top tight ends taken, and he was still here in the 3rd round. I'm looking at his numbers from Stanford these past couple of years: 545 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns. The year before that, 334 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns. Didn't exactly light the world on fire.
I mean, I'd have to see what he's like. I don't know much about.
He's got to
Sam
be a great
Rush.
run blocker.
That's what I was just going to say. Yeah, I wonder if he's a good pass blocker. I don't know. Maybe Ben Johnson's scheming up 13 personnel. Maybe he's going to add that to the repertoire. I don't know. I'm at a complete loss for that pick at 69. I don't understand.
69. All right, and you get a tight end at
Nice.
69. How about that? There's some irony for you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Monty said arms measured short and impacting his blocking is what some of the pre-draft analysis was for Sam Roush.
Yeah, okay. So go get Bane instead. Trade up into the 1st round and get Bane if you want somebody with short arms. You're going to go get a tight end with short arms?
The 49ers have finally taken an edge rusher, Romello Height from Texas Tech. So the draft is rolling on. We're a couple of picks into the 3rd round. We'll keep you posted as soon as we come back. Also, the Sixers and the Celtics coming down to the final minute. It's a 1-possession game. Rockets and Lakers 1-possession game. NBA playoffs heating up. We'll get you a scoreboard update when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Last night, the Dallas Cowboys stepped up to the plate and hit a 550-foot bomb. Grand slam home run last night for Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Will Clay, Brian Schottenheimer, Clayton Adams, Christian Parker, and the Dallas Cowboys. The night for Dallas could not have gone any better. You couldn't have scripted. Well, the only way you scripted better is if like David Bailey falls, which was never going to happen. You couldn't have scripted this any better for the Dallas Cowboys than it ended up. Now, look, some of this is colored by, but I'm the one talking, giving the analysis, right? By my view on Dallas heading into the draft, right? And I said it yesterday on the show. Because everybody's talking yesterday. Are the Cowboys going to trade George Pickens? Should the Cowboys trade George Pickens? And I said yesterday on these airwaves, they would be insane to A, trade George Pickens, or B, take an offensive player in the first round of the draft with either of their two selections. What did the Cowboys do? They kept George Pickens. He signed the franchise tag agreement. He signed it. He looks like he's going to be a Cowboy this year. He should be a Cowboy this year. He's awesome. He's not going to sit out. He's crazy. He's like an insane person, right? I don't think he's crazy enough to lose all that money, $27 million. He gonna play this year. And you know what he wants? More money. You know what's a great motivator in life? Money. If he's awesome this year and he shows up and shows out and balls out, he gonna get paid. He's gonna be awesome this year. And he's one of the best receivers in the league. And so is CeeDee Lamb. That offense is going to cook with Dak Prescott and that offensive line and those receivers. The offense is going to be awesome. And now, to somehow, and like, I know a lot of people didn't think it was possible. In the mock I did earlier this week, I had Dallas selecting. I had a lot of stuff wrong. It's not me being like, I'm right. But I thought there was a chance that Downs could slip. People thought he was going top 5. Like, he's not a Kyle Hamilton, Nicky Manwari style player. And those guys didn't go top 5, but you understand what I'm saying. Like, I don't think we're going to see a safety that's not in that mold go top 5 again. So I'm not shocked he fell out of the top 10. That doesn't mean he's not going to be good. I think he's going to be awesome. And the fact that he's there for the Cowboys is just an easy selection for Dallas to take Downs, to be a tone setter, to be an absolute monster in the back end of that defense. I love it for Christian Parker and this Cowboys defense. And something is just right when you think about Caleb Downs at Bama and at Ohio State, 2 of the Tiffany programs in college football, to have the star on his helmet now in the National Football League. Let's talk about the Chiefs for a moment. Trade up with the Browns to 6 to select LSU corner Mansour Delane. Love it. Obviously, Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson are now both on the Rams. Had to fix the secondary. They identified, and they have done a magnificent job identifying cornerbacks in the draft. I mean, think about whether it's L'Jarius Sneed, Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson. They've done a nice job. So when the Chiefs say, both with their actions and their words, that Delane is this level of prospect, I believe him. So you love that. And then they take Peter Woods at the end of the first round. I told you Wednesday on the show when I did the what I would do mock draft and had Peter Woods going 20th to the Cowboys, that people I respect, and I will name this guy by name because he's one of my really good friends, Pete Prisco from CBS Sports, who in addition to being my friend, like in real life, is also a great NFL analyst. And he has been very, very, very aggressive about saying that he believes Woods will be, in the NFL, more like the player he was at Clemson in 2024 than 2025. Chris Jones is getting long in the tooth. I think the Chiefs nailed it with Delane and with Peter Woods.
scores, sharp options. No waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We'll get you caught up with the last 2 or 3 picks here of the NFL draft that have just come through. But first, it's gone final in Philly. The Celtics outlast the 76ers 108-100. Boston takes a 2-1 series lead here, and they get that cover too at the last second, which was undeserved, but the Celtics do cover the number for those interested. That was the prediction. That was the pick that I gave out earlier when Brad and I broke down the game. But look, my main takeaway from this, I'll get to the game in a second. The Sixers have a chance to win this series. Joel Embiid's got to get his ass on the floor for game 4 and play the rest of this series. He's got to get on the damn floor for game 4 because that's a must-win game. Game 4 in Philadelphia, you lose that, it's 3-1 down, going back to Boston. You could basically kiss it goodbye. You're not coming back from 3-1 against the Celtics. You're not. The Sixers have to win game 4. Joel Embiid's got to play in game 4. He has to. Absolutely must. It's not like he's coming back. And again, I'm not poking light at having your appendix burst or an appendectomy. Again, I know OG Anunoby, when he had that in 2019, he was out for a month. But Embiid's been out for about 15 days already. Game 4 is going to be in another couple of days from now. Joel Embiid has got to get his ass on the floor and play. I don't care if the conditioning is not up to snuff. I realize there are some limitations when you have your appendix removed and that surgery, you know, the recovery, that you need a couple of days, if not a week or two to get your body back up and feeling normal. But they need him. They need him. They absolutely need him. Because they can win the series. They can. I'm not saying they will. But what they've shown here through 3 games, they got blown out in game 1. They beat the Celtics by double digits in Boston game 2. And I know, and I said it, like, right, the Celtics are good. They throw in a clunker every series, once a game in the first round for the last couple of years here. That game tonight was close. Philadelphia had the lead in the fourth quarter. It was back and forth until the final minute. It was a one-possession game for most of that fourth quarter. The Sixers could have won that game, and they would be up 2-1 with a chance at home to go up 3-1. And it'll be a much different conversation. Now their backs are against the wall. It's a must-win game in game 4. And they've proven that they can hang with Boston. That's now 2 straight games. They beat them by double digits in Boston in game 2. This game came down to the wire in Philly tonight in game 3. The Sixers actually have matched up pretty well with them. I'm surprised. They do a decent enough job of hanging in with Boston on the rebounds, on the boards. You know, tonight they got out-rebounded 45-37, but they forced 17 turnovers out of the Celtics. And that comes down to the good guard play. And they're shutting down the lanes, and they're shutting down the 3-point passing lanes for Boston. They made them uncomfortable. That's 2 straight games where the Boston Celtics, in the last 2 games, they've averaged 104 points. No, less than that. They averaged 102 points in the last 2 games for a team that historically rains down threes. Sixers have done a decent job with the Boston Celtics offense. They need Joel Embiid to play game 4. What else could you possibly wait for? Again, at the risk of sounding foolish and dangerously stupid to what could happen if you play too early or try to do physical, intense activity too early from an appendectomy. If I sound like an idiot, I don't care. The season's on the line. You're telling me he's just going to stand there. They were showing him standing on the sideline. He's just going to stand there idly by. The medical team's not going to do everything they can to give him the green light to play in game 4. Embiid must play in game 4 for the Philadelphia 76ers. There's no debate. There is none. He has to play in game 4. Their season's on the line. Even if he can only play 20 minutes, his presence is better than nothing. because the Sixers are getting all of their offense from Tyrese Maxey. He dropped 31 again tonight. He's basically averaging 30 points for this series. You throw Joel Embiid on the floor to get some more spacing, again, even if it's 20 minutes, just to take some of the pressure off Tyrese Maxey. If Embiid's on the floor tonight, Philadelphia probably wins the game. This guy is an MVP, and he has been the most unavailable player in the league over the last couple of years. So he was upgraded to doubtful earlier today and then was ultimately ruled out. I don't know if that has any bearing on how close he actually is, but if the Sixers want any chance of winning this series, Embiid's got to play in Game 4. You cannot just stand idly by anymore. You can't. I mean, if I'm him, I'm demanding to play. I mean, this is a guy that's making $60+ million a year. The trust the process. They've tried to build teams around him, and he has hurt them with his unavailability. He's great when he plays, but he never is available. He has rarely been available. Last time he was 2 years ago in the playoffs against my Knicks, and he actually played pretty damn well. He was awesome. And you could tell he wasn't 100%, and his conditioning wasn't great. Even if you get, again, 20 minutes out of Joel Embiid in Game 4, that could be the difference. That could be the difference to get the Sixers a win and make this a 2-2 series going back to Boston for Game 5. But in this game late, it was Tatum and it was Jaylen Brown who hit big shots. Jaylen Brown was attacking the cup relentlessly, hit a couple of big free throws, had a couple of big defensive plays, and then it was Jason Tatum with a score at 103-100 and the shot clock winding down with just 20 seconds left. Jason Tatum steps into a monster three and drills it. And this is a guy coming off of a torn Achilles just a month and a half ago, and he played 42 minutes tonight. And he's played 40-plus minutes in every single playoff, well, except for Game 1 because it was a blowout. But Jason Tatum in the last 2 games, he played 39 minutes, and tonight he played 42 minutes. And he had 25 points and 7 assists. The Sixers need Joel Embiid. Is he going to step up, or is he just going to watch another season melt away because he's on the sideline? 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. Fifth and final hour is coming up next. We'll go back to the NFL draft when we return. And the Lakers and the Rockets is a one-possession game late in the third quarter. We'll get you an update on that, and we'll get you set for Spurs and Blazers without Victor Wembanyama. Busy Friday night here. We return next on BetMGM Tonight.
Ty Simpson could go on to be a first ballot Hall of Fame player. It could happen. He could also be I have no idea. But let's just take this and say the extreme outcome to the positive. First ballot gold jacket quarterback. He helps them 0.0% win a championship this year. And it's all about now for the Los Angeles Rams. Because this could be Matthew Stafford's last season. Does Stafford throw a curveball and play until he's 42? I don't know. Feels like Stafford, like this, every year we're going to say this, that he comes back, and maybe he comes back next year, that this is going to be his last year. The Rams clearly think that it's a possibility considering they drafted Ty Simpson, right? So now let's consider Sean McVay. And tell me if anything I'm about to say is false. Sean McVay is considered to be one of the best coaches in the NFL. Sean McVay is considered to be not only one of the brightest minds today in the National Football League, but in the history of the National Football League. And Sean McVay is a transformative figure for an organization that teams around the end, not every team, but a lot of teams, would be falling and tripping all over themselves to fire their coach to hire him. True or false? So if you're Sean McVay and you think you have a chance to win the Super Bowl this season, and the team drafted the quarterback of the future, and you didn't want that to be the case, and that's certainly what it seems like. And I've laid out the facts for you, and you can kind of do the arithmetic in your head. If all of that's true, when Matthew Stafford retires, maybe that's after this year, maybe it's after a Super Bowl, maybe it's after another excruciating loss in the NFC playoffs, who knows how it's going to go. Does Sean McVay say to himself, why am I here? I'm Sean McVay. There are organizations that would love to hand me the keys to the car. To use the Bill Parcells analogy, not just cook the meal, but also shop for the groceries. My best guess today, and I can be wrong. I've been wrong many times in the past. I will be wrong many times in the future. I've also been right in the past, and I'll be right in the future. I'm guessing. My guess is when Matthew Stafford's done in Los Angeles, Sean McVay will also be done in Los Angeles with the Rams. For the Miami Dolphins fans out there, so Miami obviously is at the start of a tremendous rebuild where you can make the case that, they were never going to draft a quarterback, right? Because they signed Malik Willis, so that wasn't going to happen this year. But you can make the case that they need players at every position. Miami, just in terms of positions, and I don't know if the players will work out, but Bama tackle Caden Proctor and corner Chris Johnson later in the first round. Premium positions. I like it a lot. This was not a team, in my estimation, that could afford to take a linebacker or afford to take a safety or afford to take a running back. I really like it now, I don't know if the players will be good, but I do like the thought process for the Miami Dolphins.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Hour number 5 here on this Friday night. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. My apologies. I was reading another Schefter tweet here, which has a lot of importance. We're going to get to it in just a second. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. Open phone lines for you here the final hour of the show. Any takeaways from the first 2 nights of the NFL draft? Anything about the NBA playoffs? Last segment mentioned the Celtics beat the Sixers 108-100. Boston has a 2-1 series lead now. Game 4, must win for the Sixers in Philly. Joel Embiid must play. I don't care what the appendectomy recovery timeline is. He's got to get his ass on the floor. Anything else you want to talk about? We still got to get to some Stanley Cup playoff scoreboard updates because we got a couple of good ones going on right now. But anything you want to discuss here, open phone lines in the final hour, 310-840-4910. Okay, breaking news out of the NFL draft. Told you about 30 minutes ago, the Arizona Cardinals took Carson Beck with the first pick of the third round. And now Drew Aller has come off the board. The Pittsburgh Steelers with the 76th overall pick, the 12th pick in the third round. The Pittsburgh Steelers have the heir to Aaron Rodgers, and it is Drew Aller from Penn State. I love Drew Aller. I've grown a big soft spot for Drew Aller here over the last couple of months. Guy that had a brutal final season of his college career, but a guy that I thought going into the year could have been the number one overall pick. Massive frame, 6'5", 235 pounds. He had a tremendous sophomore campaign with over 2,600 yards passing, 25 touchdowns, and just 2 interceptions. Then as a junior, 3,300 passing yards, 24 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, and a guy that also then ran for 300 yards and 6 touchdowns. The senior season with James Franklin, Penn State was supposed to be one of the top teams in the country. It went completely sour. Drew Aller, they lose back-to-back games. They lose to Northwestern. Drew Aller breaks his ankle, done for the season. A senior year that even wasn't honestly that great, didn't live up to the hype of what was supposed to be a first-round draft pick anyway when he was playing, and the team around him turned out to be way worse than we thought they were going to be. And so Drew Aller then ended his senior season at Penn State prematurely because of an injury and has just been working and recovering and rehabilitating and getting ready for the draft and trying to prove all the doubters wrong, trying to show that he still has the arm, the rocket arm that had a lot of people thinking he was going to be a first-round draft pick, that he can be a Josh Allen-type quarterback that can use his legs and run over people and make smart decisions. And I said, look, I think if Drew Aller is healthy, he could end up being one of the steals of the draft. He could be the next Kirk Cousins. He could be the next Dak Prescott, 4th round or 3rd round quarterback that then goes on to be the face of a franchise. And the Pittsburgh Steelers have decided to invest their 3rd round pick in him. And I wish him nothing but success. I really do think Drew Aller is going to have every opportunity to crush it. He's going to watch and learn behind Aaron Rodgers this season. And I think this is Rodgers' last year, no matter what. I mean, again, this is it for Aaron Rodgers. And I know he hasn't announced he's coming back. I think it's probably, again, the worst kept secret. I don't think the Steelers would have waited this long to take a quarterback. They wouldn't have stood by in free agency and basically just brought back Mason Rudolph if they didn't think Aaron Rodgers was coming back. So I think Rodgers is 1,000% coming back. And now Drew Aller gets to sit and learn and watch behind one of the best in Aaron Rodgers. And he gets to learn how to do things at the line of scrimmage, how to audible, how to move things around, how to operate, how to get the speed of the game going, everything, the mental side that you need from one of the greatest quarterbacks that has ever played. I thought the Steelers maybe would have waited. I honestly wasn't sure if they were going to take a quarterback, considering they did take Will Howard last year in the 6th round, but they take another quarterback here, Drew Aller, in the 3rd round with the 76th overall pick. Damn. I got the Rockets-Lakers game on my other screen. I got to check social media and see what the reaction was from the crowd, because I got a feeling it was probably a ton of cheers, and the fans in Pittsburgh at the Draft Live were probably going nuts that they now have 2 quarterbacks to succeed Aaron Rodgers, whether it's going to be Will Howard or whether it's going to be Drew Aller. Those 2 guys are going to be competing to be the next face of the franchise, and I think it's going to be Drew Aller. I think he's got the higher ceiling than Will Howard. I think Drew Aller is going to be great, because I thought he was great, and I thought he could have been the number 1 overall pick before that ankle injury this past season at Penn State. So there you go. Carson Beck goes first pick in the 3rd round to the Cardinals, and Drew Aller goes later in the round to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And there you go. You got the 2 quarterbacks off the board here in the 3rd round after Fernando Mendoza went number 1 overall to the Raiders, and then Ty Simpson went 13 overall to the LA Rams. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. 49-10. Let's stick with the draft here because we got some other picks that we got to keep you updated on. Just going back, let's work our way backwards back to the last pick that we had told you about before Drew Aller was 70th overall. That was the 6th pick of the 3rd round when the 49ers took Romello Height, edge rusher from Texas Tech. The pick after that, the Washington Commanders go with Antonio Williams, wide receiver from Clemson. And he's only 5'11", 187 pounds. But Antonio Williams is a guy that led Clemson in catches over the last 2 seasons. And he's a slot receiver. So Terry McLaurin is their number 1 receiver. And that's not going to change. But Deebo Samuel this past season was a failed investment for them. Their other receivers on the roster are Luke McCaffrey, Treylon Burks. They got De'Ami Brown in free agency, but they desperately needed a receiver. And I thought they were going to take Carnell Tate at 7 overall. And so instead, the Washington Commanders had Sonny Styles fall to them at 7. So that felt like a no-brainer. They didn't have a 2nd-round pick. So this is their 2nd pick of this year's draft. And they wisely choose receiver, a guy that had 55 catches this past year for 604 yards. His junior year, honestly, was much better. Antonio Williams might have been a 1st-round pick if he had entered the draft last year because he had 904 yards and 11 touchdowns in his junior campaign. But a great slot receiver to pair with Terry McLaurin, and I think this is a good move for Washington. They needed more pass-catching weapons for Jaden Daniels because they simply weren't good enough. They simply weren't good enough. Their tight end going into this year is Chig Okonkwo, who used to be on the Titans. Their running backs have been it was a big issue, their run game. Bill Krosky-Merritt didn't live up to the hype, at least not in his rookie season. They got Rashad White in the offseason in free agency, but Antonio Williams goes to the Washington Commanders, and they get their receiver after they take Sonny Styles in the 1st round. So I like that pick. Just rattle off a couple of here. The Bengals went corner to Cario Davis from Washington. So continuing to focus on defense is the Cincinnati Bengals. The New Orleans Saints go big Oscar Delp, the tight end from Georgia, with the 73rd pick. And so Oscar Delp is a guy that had flashed a lot of potential with Georgia. But, following a great long list of tight ends, including Brock Bowers, didn't necessarily really live up to his hype. Only 261 receiving yards and 1 touchdown this past season for the Bulldogs. So he's definitely they're betting high on Oscar Delp. They're buying low, if you will. And so we'll see. It's another weapon for Tyler Shuck here. The Saints have now gone Jordan Tyson, receiver in the 1st round, and then they go Oscar Delp, tight end, in the 3rd round. So they're trying to beef up that offense and give Tyler Shuck as many weapons as possible. I definitely don't hate it. The production definitely didn't match the potential, but there is potential for sure in Oscar Delp. We'll see what Kellen Moore can get out of him. We know Dallas Goedert, when Kellen Moore was the offensive coordinator with the Eagles, had a phenomenal season. So Kellen Moore will definitely get his tight ends involved this year. We'll see how big of a rookie season Oscar Delp can have. My New York Giants with the 74th pick. Wow, they were having a much better night than I thought they did last night. Crushed them for not getting Caleb Downs. And then the Cowboys traded up to 11 to get him. I thought it was terrible. I think the Giants have had a much, much better night tonight. And with their first pick that they made tonight to start the 2nd round, they went corner Colton Hood from Tennessee. I thought it was a solid pick. They didn't go for Jermod McCoy, who I think is still on the board. He's having a Shador Sanders-esque slide. This guy was a mocked 1st-round pick, but then the medicals came out. Might need another knee surgery after he had his ACL surgically repaired and missed all of last season for Tennessee. And so they go with his corner opposite of him, the Giants did. They went with Colton Hood in the 2nd round. And now they just traded up to 74, and they take Notre Dame wide receiver Malachi Fields. And that was another position the Giants needed to address. I would have, again, my ideal combo for their 1st-round picks going into the draft was Caleb Downs at 5 and Jordan Tyson at 10. Now, obviously, that didn't happen, but they needed a wide receiver. Malik Neighbors coming back off of his torn ACL, and there's talk that he might not be ready for training camp, which is definitely a concern. But outside of that, they lose Wan'Dale Robinson, their slot receiver. They lose him to the Tennessee Titans. And Darius Slayton feels like he's been on the Giants for 15 years and still hasn't done a whole lot after his rookie season. Darnell Mooney, they got in free agency. That's a decent addition. A guy that's had some success over the last couple of years here in Atlanta. But not somebody that's going to strike fear into the opposing defenses. They brought in Calvin Austin after his short stint, with the Pittsburgh Steelers that never really panned out. So I wanted the Giants to take a receiver, and they trade up and they get big Malachi Fields, 6'4", 218 pounds. So big body receiver, not a vertical threat, but he has dynamic, a lot of good dynamic traits. And this tells me that they're going to go Malik Neighbors on the outside, but Malik Neighbors might end up playing in the slot a whole lot more this year. And I'm looking live here. How often did Malik Neighbors end up playing in the slot last season? Let me just double check that here. In the slot, Malik Neighbors played 38% of his snaps in the slot last year. Again, it was short sample size because he only played 4 games and then tore the ACL against the Chargers. But 78% on the outside. And that math doesn't compute, but they have him at 24% of plays in the right slot, 14% of plays in the left slot. I guess you could technically be in the slot and on the outside. I don't know. The math doesn't math on that one when you add up all those numbers. But again, over 30% for sure in the slot last year. So I think you're going to see a lot more Malik Neighbors in the slot now. And that allows big Malachi Fields at 6'4" to play more on the outside and try to win on the outside for the Giants. And, whereas Neighbors is going to be the deep ball threat down the field. You get maybe in the flat, maybe just some contested, just go out and make a catch, be a big body, and win some battles on the outside for Malachi Fields for Notre Dame, which is what he consistently did. It's what he consistently did at Notre Dame over the last 2 years. A guy that, in college he was getting downfield, but the speed of the game is so much faster here in the NFL. So I did see at times watching Notre Dame football, those quick little 5-yard out routes, use your big body to shield off the defenders, slant routes to the inside. That's what I would expect from Malachi Fields. He had over 1,400 yards and 10 touchdowns in the last 2 seasons for the Irish. So I like that pick for the G-men. Going Malachi Fields and going receiver. They have had a much better night in the draft tonight than they did yesterday. The Dolphins do finally take their receiver in the 3rd round. They go with Caleb Douglas. Just pull up his profile here really quickly. Caleb Douglas from Texas Tech. He was a 2nd-team All Big 12 selection. And so the Dolphins have now gone offensive tackle Caden Proctor. Then they went corner Chris Johnson. I love their pick in the 2nd round, Jacob Rodriguez, the All-American linebacker from Texas Tech. And now they get his teammate Caleb Douglas, wide receiver from Texas Tech. Miami traded away Jalen Waddle in the offseason to the Denver Broncos. Desperately needed a receiver. I'm surprised they waited this long. But they do finally get a receiver here with Caleb Douglas from Texas Tech. So you have that pick. Then the Steelers took Drew Aller, which I just talked about 10 minutes ago. Any phone calls, any texts you want to get in on the show, any picks your teams have made, 310-840-4910. The Green Bay Packers continue to beef up their defensive line. They go Chris McClellan from Missouri at 77. LSU safety A.J. Halsey goes to the Indianapolis Colts. Their defensive backfield has been a big issue for them for the last couple of years, stopping the pass game. And then we got a couple of more wide receivers that come off the board. Zachariah Branch staying in Atlanta. The Georgia receiver goes to the Atlanta Falcons at 79 overall. The 5'9" speedster, punt returner specialist, kick returner specialist. Now you've got a deep field, stretch the field, over the top threat for Michael Penix and the Falcons to pair with Drake London, who's one of the best one-on-one receivers in football, Bijan in the run game and Bijan in the short passing game, Kyle Pitts over the middle and in the flat, and now you got your deep ball burner threat in Zachariah Branch. I like this pick for Atlanta, and you get a kid who knows the area well. He should fit like a glove. I think Zachariah Branch, I've been very high on him since before the draft, and I saw what he was able to do at Georgia here this past season and before that at USC. So I'm a big fan of Zachariah Branch. Might not have fully lived up to his potential in his college days, but still, you take a look at his stats here over the last year at Georgia, 800 yards and 6 touchdowns. Probably, again, didn't live up to his potential at USC, but had a much stronger year this season with the Bulldogs. Now they keep him in Atlanta. I like that pick for the Falcons. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. When we come back, we'll get you an update on Rockets-Lakers. It's a tie game with 5.5 to go in the fourth quarter, and we'll get you more picks as we're rounding out the third round here of the NFL Draft. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
If the Knicks lose this series, is Mike Brown going to get fired? It's like the funniest question that's ever been asked. Like, if I poop myself, will it smell? What do you think? If Mike Brown and the Knicks lose this series, Mike Brown is going to get fired. 100%. Not 99%, 100%. I don't want to say 100%. 99.9%. He gets fired. I can't be the only Knicks fan that last night, as Josh Hart, in futile fashion, is chasing after the ill-fated Jalen Brunson pass, and the clock is winding down and the game is about to end. Again, looking like the end of a college basketball game, not an NBA playoff game. I can't be the only Knicks fan that was thinking, get me Giannis Antetokounmpo. Because I'll tell you what, that's where we're trending. If the Knicks lose to Atlanta, if it happens, and the betting market right now has Atlanta as the series favorite, how about that? To everyone, it's like, well, why do you want to play Toronto? They can beat Atlanta. Think about, again, what did I tell you? And I know Toronto beat Cleveland last night. The Cavs are not losing that series. If the Knicks lose this series, and they're favored to right now, if they lose this series, not only is there no point in Mike Brown returning, and it's not that I wanted them to hire Mike Brown, I wanted someone other than Tom Thibodeau. Not only is there no point in Mike Brown returning, but there is no point in the core of this team coming back. None. Zero. It's one thing to lose in the Eastern Conference Final to a Pacers team that almost beat the Thunder in the NBA Finals. Like, it's one thing for that to happen, right? It will be another thing entirely to lose in the first round to the Atlanta Hawks. Get me Giannis. If they're going to lose this series to Atlanta in what will be, regardless of what anyone feels about the Hawks, it will be embarrassing if the Knicks lose this series. Get me Giannis Antetokounmpo. Forget about this core. They will prove themselves to be losers if they can't beat the Hawks. You get to the second round and you lose to Boston, you know what? I won't like it, but you can accept it because the Celtics are way better than Atlanta and have home court. You lose this series, adios Mike Brown, and let's bring Giannis to New York. It's hard to overstate how much better the Tennessee Titans are today than they were last season. No matter what you think of Robert Saleh as a head coach, he's better than Brian Callahan. Like, not even a question. Wan'Dale Robinson. Did they overpay for him? Yes. Is he still a good player? Yes. Not my money. I don't care. Wan'Dale Robinson. Cordell Flott and Alante Taylor at corner. John Franklin Myers. Trade for Jermaine Johnson. Carnell Tate to go along with Calvin Ridley. And Chimere Dike and Alec Iamaner and Wan'Dale Robinson. This receiving core is actually pretty good. Along with Gunnar Helm, who I think is an up-and-coming tight end. With your second-year quarterback. And a defense that will almost certainly be better. And you add the edge player later in the first round with Falk. So if Saleh coaches him up, that's what Saleh does. With defensive players, you bring them along. The secondary is going to be better. Jeffrey Simmons is still there. I don't know if I want to go out on a long enough limb to say the Titans will win the AFC South or that they'll be a playoff team. I will say, I'd be pretty surprised if they're not in contention. They're not in the hunt graphic in December. There's no reason why this team can't go 9-8 or 10-7 or better if Cam Ward takes the next step.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We'll get right back to the NFL draft here in just a moment. Round 3, midway through, almost on a Saturday afternoon. But the two big picks here in this round, Carson Beck, first pick of the third round from Miami, goes to the Arizona Cardinals. And then Drew Aller, the quarterback from Penn State, who missed 70% of this past season after he broke his ankle, he gets taken by the Pittsburgh Steelers midway through the third round. Those are the two quarterbacks that have been taken here in the third. No quarterbacks taken in the second. Remember, we had Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall to the Raiders, and Ty Simpson, the shocker, number 13 overall to the LA Rams. We'll get back to the NFL draft in a bit. Do a little hot or cold with producer Brandon Combs. But let me get you a scoreboard update here on the NBA. The Rockets, after trailing by as many as 15 points in the first half, they have come roaring back to take the lead here. 95-91 over the Lakers with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the game. No Kevin Durant, ruled out with a sprained ankle, missing his second game of this 3-game series so far. Amen Thompson stepping up in a major way for the Rockets, 26 points and 11 rebounds. And Alperen Şengün, 23 points, 13 rebounds for the Rockets. Jabari Smith has 6 3-pointers. He's got 24 points and 5 rebounds. And the Rockets offense has finally woken up here, but it's actually mostly their defense. The Lakers had 63 points at half. They've only scored 28 points in the second half, and there's only 3.5 to go in the fourth quarter. LeBron doing everything he can. 24 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists. Rui Hachimura's got 19. Can the Rockets hold on and avoid the dreaded, impossible 3-0 hole to come back from with Austin Reeves, who had a chance to play in this game and then was ruled out? He could return in game 4, and Luka Doncic is lurking. So the Rockets trying to hold on and make it 2-1 in Houston, with game 4 in Houston coming up in a couple of days. Okay, let's get to the ice because we haven't given you a hockey scoreboard update all day. It went to overtime. Third straight game that has gone to OT between the Habs and the Lightning. This series has been electric, and it's the Montreal Canadiens who win it in OT on a Lane Hudson goal. They take a 2-1 series lead over the Tampa Bay Lightning. That series has been absolutely spectacular. Every game's gone to OT. Every game's been back and forth. I don't know if we've even had a lead of bigger than 1 goal in any of these games. Let me double check that here. So the Canadiens won game 1, 4-3 in overtime. And yep, neither team led by more than a goal in that game. And then in game 2 the other night, the Lightning won it 3-2 in overtime. And neither team had a lead bigger than a goal in that series. So nobody in this series has led by more than a goal at any point. You want to talk about, just playoff intensity and playoff hockey delivering. The Habs beat the Lightning in game 3, 3-2. It's now a 2-1 series lead for Montreal. They've played enough hockey to basically play 4 games already. That game 4 is going to be awesome in Montreal coming up this weekend. Okay, we got 2 other games going on right now. The Utah Mammoth, the pesky Utah Mammoth, after they won game 2 in Vegas 3-2, now the series has shifted to Salt Lake City, and they lead the Vegas Golden Knights 2-0 after the first period. Mackenzie Weegar with the first goal, and then Dylan Guenther on the power play. The Mammoth trying to take a 2-1 series lead. And then midway through the first period in Anaheim, the Ducks, who took game 2 from the Oilers, the reigning Western Conference champions, that series tied at a game apiece as it shifts to California, and they are scoreless midway through the first period. So there you go. There's your scoreboard update. I am locked in on this Rockets-Lakers game. Final 2 minutes, 1 possession game. So let's get producer Brandon Combs in here so we can do a little hot or cold here on the NFL draft before we get you updated on the most recent couple of picks. Combs, I know you have not been a big fan of what your Bears have done so far, but overall, would you say this draft, from just a neutral fan perspective, has been a pretty damn good one?
Yeah, no, there's been especially today, man, it's been nonstop. There's been trade after trade after trade. There's been a lot of movement here.
We had a couple of player trades too. Grenard, Winters.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's rumors that Kayvon Thibodeau could be moved as early as tonight, if not this weekend. Rumors have the Saints are there. I am begging, pleading, please, Ryan Poles, get in on that conversation. But yeah, no, there's a lot of players that are moving all over the place. I enjoy it, man. It's been a lot of fun to watch.
Okay, great. Sorry. I'm just, this Rockets-Lakers game is incredible. And, again, we want you to stay with us because we keep you updated on all the games. But, sorry, Alperen Şengün just hit a 2. The Rockets go up by 4. I was really like, damn, like we don't even need to see Luka Doncic. We don't even need to see Austin Reeves. Kevin Durant's missed 2 games. The series is going to be over. But Houston up by 4 with under 30 seconds to go. So, we'll see if they can hold on. I would love to see the series go 7. I'd love to see Luka Doncic come back like game 6. Austin Reeves come back in the next game. Hopefully Kevin Durant can stay freaking healthy because I'd love for him to melt down at the end of the series so I can take some more. Shots at KD, who basically just sinks every franchise he goes to. But all right, Combs, let's do a little hot or cold here.
Sure.
Hot or cold? I'll ask you the first one. Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love will be the offensive rookie of the year. Hot or cold?
Look, I love, no pun intended, Jeremiah Love. I think he is the next, when I was doing my comparisons, the people were like, who would you give a comp to Jeremiah Love? It was Adrian Peterson. I think he's that damn good. I think he is that damn special. I think he is going to be a dual threat running back where he can catch balls out of the backfield. That being said, he's in a bad situation in Arizona. They don't know who their quarterback is. They don't have a ton of help on the offensive line. Yes, I know Brad thinks he's going to be a really good fantasy running back, and in PPR leagues he might be that because, yeah, sure, he might lose a yard or 2, but he's going to catch a lot of balls out of the backfield, even if they are for a loss. He's still going to get that point for the catch. So I understand that point. Carnell Tate's going to be the offensive rookie of the year. That's where my money would go. I love Cam Ward. I love what they're doing in Tennessee, and I think he's going to love having Carnell Tate on his football team. You add Carnell Tate to Wan'Dale Robinson and Calvin Ridley, and I think Carnell Tate's going to be special. I think he's going to be the number 1 wide receiver. I think he's going to be the top target. And I think Cam Ward's going to love having him there. So if I'm looking at it right now and I had to give you an answer right now, I'm going with Carnell Tate for all my money.
Ooh. Here's a hot take for you. It's going to be neither of them. It's going to be neither Carnell Tate nor Jeremiah Love because you know who's going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year? It's going to be Fernando Mendoza. Why wouldn't it be?
Oh, yeah.
Even if he starts the year and sits the first 5 games behind Kirk Cousins, Mendoza's going to be great, man. You love Mendoza. You said he's going to win a Super Bowl with the Raiders, and you think that Jeremiah Love in an offense that has Marvin Harrison and Trey McBride and Jacoby Brissett's the quarterback. You think Jeremiah Love is going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, or you think Cornell Tate with the Titans offense that was a disaster last year, and Cam Ward had a brutal rookie season. You think Cornell Tate's going to be able to get open enough that he's going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year? It's going to be Mendoza. If a quarterback plays well, he's getting it. That's not even a question. It's going to be Mendoza, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about Mendoza. You're right. I mean, it is going to be Mendoza. But if we're going non-quarterback, to take a pick non-quarterback, I would go with Cornell Tate over Jeremiah Love. But yeah, look, I love Mendoza. And even if he doesn't start the first 3 or 4 games, I mean, he's going to put up numbers. I think he's going to start week 1. There's no reason why they don't start him week 1. It doesn't make any sense. I agreed wholeheartedly, and I said this before, but I agreed wholeheartedly with what our guy Allen Robinson had to say. You got 2 guys learning the offense. Just put the kid in there. They're both learning the offense. So let the kid go out there. Let the youngster do it. I agree with that. I think he's going to start week 1, and you're right. I think he will probably win Rookie of the Year.
Wow, you backed down off that point real quick.
Well, I wasn't. I was thinking non quarterback wise, but yeah, you're right.
I tricked you.
Yeah, you did. Good job, Pat. Good job.
Thanks,
you moved to Philly, and all of a sudden, you got brain cells working.
It's the water. Must be something in the water.
It's got to be. All right, let's go with this one. Let's go. Carson Beck is the starter for the Cardinals by week 6.
Yeah, I'm going to go hot. I thought at the latest it'll be week 8. I talked about it earlier this hour when the Cardinals took him with the first pick of the 3rd round. But then again, you got a brand new head coach, Mike LaFleur, offensive play caller. You got Jacoby Brissett, who is asking for a pay raise off of, again, a decent year, but a year that never really should have happened because he's in there for Kyler Murray. They have no plans for Jacoby Brissett. He's not getting a raise. And so I think there might be some frustration. There might be some tension. And although he's got the weapons to succeed, again, I think the defense will be so bad that the Cardinals, if they start 1-4, 1-5, they're virtually out of it already. What do you have to lose? What do you have to lose? See what you got with Carson Beck. You just took him in the 3rd round. You got no loyalty to Jacoby Brissett. No loyalty. And we see how quickly these teams go to quarterbacks nowadays. We see how quick it happens every single year. So wouldn't shock me whatsoever if they end up going to Carson Beck very early here. Week 6, I think by then it happens.
Yeah, I think it happens well before week 6. If not, if he doesn't win the job in training camp. I mean, I think Carson Beck is a serviceable quarterback. I don't think he's going to be a great quarterback in the NFL by any stretch of the imagination. But he's better than Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew. He's better than them already. So, I mean, and plus, I mean, he's already got the age on him. I think he's like 31 coming out of college. So Carson Beck, for sure, is going to be the starter by week 6. But I think it could be earlier than that. I honestly think that he has a legit chance to win this job coming out of camp because there's no competition for him.
Out of camp?
Out of camp.
Wow. You think no competition? The year that Brissett had.
Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew. Come on. I mean, what are we talking about here? You and I could beat out Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew.
Brissett had a good year. He had a good year. And again, I laid out, all the context. The Cardinals defense was terrible. They were playing 20 points down. It was just throw. He put up good numbers. Man. Those guys are vets. Those guys are pros. That's the same thing about Mendoza. A couple of games. Let him learn. You want to throw Carson Beck into the fire right away? A guy that is a mid-round draft pick for a team that stinks?
Pat, I don't even think the Cardinals will know what they're doing at this point. I really don't. I'm sitting here watching their draft, and I'm like, what? I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what your plan is. You're trying to speed up this rebuild. Are you trying to have it be a soft rebuild? What are the Arizona Cardinals doing, because you've got no offensive line, you've got no defense, and now you've got a running back and you've got a subpar quarterback that you just drafted. Now, but your other two quarterbacks that are ahead of him are Gardner Minshew and Jacoby Brissett. I'm sorry, but it's Jacoby Brissett, man. Jacoby Brissett's not good. And that's why he put up good numbers, because it was pass. That's all they were doing. You're bound to put up good numbers when you're down by 30 and they're playing soft coverage on you for the entire second half.
Yeah, it's soft coverage, but also they know what's coming. Yeah, they know the Cardinals are throwing the ball. You think they're just letting Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals rack up 400 yards of offense?
Yeah, they're playing bend but don't break defense at that point. It's like, all right, we're up by 20, we're up by 30. We can let you get in field goal range. We'll exchange 3-pointers. Absolutely, it happens all the time in the NFL.
I know, but I watched a lot of those Cardinals because they were always playing in the 4:00 window, and some weeks there's 2 other games. So it's like, all right, we get extended coverage of the Cardinals getting their brains beat in, but it's like Jacoby Brissett was pretty good. I mean, he made some throws, man. I think that's malpractice to give Carson Beck the starting job out of camp.
And the Bears just took Xavier Thomas, the wide receiver out of LSU. Not a bad pick.
Wow. But they still haven't taken an edge rusher.
Still have not taken an edge. It leads me to believe they must. I mean,
Cameron Jordan.
They've got
Kayvon
to.
Thibodeau.
They've got to go
They're
after
getting Kayvon
Jordan
Thibodeau from the Giants.
Yeah. Please. I mean, anything at this point.
He's not that good. Trust me, not that good.
I'll let you pad up at this point. Can
how
you
about
get in at the quarterback?
The Rockets have choked this game away, Combs.
Oh, God.
They were up 101-95 with 35 seconds to go. LeBron misses a 3. Jackson Hayes misses the putback. Rockets get the ball. And then they turn it over. They're up by 6 with under 30 seconds to go and the ball. They turn it over. They foul Marcus Smart shooting a 3. He makes all 3 free throws. And then the Rockets turn it over immediately again. And LeBron hits a 3 to tie the game. Rockets had a chance to win it at the buzzer and they missed. Or they had a chance to win it with a second left and they missed. LeBron at the buzzer nearly just won it. We're going to overtime.
You asked me earlier.
My God.
Before the show, you came in, you were all hyped up, and you're like, Combs, Celtics, Rockets, who screws me? And what was my answer?
That was before Durant got ruled out. I should have waited. I thought they were playing mental warfare.
I mean, the Lakers, I mean, they're without Austin Reeves.
I know, but I didn't think Reeves was playing, and I thought Durant was playing. So when Durant got ruled out, again, it moved 2-3 points, but they were up by 6 and had the ball with 28 seconds left. Turnover, foul Marcus Smart shooting a 3. Turnover, LeBron hits a 3. Şengün, terrible shot with a second to go. Lakers get it, call timeout. LeBron nearly just made a step-back 30-footer for the win. Overtime. Rockets were seconds away from going up or from making it a 2-1 series. Now they got to win it in OT. Unreal. All right, we got to take a break.
Rockets are getting swept.
You might be right. They lose this game, it might be over. 310-840-4910. When we come back, we'll have the start of Blazers Spurs. No Victor Wembanyama in that game. Get you caught up on the hockey playoffs. And the third round coming to a close. Only got 10 picks left to go, and then it's on to Saturday afternoon. We still got some eye-opening picks here that have just been coming through. So we'll get you caught up on all the draft picks. We'll finish off with a little hot or cold, a little bit of everything, and your phone calls and your texts at 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Arvell Reese, and you know this because I've said it for a month now. I thought the Jets should have picked him. We'll get to the Jets. I liked the Jets' first round. I think they should have picked Arvell Reese. Arvell Reese has the potential, and maybe I don't think he'll be a bust, but you have to acknowledge that anyone could be a bust, right? But probably he has more of a potential to be a bust than David Bailey, just saying. But I think his ceiling's way higher. He is the big swing here. He is a potentially transformative player. He is a player who could potentially change the math on the football field for Big Blue. I can't believe he was there at 5. And then at pick 10, Maui Noah, who's going to play guard next to Illuminor. And like this offensive line, I'm not going to tell anybody that it's like the 1992 Dallas Cowboys. I want to know how it's not going to be way better this year than it was last year. Now, Andrew Thomas has to stay healthy. Very important, obviously. But, like, Marcus Bowe was good last year. He's not going to start, but, like, I like what the Giants have working right now on this offensive line. This is spectacular for the Giants. Still have to add a receiver. I expect that to happen throughout the rest of the NFL draft. The Giants have an early pick coming up tonight. I loved it. And how about Maui Noah? Like, he's wearing and I don't want to attempt to try and pronounce it and butcher the name of it, but like the Samoan necklace, like popularized by Roman Reigns in WWE, saying that he will die for Jackson Dart and that he loves this bleep. To which I say, Francis Maui Noah, I acknowledge you. One's in the air. I'm very happy. Now, we'll talk about the Knicks the next hour, but as a Cam Schlittler pitches well last night, Yankees sweep the Red Sox, I'm a happy sports fan today. And if I weren't, and I thought the Giants sucked, I would tell you, bottom line, we'll see what happens on the field. My estimation, they nailed it. I don't think they'll be a playoff team this year because I think you can make a realistic case that they're still the worst team in the division, but this was a great first step for John Harbaugh and a great first draft for John Harbaugh as they look to set the foundation for what they and I hope is a Super Bowl team in the years to come. He's going to be awesome in the NFL. I have the number 1 pick in a dynasty rookie draft. I am going to take Love first overall. I don't like it as much now, given that I feel like there's a chance he's Jeremiah Genti, because the Cardinals are going to stink. But look, like Jeremiah Love should be awesome in the NFL. He's a really good player. But I'll bring back the analogy that I used on Monday when we were talking about this, which was, this is like if you buy a plot of land to build a house, and before you lay down the foundation, you build a bowling alley. It is a luxury pick, and they didn't have the luxury to make it. It's like you have a lemon of a car, and you put rims and a spoiler on it. You save that for when you have the sports car. They don't have it. You're putting lipstick on a pig. They stink. Even from a fantasy perspective. Like, yeah, I'm taking Love first overall in rookie drafts, but like, it's Gardner Minshew and Jacoby Brissett behind a bad offensive line. And we just saw what happened with Ashton Genti. I think Love's a better player than Genti. It's brutal. Like, that is whoever's fault it is. Owner, GM, coach, doesn't matter. Brain dead organization for taking a running back 3rd overall. When you're not only are they not ready to win, they're not even close. So let's add a running back. After signing Tyler Algier, after re-signing James Conner, and you have Trey Benson on the roster. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. God, they stink. They're in the literal desert. And there ain't a figurative oasis to be found.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Final segment here on this Friday night before we turn things over to Josh Graham for Westwood One Sports Night. He'll take you through the remainder of the third round in the draft, get you set for a monster weekend in sports. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Quick scoreboard update here. We'll finish off with some hot or cold and the final 6 or 7 picks here in the third round. The Rockets and the Lakers are in overtime. If you would have seen the way the Rockets choked this game away, you would not believe it. You would not believe it. Rockets were up by 6. It was 101-95, and they had the ball with less than 30 seconds to go. They turn it over, and then they foul Marcus Smart shooting a desperation 3. Still up by 3 with the ball. The Lakers would have had to foul. Reed Shepherd gets it poked away from behind by LeBron immediately off the inbound. Off the third free throw that gets made. Poked away, turned over immediately. LeBron fumbles the ball as it gets passed ahead to him, passes it to Luke Kennard, passes it back to LeBron. He hits a 3 to tie the game. 6-point lead with the ball and 29 seconds to go, and it evaporated almost immediately. And then Alperen Şengün had the ball with a chance to win it, takes a terrible shot. LeBron gets the rebound with a second left, calls timeout, and then on the ensuing inbound, nearly hits a turnaround 30-footer for the win. So we're in overtime, and here in OT, the Lakers have jumped out to the early lead. It's 107-105 with just over a minute left to go in overtime. If the Rockets implode this and lose this game, they're getting swept. They're getting swept if they lose this game. I don't care if Kevin Durant plays or not. I don't care if Luka Doncic or Austin Reeves see the floor in this series. If the Lakers can hold this 2-point lead with just over a minute in OT, they'll go take a 3-0 lead, and Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic haven't seen the floor. And I don't care that Kevin Durant has missed 2 out of the last 3 games. Embarrassing. They're delaying the start of the Spurs and Blazers game until this game finishes. No Wembanyama in that game for San Antonio. I guess he cleared concussion protocol. Wasn't clear. He traveled with the team. He participated in the morning shoot-around, but he has been ruled out. They actually just tipped it off in that game. On the ice, told you the Canadiens beat the Lightning in overtime. Another thriller. All 3 games in that series have gone to OT. It's 2-1 now, Montreal, heading into Game 4. The Ducks lead the Oilers 2-1 in Game 3 in Anaheim, so that's a bit of a surprise. And the Mammoth lead the Golden Knights 3-0 in the second period. That series is tied 1-1. Utah could take a 2-1 series lead on the Vegas Golden Knights. Just crazy. Utterly insane. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. And then let's see here. How are we doing with this Cubs-Dodgers game? Let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix here because our guy Monty is now 13 for 13 in Let's Go Streaking, but we went 5 for 5 each of the last 2 nights, and so we were trying to make it 5 for 5 for the third straight night, and everybody else on the show either had a Dodger or a Cub. They're in the third inning, Combs. How are we looking? I don't know if there's a hit in that game.
There's no hits heading into it looks like we got Dansby Swanson up right now in the top of the third for the Cubs, and does not he's got a 1-2 count. Probably gonna strike out here because he's Dansby Swanson. That's what he does. But yeah, no hits. We'll be heading into the bottom of the third here relatively shortly because Dansby Swanson, I have no faith in him.
Yeah, so I need Ohtani. You need remind me, PCA?
I need PCA.
Brad needs Moises Ballesteros, and PJ Glasser, who's a perfect 8 for 8, needs Kyle Tucker. So no hits in that game. So obviously, none of us.
And Tucker walked. Tucker's the only guy who reached base so far.
Okay, got it. All right, Combs. Let's get some last updates here on the draft. Jacoby Lane, USC receiver, goes to the Ravens at 80. They needed a receiver. Again, I don't like the receivers that they have on this team outside of Zay Flowers. Rashad Bateman stepped back last year. Devontae Walker maybe he could step forward
Yeah.
this year. He had a decent season last year with 136 yards and 3 touchdowns, limited opportunities. He's going to get more chances this year, but Jacoby Lane now immediately becomes maybe the number 2 receiver on this squad, coming out of USC, where he spent his entire college career there, had 12 touchdowns in the 2024 season, and then took a step back this year, but has a ton of speed, a ton of talent. So I like that pick for the Ravens.
They've had a good draft.
They have. They have had a good draft. I mean, they took the one that they needed to take. They had to get Ione in the first round, which they did.
But adding Zion Young to that defense, to that front, adding that edge rusher to the other side, it's going to be so dynamic with what they already have on defense on that front seven. And now you add a guy like Zion Young, who I desperately wanted for my Chicago Bears. It was a good draft for them, and then Jacoby Lane too. I mean, so they've had a good first 3 rounds for sure.
Okay. The Rams just took an offensive tackle, Keegan Trost from Missouri. So they end up getting receiver, and they do get a offensive tackle. Actually, let me actually double check here. The Rams went tight end. That was the head scratcher. The Rams have had a head scratching draft. Ty Simpson at 13. I eviscerated the pick. Max Clare, tight end. They have 3 tight ends on their roster, and they went tight end Max Clare from Ohio State. Now they at least finally get some offensive line help. Keegan Trost from Missouri. I can't believe they haven't taken a receiver, though, in this draft.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. You looking at what they have. I mean, look, it's not like they don't have a good wide receiver core in LA. It's not like they don't already have a bunch of guys there. So I get it, but I mean, you're looking for more weapons, and with this team and what they're able to accomplish, this is a team that is a Super Bowl caliber team already, and you've so far added your replacement for your quarterback that nobody thought you were going to add, and you added your 19th tight end to your roster. So it's kind of head scratching, almost as head scratching as the Bears.
Yeah. Chris Bell, Louisville receiver, goes to the Miami Dolphins, so they get another receiver. There's only 6 picks left here. Patriots, Steelers, Vikings, Seahawks, and Jaguars. Hope everybody has an awesome weekend. Hopefully my Knicks are 2-2. They beat the Atlanta Hawks this weekend. I will be on pins and needles watching that game over the weekend. That one is tomorrow. You got 4 NBA playoff games tomorrow. You got 4 more on Sunday. 4 hockey playoff games each day this weekend. Finale of the NFL draft. We had a blast hanging out with you. Thanks to everybody working on the show. Thanks to Combs. Thanks to Monty. Thanks to Brad Evans. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll. I'm Pat Boyle. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern here on BetMGM Tonight.
A.J. Brown will be a New England Patriot. So for the Eagles, I love this. And yes, at some point they're going to have to address tackle. Maybe they do it tonight. Lane Johnson's long in the tooth. The offensive line is not the juggernaut that it was in years past, but I really like this pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. And his last note on the Eagles. No excuses this year for Jalen Hurts. None. Now you could have made it, and I'll be real with you. If the Eagles had not selected a receiver early in this draft, I would have made excuses for him this year. And I admit that. Because I don't think a receiving core of Devontae Smith, Hollywood Brown, Dontavian Wicks, and Elijah Moore is good enough. I don't think it is. And if Hurts had struggled with his 17th different offensive coordinator in 15 years, slight exaggeration, I would have made excuses for him. It's not fair. He's not playing with the full deck. And I think the Eagles probably would have moved on from him after next year. Now with this trade for Mekhi Lemon, I am the biggest Jalen Hurts defender out there and biggest Jalen Hurts fan out there. No excuses for Jalen Hurts this year. Time to perform. No drama, no nonsense. just wins. Final score, Wolves 113, Nuggets 96. Nikola Jokic will never have a playoff game like this again. 7 for 26 from the field, plus minus of minus 21. So we can credit Minnesota, absolutely. And look, if Aaron Gordon doesn't come back, like the Wolves are going to win the series. Minnesota's favored right now at BetMGM, minus 125, Nuggets plus 105. If Aaron Gordon comes back for game 4 and he plays the rest of the series, I think the Nuggets will win in 7. But it going to be close. He doesn't come back, the Wolves are going to the next round. So a lot's on the line here. Jokic is obviously going to play better in game 4 and moving forward. Like, this is like a once in a career at this point for Jokic, playoff dud for one of the great offensive players in the history of the NBA. So I expect the Nuggets, pending Aaron Gordon's health. He's day-to-day right now. We don't know if he's going to play this weekend in Game 4. If Gordon plays, I expect the Nuggets to even the series at 2 apiece, heading back to Denver. If Gordon doesn't play, all bets are off.